Chapter 8. 196. Freely leaving after killing. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the sky, a battle of pursuit was unfolding. Bam, bam, bam. Intense explosions occurred one after another. Song Yishi and Yao Geipi attacked non-stop. But because of the distance, and because Fang Yuan was slippery like an eel, he could not be caught. He was displaying an incredible flying attainment. Even though he was ahead, Fang Yuan, who was pretending to be escaping, was actually slowing his speed, allowing the two pursuers to follow him. He was a demonic path overlord in his previous life. Even though he did not have particularly great achievements, he had rich life experience. He had undergone many battles. It was something that these two young Gu immortals behind him could not imagine. Especially Song Yishi. She was too young and had little battle experience. Even though she was using an immortal killer move to chase him, she could not catch up no matter what. Fang Yuan changed directions often. Sometimes he went into the water. Sometimes he went into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishi was extremely angry. She felt like she was not chasing him down, but being played with instead. As for Yao Geipi, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have a single immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He, who could only use mortal killer moves, was doomed in this battle of pursuit from the start. He was lagging behind. He could only shout loudly. If Fang Yuan was not purposely slowing down for him, he would have been left in the dust already. The three traveled quickly through the air. They soon left the Poetic Emotion Sea area. What is going on? There are Gu immortals fighting. The noise from their travels earned the attentions of two lone cultivator Gu immortals from a nearby island. These two were playing chess. They were quite relaxed. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads as they used investigative methods. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Yishi and a young male lone cultivator. They are pursuing someone. This person's aura is not that of Eastern Sea. They are a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Less trouble is better than more trouble. Song Yishi is the prized gem of Song Qi Yuan. Let's not interfere in this. You are right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fang Yuan looked at this island. He frowned slightly as he turned to another direction, continuing to fly. Not long later, at Web IC area. What? There is such a lecherous and shameless old bastard in this world. Fairy Yishi, I, Chen Zhongyong, will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack as he continued escaping. Thus, there were three people chasing after him now. After a certain amount of time, at Rumbling Thunder Sea Channel. Fairy Yishi is pure as jade. She was actually tainted. He deserves death. He deserves death. Biqing Tian was anguished. He joined in the chase resolutely. 15 minutes later, the commotion caused by them attracted a battle maniac, Gu immortal. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal. You dare to lay your lecherous hands on our Eastern Sea goddess? Do you think that we of Eastern Sea can be bullied? Lei Hong was furious. He spoke without restraint. Song Yishi was getting more and more furious. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still escaping, her mood was getting worse. He had only taken a glance at her. Why were these people spouting more and more ridiculous nonsense like she had lost her virginity to him? Stop shouting. Kill him in secret. I will reward you greatly. Song Yishi could not hold it in anymore. She transmitted to them. These Gu immortals were not idiots. After hearing this, they went silent. Why are they not shouting anymore? Fang Yuan did not want that to happen. He wanted this matter to blow up. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are shutting up, I will have to do it myself. Thus, Fang Yuan shouted, defending himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I will clarify this matter. I had accidentally entered the depths of Poetic Emotion Sea Area's underwater volcano. Everyone can investigate this matter. I am speaking the truth. Old lecher, you are bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal screamed back. But Fang Yuan ignored him. He yelled, "I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here and wanted to choose an unknown island to reside in. I picked a small island after looking for a long time. Before setting up some arrangements, I wanted to look around the area. I discovered a hidden undercurrent and moved along it, getting into the underwater volcano." Lies. You're continuing to lie to us. You did something so shameless, but you are actually defending yourself, trying to pretend to be a gentleman. Do you think we are so easy to fool? The Gu immortals screamed. Fang Yuan called out, "Even if I am lying, I would need to make a better excuse. Why would I mention the undercurrent? You can go verify this. I will tell you the location of the island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it would connect to the underwater volcano either. After I entered the volcano, I found out." "Shut up!" Song Yishu shouted. She was worried that Fang Yuan might expose some secretive information. She interrupted him. "If you are innocent, stop running, obediently submit and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Yishi, will not kill an innocent person." Song Yishi had learned something quickly and grew a little. She actually understood that she needed to coax him. But her tone was too stiff. Anyone could tell that she was full of anger and killing intent. Song Yishi was still too pitiful in her acting skills. Fang Yuan continued to escape. He shouted continuously, "Do you think I am a fool? If I surrender, I will die. I am innocent. I did not even touch a single hair of yours after I reached the volcano." "Shut the hell up!" Song Yishi flew into a rage. Her voice was even louder now. The other male Gu immortals had furious expressions on the surface, but they were secretly concentrating and were afraid of missing a single word from Fang Yuan's mouth. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishi again, they felt mild regret internally. But Fang Yuan quickly continued, "The more you do not want me to say it, the more I will say. How can you be so overbearing? I am just a Northern Plains Gu immortal trying to make a living in Eastern Sea. Is it easy for me? I did not do anything. I only saw a glimpse of you bathing. It was all a misunderstanding." Song Yishi saw darkness in front of her. She was so angered, her heart was going to burst into flames. She could make the people on her side shut up, but she could not stop Fang Yuan from shouting, "Heh heh heh, something so interesting has happened." At this time, a lovely laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal was approaching. "It is Seven Seas Snake Woman." The Gu immortals that were chasing after Fang Yuan saw this female Gu immortal and became alert. Yao Pai was bemoaning internally. Everyone else directed their gazes towards Song Yishi. Song Yishi's expression was dark. She looked like an ice statue that was emitting immense cold air. As it turned out, Seven Seas Snake Woman and Song Yishi's were both publicly known as among the 6 great beauties among Eastern Sea Gu immortals. 7 Seas. Snake Woman had rank 7 cultivation level. She was a demonic path Gu immortal who had some conflicts with Song Yishi. But because of Song Qi Yuan's power, she did not dare to attack Song Yishi. At this moment, she heard such interesting news, she was sure to add in more false details and spread this rumor around. Song Yishi felt like the sky was collapsing. What was she going to do now? 7 Seas. Snake Woman was definitely going to ruin her reputation. Song Yishi felt even more hatred towards Fang Yuan now. "You old lecher, how are you so good at running, even running into 7 Seas Snake Woman?" What a joke. This route was specially chosen by Fang Yuan after careful investigation. The Gursi immortals that they would meet along the way were all found out by Fang Yuan prior to this. 7 Seas Snake Woman was very important in Fang Yuan's current plan. Even though 7 Seas Snake Woman was a demonic Path Gu immortal, she owned 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was at a crucial moment when a large number of red tide fish were reproducing. She had to stay here to guard it. Fang Yuan easily obtained this information. 7 Seas. Snake Woman was a beautiful but dangerous woman. She was very ruthless in her actions. The righteous path would often leak details of such people, so that others could be prepared if they were to meet them. Boom! With a loud sound, 7 C's Snake Woman suddenly struck, attacking the pursuers of Fang Yuan. 7 C's Snake Woman, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishi and the others were severely interrupted. Hehehe, this is such an interesting matter, I definitely have to interfere. 7 C's. Snake Woman had an alluring body. She had a coquettish gaze as she answered. Lei Hong said solemnly, I will block 7 C's Snake Woman. The rest of you continue chasing him. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of 7 C's Snake Woman. Even though his battle strength was lower, he could still stall her for a short time and escape from her. 7 C's Snake Woman did not know who Fang Yuan was. She would not exert too much effort. Seeing that Lei Hong was stepping up, she showed a look of disgust as she stopped on the spot. You again, meddlesome fool. You really like to interfere in people's affairs. Thus the other Gu immortals detoured around 7 C's Snake Woman, chasing after Fang Yuan again. Time continued to pass. After a very long time, there were a few more people chasing Fang Yuan. Even though he was quite injured, he did not fall into their hands. He was still escaping. Damn it! Song Yishi gritted her teeth. She felt fatigue looking at Fang Yuan's energetic body. Everything had happened too quickly, and too suddenly. How did it become like this? Song Yishi felt a sense of absurdity within her. A moment ago, she was still enjoying a carefree life, bathing inside her hot spring as she relaxed herself. But now, she was chasing an enemy endlessly, with no way of catching up. And now, almost all the immortals nearby knew about it. Song Yishi felt tired physically, but even more so mentally. It is about time. Fang Yuan looked at the pursuers. He smiled faintly. The execution of this plan was much more effective than he had originally planned. Now, it is time to leave. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His body shook as he turned into 6 figures, flying towards 6 different directions. Immortal killer move. 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers shouted out in dismay. They were stunned before splitting up to chase him. Immortal killer move. Position star swap. Fang Yuan changed his position, appearing in front of Yao Ge Pai. Don't think I'm afraid of killing, Fang Yuan called out, using Star Cloud Grindstone. He had been escaping all this time. Why would Yao Gepi think that Fang Yuan would act differently and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the Star Cloud Grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could he defend against the power of immortal goo? When everyone else came to reinforce him and destroyed the Star Cloud Grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding on to Yao Geipai's head. Don't go overboard. Fang Yuan's ruthlessness was shown. He faced the band of immortals. The pursuers were only rank 6. It was not easy to encounter rank 7s like Lei Hong. Yao Gepi, when all is said and done, is a Gu immortal. He was actually killed in such a short amount of time. Northern Plains barbarians are really exemplary in battle strength. The immortals were all stunned. They felt a strong sense of wariness internally. Meanwhile, one of the 6 illusion star bodies had already flown far away. Fang Yuan used position star swap and changed his true body's position, abruptly and freely. Leaving. Chapter 897. Difficult to own. Gipi Blessed Land. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 3 days later, in the world of Eastern Sea Gu immortals, there was a rumor that spread widely. This involved one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yi Shi. When she was bathing, she was defiled by an old lecher who shamelessly planned everything. Song Yi Shi was Song Qi Yuan's precious gem. She had quite a reputation and many suitors. This matter involved Song Clan's reputation as well. Once information got out, many Gu immortals' attentions were attracted. Soon, Xianxia's Northern Plains Gu immortal identity was found out by other Gu immortals. Before Song Clan even expressed their attitude, Song Yishi's suitors were already hunting down Fang Yuan on a large scale with furious emotions. At a nameless and ownerless sea area with little resources, the sea was deep and dark. There were few fish. A wooden door that looked like a blessed land's entrance appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from within. It was Fang Yuan, having Xianxia's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Pai on the spot. After that, he carried Yao Pi's corpse away and escaped. There were two uses for bodies of Gu immortals. One was to place them down and form a blessed land. The other was to put them into one's own immortal aperture and obtain their Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not have to think it over. He chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. If corpses were put inside his dead aperture, not only would he not get any Dao marks, it would cause massive destruction to the land. His body would burst and explode. Such a situation had been experimented with by immortal zombies, but there had never been any cases of success. Fang Yuan used his wisdom path methods to contain the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After escaping from the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, before using fixed immortal travel to teleport himself towards the northeastern extremity of Eastern Sea. Finally, he dived into the sea. Without anyone's notice, he placed Yao Pi's immortal aperture down at the bottom of the sea. After the immortal aperture formed into a blessed land, it naturally created disturbances in Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Two whale desolate beasts were drawn over, but Fang Yuan chased them away. Fang Yuan first turned into another appearance, before entering Yao Pi's blessed land and meeting with the land spirit. A Yao Pai was a wood path. Gu immortal, he owned Pi blessed land. His land spirit was quite peculiar. It was in the form of a tree, planted at the center of the blessed land with no movement ability. The tree land spirit told Fang Yuan the ownership condition. 100,000 immortal essence stones, large amounts of immortal materials, including many rank 7 and rank 8 materials. It even wanted the fresh blood of Genesis Lotus. Immortal venerable. The condition was too immensely difficult. Fang Yuan, of course, could not satisfy it. He could only leave regrettably. Yao Pai is a lone cultivator. He had the weakest background among the pursuers and had no backers. That was why I killed him, to act as deterrence against the others. Indeed, I deterred Song Yishi's group and escaped easily. Yao Pi's immortal aperture formed into a separate blessed land, but the land spirit's ownership condition has nothing to do with me, the killer. Instead, it is requesting for lots of cultivation resources. It shows that Yao Pi's greatest obsession is towards wealth, but his desire is simply too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just left, the blessed land's doors closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely shut. He frowned slightly. If Yao Pi's obsession had to do with me, with my blood path methods, I could easily handle it. But its ownership condition is simply harder than ascending to heaven. Not mentioning the 100,000 immortal essence stones, simply the precious immortal materials were hard to gather. Unless Fang Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects, or stole that huge amount from Heavenly Court's treasury, simply based on his current state, it would take a lot of good luck for him to gather them all. 200 to 300 years would be the minimum amount of time he needed. But most importantly, it was the final condition that the tree land spirit had. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's fresh blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a woodpath rank 9 Gu Venerable. Yao Pi also cultivated woodpath. It was not strange that he desired Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But who was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if his fresh blood was preserved by Heavenly Lotus Sect, that was a true rank 9 immortal material. This was a precious material that could refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It was definitely heavily guarded. How could Fang Yuan obtain it? This Yao Pi must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is so intense. In this way, to obtain this blessed land, it seems normal methods will not work. I can only attack forcefully. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with cold light. If this land spirit refused to accept a master, he would destroy it and forcefully take over the blessed land. Not all blessed lands had land spirits. Some Gu immortals were killed extremely thoroughly and did not leave behind any obsession. After they died, their blessed land would be without a land spirit. Yao Geipi's blessed land had a land spirit, but the conditions were too absurd. Fang Yuan could only find an alternative and attack forcefully. It was like Shark Demon's group invading Yu Lu blessed land. If I can obtain this blessed land, I would have a base in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to settle this blessed land. I should go and regroup with Shark Demon first. Fang Yuan scattered some mortal Gu, setting up a Gu formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel, leaving this place and going to Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. Originally, fixed immortal travel's aura was in the sea, but after Fang Yuan's Gu formation activated, it dissipated. After the work was done, this set of mortal Gu disintegrated on its own. Unless a very powerful investigation method was used, no one would be able to find out that there was a blessed land in such an ordinary area. Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. The latter had already started moving. He was flying above the vast sea. The senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After a few minutes, they arrived at the sky above Yu Lu blessed land. Here, there was nobody. The two waited for a while. Soon, Shark Demon led a band of Gu immortals from Zombie Alliance and flew over. Brother Xianxia, you are quite famous nowadays. Once he saw Fang Yuan, Shark Demon made a joke. The other Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with curious glances. These few days, Fang Yuan had become very famous in the world of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. He had gained quite a reputation. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He replied, "Very unlucky. I was very unlucky. Please don't laugh at me. I wanted to find an island to rest in, but I found an undercurrent and wanted to explore it. To think I would encounter such a troublesome affair." This is not a troublesome affair. It is quite appropriate to call this a romantic affair. Bo Dan laughed loudly, sarcastically saying. Earlier, Fang Yuan had humiliated him, but after that, Bo Dan paid a huge price and gave Su Bai Man an expensive gift. Thus he joined the invasion of the blessed land again, and he had a fearless attitude. Fang Yuan gave him a glance, smiling. He did not bother responding to such a person. He glanced around and saw that other than Shark Demon, Su Bai Man, and Bo Dan, there was only one familiar immortal zombie, Shanan Jiang. There were 3 less people than before. But Shark Demon was very confident. It seemed that he had made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went deep into the sea, opening the entrance of Yu Lu blessed land, entering the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth again. This time, Xianxia, we will mainly be relying on your deductions. Bo Dan will support you, Shark Demon announced politely. Last time, Fang Yuan performed well. Shark Demon and the others thought that Xianxia had a deeper wisdom path attainment level. Lord Shark Demon, please rest assured, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Bo Dan snorted internally, even though he was displeased. He knew his own abilities. He crossed his arms and watched with a dark gaze. Facing freezing rain frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression became serious as he deduced. The battlefield killer move, freezing rain frozen earth, had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fang Yuan and the others had been fixed already. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the others attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move could also repair itself. It was unknown whether this was due to Yu Lu Blessed Land's land spirit or the arrangements of Fairy Yu Lu. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the others had attacked the Blessed Land for such a long time, but they had not found the land spirit of Yu Lu Blessed Land yet. Whether the land spirit existed, this was still a mystery. With his prior experience, Fang Yuan's progress was fast. He naturally did not destroy the crucial mortal goo, thus the battlefield did not become stronger compared to the last time. The ice needle storm rained down, as Shark Demon stepped forward and used his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo and could melt even the firmest ice. This goo was borrowed by Shark Demon specially to deal with freezing rain frozen earth. He paid a huge amount to a certain member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice immortal goo, they greatly resisted the freezing rain frozen earth's power. Even the desolate beast-level snow monsters were obstructed. Shark Demon and the others felt less pressure. They even expended far less immortal essence than last time. There was a counter to everything. The strong, freezing rain frozen earth was greatly weakened after encountering the Melt Ice immortal goo. The Goo Master world was like this. Everything was in balance. Strong and weak was relative. There were no invincible goo worms. There were only invincible Goo Masters. With Melt Ice immortal goo, Shark Demon could move freely as well. Fang Yuan also progressed stably. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had precious experience from last time. After returning, he had revised his methods and improved a lot. He designed many new methods. This time, Fang Yuan came prepared. He had to say, Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance was simply brilliant. Using it, Fang Yuan could forcefully find a solution. The start was the hardest. After Fang Yuan found the first flaw, his progress became faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worms. But during this process, Fang Yuan could feel his lack of experience. But he was an experienced schemer. He immediately ordered Bodan to help, even though Bodan's Wisdom Path methods were shallow and few. After Fang Yuan started the deduction, he could also see a portion of the details inside the battlefield killer move. He also had very familiar methods and precise techniques. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce, but he was secretly observing Bodan's techniques. He learned a lot of things, and his Wisdom Path attainment was rising. Eventually, with both of their efforts, freezing rain frozen earth was finally unraveled. By now, the freezing rain battlefield has unleashed a total of 33 attacks. Shark Demon's Melt Ice immortal goo was single-handedly holding them back. The huge immortal essence expenditure reduced his joy of passing the difficult round to a great extent. Chapter 898. Fighting Soul Battlefield Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Freezing rain frozen earth disappeared. The world changed. The original icy world turned into a dark environment. It was like evening. There were dark clouds looming, and the poor weather seemed to be indicating a thunderstorm. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A faint female voice resounded in the battlefield. Everyone who was inside the battlefield heard the voice. Shark Demon's expression changed. He said, "Oh no, this is the infamous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is troublesome." Even before he finished his sentence, a sandstorm started blowing as sand and dust were scattered in the sky. Soul beasts appeared one after another, from all directions, encircling the Goo Immortals. Su Baiman quickly reminded, Xianxia, Bodan, you have to act quickly. The number of soul beasts here are endless. The longer we take, the stronger they become. This Fighting Soul Battlefield was a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, after he used one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's inheritances as a reference. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations had some mercy in them. They would always leave behind a way to survive. But this battlefield killer move is very different. It contains Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature. It is the most deadly battlefield killer move among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creations. Fang Yuan and Bodan did not dare to take their time. They used their respective methods and tried to unravel the killer move. Fang Yuan soon discovered, this Fighting Soul Battlefield was very different from Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. The latter had no flaws at all when activated. It was very well balanced, giving others a feeling of not knowing where to start. But this fighting soul battlefield exposed several hiding spots of mortal goo to Fang Yuan from the start easily. As time passed, Fang Yuan found more and more hidden spots. They were growing into a huge number. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of them. The number of goo worms that formed this battlefield killer move was much higher than Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan soon found out. There were no traps like the ones that were in the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. No matter which hidden spot they destroyed, there was no backlash, and Fang Yuan did not need to restart his deductions. Thus, very soon, Fang Yuan and Bo Dan started to dismantle these hidden spots rapidly. However, this fighting soul battlefield's offensive power was several times greater than freezing rain frozen earth. Freezing rain frozen earth attacked in waves. There was a moment of peace in between each wave of attacks. The goo immortals could rest for a while each time. But this fighting soul battlefield did not stop for a moment after activation. The number of soul beasts continued to increase. Soon, desolate beast-level soul beasts were formed. A while later, there were more than 10 desolate soul beasts. Even ancient desolate soul beasts started appearing. They did not even last for 7 minutes before Shark Demon and the others had to use the incomplete profound ice house to escape from the place. There are simply too many goo worms used to create the battlefield killer move. I am ashamed. My methods are too simple. I could only dismantle them one by one. Once they got out of the sea, Bo Dan spoke to Shark Demon without concealing any information. He spoke the truth. Fang Yuan frowned too. My methods could only dismantle at most 5 to 6 hidden spots each time. I suspect that this fighting soul battlefield's difficulty lies here. The faster we can dismantle it, or the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts, the more likely it is that we can unravel this killer move. To unravel it in itself is not the problematic part. In that case, Xianxia, according to your deduction, how long do both of you need to dismantle this killer move at your current speed? Shark Demon asked. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not manage to see the entire battlefield killer move. There are too many hidden spots. They are numerous like the stars in the sky, and even if I manage to find the tens of thousands of hidden spots to get rid of them, I will need at least 30 minutes. Jiang was lost for words. 30 minutes? We lasted for 7 minutes and there were already ancient desolate soul beasts appearing. 30 minutes. Surely, immemorial desolate soul beasts will appear, and there might be more than one. Everyone became quiet. Su Bai Man spoke heavily. In that case, we can only ask more people to help out next time. These goo immortals will need to have enough wisdom path attainment to dismantle the hidden spots. Saying so, Su Bai Man and Shark Demon looked at each other. They could see the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many goo immortals with wisdom path attainment. Asking them to help would incur a huge cost. Shark Demon thought for a while. He spoke. Then we will retreat for now. The next time we are attacking is in 30 days. We will decide on the time at a later date. I will inform you all. Xianxia, this is my command token. You can use it to stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and avoid the trouble you are facing for now. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you for your goodwill, Lord Shark Demon, but I am not willing to waste any time. Merely Song Yishi cannot do anything to me. Even though Song Clan is a huge force, they cannot control the entirety of Eastern Sea. If I hide and shrink away because of this, I, Xianxia, would have cultivated for nothing. Everyone, until next time we meet. Seeing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng fly far away, Bo Dan stepped forward and stood beside Shark Demon. He slandered. This Xianxia really does not know what is good for him. He actually refused to accept Lord's goodwill. Shark Demon glanced at him. He snorted, saying unhappily, If you were any more capable, why would I need to treat him like this? Bo Dan had a bitter expression. Oh Lord, it was not that I did not put in effort, but my inheritance is too incomplete. There is a limit to what I can do. Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Bodan quickly shut up and lowered his head, leaving. Subai Man got close to Shark Demon. She smiled. If husband is afraid that Xianxia would get into trouble and delay the next invasion, you do not need to worry. Northern Plains. Gu immortals often have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xianxia also has immortal Gu with him. His battle strength was high enough to kill Yao Geipi on the spot. Nothing would happen to him. Even though he offended Song Yishi, the precious gem of Song Qi Yuan, it is precisely because Song Clan is a righteous path superforce, a large organization with many matters to take care of, that they would not create a huge commotion over such a small matter. But Song Clan's reputation was affected. They would definitely want an answer. In a while, Xianxia would feel increasing pressure by then. Wouldn't he come to ask us for help? That is indeed the case. Your analysis is very accurate. Shark Demon's expression became calmer. He gently held Subai Man's hand. Northern Plains, Luopo Valley. The battle surrounding Luopo Valley had already been ongoing for over half a month. Qinbai Sheng's side had the territorial advantage. Feng Juge's side was unable to take them down. But Feng Juge and the others were very determined. They besieged the area without retreating. Qinbai Sheng's side could only hide inside Luopo Valley for the time being. Jiang Yu, how are your injuries? Qinbai Sheng went to visit Fairy Jiang Yu. In half a day, I will fully recover. Fairy Jiang Yu sat on the bed, shutting her eyes as she healed herself. She replied while multitasking. Joy flashed across Qinbai Sheng's face. That is good. After you recover, we will protect you as you charge out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our hidden arrangement. What? We are going to use our arrangement in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Will it not have a huge impact on the entire crucial plan? Fairy Jiang Yu was shocked. She asked this. Qinbai Sheng said heavily, It won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Yan Shi in Shadow Sect's southern border headquarters. Sigh. Feng Zhaoge is really quite the character. His self-created heaven and earth song could match my 5-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is nothing important, but the immortal Gu that is still being nurtured inside Luopo Valley is important to our crucial plan. It cannot be lost. But now that Luopo Valley is being encircled by these people from Central Continent, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend ourselves. We will eventually fall if this keeps up. We need to regain the initiative. These last days, he had fought with Feng Juge for over dozens of rounds, after exchanging blows countless times. Even if they put in all their efforts, they had been unable to determine a winner. Qinbai Sheng was concerned about the big picture. He wanted to find a way to get out of this predicament. But at this time, Feng Juge's voice came from outside. Qinbai Sheng heard it and sneered internally. After remaining silent for 3 days, he's finally returned to taunt us again. Qinbai Sheng flew into the air, facing Feng Juge. Brother Feng, we have undergone innumerable rounds of battles. We know each other's abilities quite well now. You are an astute person. Can't you see that in this current situation, as long as I defend this Luopo Valley, you cannot break in by force? Feng Juge smiled brightly. An intense light of confidence shined in his eyes. Brother Qin, this time is different. After our countless rounds of battles, I had gained much inspiration. These last 3 days, I have been in closed cultivation. I used the inspiration to complete an incomplete move that I had created in the past. Oh? Qinbai Sheng's expression turned serious. Feng Juge raised his head slightly. He said loudly, This time, I would like to ask Brother Qin to critique my submission song. Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song. When Feng Juge sang Green Jade Song, his voice was crisp and sharp, like beads of flawless jade. When he sang Heaven and Earth Song, his voice was grand and magnificent. It made others feel their own insignificance. But now, Feng Juge sang Submission Song. His mouth was closed. The entire place was silent. Qin Baisheng's expression was both serious and grim, because he heard Feng Juge's singing voice. His singing voice was directly resounding in Qin Baisheng's mind. It turns out that this submission song was not heard with one's ears, but in one's mind. Qin Baisheng's heart sank. This sound path killer move encompasses wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path, and soul path. These 4 paths. It affects a person's mind. From the moment he closed his mouth, there is already a trace of 5-finger fist heart sword in it. This Feng Juge actually obtained this inspiration from me. But it is only at this level. It is not enough to affect my fighting spirit. Eh? Oh no. Qin Baisheng's reaction was fast, but submission song's effect was even faster. In Luopo Valley, there were many ancient soul beasts that were guarding the place. Under the influence of Feng Juge's song, they submitted to him. They betrayed Qin Baisheng on the spot, becoming the lackeys of the Central Continent Gu immortals. Submission song could temporarily cause desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it, He Langzi cursed. They had few people. They needed the ancient soul beasts to bolster their defenses. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts changed sides. They started attacking Luopo Valley instead. Shadow Sect's side was falling into great danger. But Qin Baisheng was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and displayed a battlefield killer move. Feng Juge and the others, including the ancient soul beasts, were dragged into this battlefield. There was thick fog in this battlefield. Countless souls were flying around. Dark blue soul beasts gathered and took form. Most of them were ordinary soul beasts, but soon, desolate soul beasts appeared, and seemingly before long, ancient soul beasts would appear as well. The soul beasts that were created in this battlefield fought against the ancient soul beasts that were under Feng Juge's control. Good countermeasure. Feng Juge stopped singing, he praised. Using this battlefield killer move to increase your control of the soul beast and eliminate the advantage of submission song. But your soul taker battlefield is too outdated. Even though it was created by spectral soul demon Venerable, he made it when he was young. Paradise Earth. Immortal Venerable had once used this killer move to create the even more superior fighting soul battlefield. This soul taker battlefield can only convert the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But fighting soul battlefield can actually produce endless soul beasts. Feng Juge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried. He spoke casually as he critiqued the killer move. Qin Baisheng, however, spoke with a smile. Future generations enjoy the benefits from the hard work of predecessors. Paradise Earth. Immortal Venerable could create the superior fighting soul battlefield, because he used the foundation created by spectral soul demon Venerable. It is only to be expected. But he was too kind of a person. He weakened spectral soul demon Venerable's killing intent, even though it seemed superior. It lost all hope of going a step further. Saying this, the battlefield changed again. Feng Juge's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker battlefield. It is a battlefield killer move that spectral soul demon Venerable created in his later years. 100 million slaughter field. Chapter 899. Twin Polar Sea Strait. Songjia Dan. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios Eastern Sea. Song Clan's headquarters, Heavy Water Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yishi charged into the study room, stomping her feet and throwing a tantrum to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qi Yuan. Song Qi Yuan and some rank 7 Gu Immortal elders were discussing matters of the clan. But Song Yishi barged in directly like this. Song Qi Yuan turned around slowly. He showed no anger on his face as he smiled kindly. My sweet granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yishu did not find it strange that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, if Song Qi Yuan did not know about it, that would be the strange thing. Before this young female Gu immortal came, she had already thought of an answer. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, strike directly and capture him alive. I will deal with him after that. At the same time, she thought inwardly, I will dig out this old lecher's eyes out first. Then I will pull out his tendons and his skin. I will carve out his bones and make his flesh rot. He will be in so much pain. I will make him regret everything that he has done. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hesitation. He agreed. That is a good method. But, he dragged his words out. Fang Yuan changed the course of the conversation as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has something important to do now. I cannot leave. Why don't I get your uncle, Xianxia, to help you? Song Yishi's eyes shined. She forget her own situation. She thought of something as she asked excitedly, Grandpa, is it regarding ascending heaven plane? Fang Yuan did not hide it from her, he admitted. That's right. Ascending heaven plane's exact location has already become an open secret among most Eastern Sea Gu immortals. In ascending heaven plane there is old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. This time, Grandpa will lead the clan's Gu immortals to compete against Kai clan and Ruo Lai clan to try to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan, a refinement path supreme grandmaster from the remote antiquity era. He was on par with old immortal Kong Ju and long-hair ancestor over the course of history. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had a strange personality. He attempted to refine the immemorial 9 heavens and ended up dying after failing. Even though Song Yishi was spoiled since she was young, she understood the bigger picture. She quickly replied, Go and deal with that, Grandpa. Make sure you utterly defeat them both. You do not need to worry about my matter. But just Uncle Song Xiaqi isn't enough. I want Uncle Song Jiadan to help me once, to deduce the location of that old lecher. Ha ha, my dear granddaughter. All right, take this token and go to Twin Polar Sea Strait and find your Uncle Song Jiadan. Saying so, Song Yuan tossed a token to her. Song Yishu quickly caught it and showed a joyful expression. She turned around and left, not even saying a word of goodbye. Twin Polar Sea Strait was covered in a thick layer of fog all year round. In the air, Song Yishi stopped. Seeing the fog in front of her, she felt a little troubled. She turned to the middle-aged Gu immortal beside her. Uncle Xiaqi, how do we get in? Song Xiaqi's body was filled with a vigorous aura. He smiled lightly and said, Didn't your grandfather give you a token? Little Yishi, you just need to take out the token, and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it. Song Yishi held the token high up in the air. A moment later, the fog in front of her started to disperse. A small tunnel appeared. It directly connected to the inside of Twin Polar Sea Strait. Song Yishi and Song Xiaqi entered the tunnel and stepped into Twin Polar Sea Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu immortal that Song clan had specially nurtured. He stayed on the cliff of Twin Polar Sea Strait normally. His upper body was already old and weak. His lower body had been petrified. His legs seemed to have fused with Twin Polar Sea Strait. Uncle Jiadan, Song Yishu called out. Since birth, she had only met the Gu immortal Song Jiadan a handful of times, but that did not affect her admiration towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan had sacrificed his own freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu immortal, he had sat here, using his special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with the world. Because of this, Song Jiadan's deductions and schemes were very brilliant. Every time Song clan had important matters, they would ask him to help and deduce their upcoming fortunes. Right now, in the world of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most capable wisdom path Gu immortals. The saying goes, Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Hua An hides in Nangong. There is also Dragonhead Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes. He looked at Song Yishi and Song Xiaqi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was hard like a statue. His muscles were stiff and could show no expression. Even if he opened his mouth, he could only speak very slowly and with much difficulty. Little She, cousin Xianxia, it has been a long time. Uncle Jiadan, I am here to ask you to deduce the location of an enemy. This is his appearance, and the aura that I collected. Song Yishi passed 2 goo worms to him. Let me look at the command token first. Song Jiadan spoke slowly. Even though he was familiar with Song Yishi and Song Xiachi, he was to be impartial. To make a deduction, he needed to see Song Qiyuan's command token first. After checking that the token was authentic, Song Jiadan opened his mouth. A suction force made both of the goo worms from Song Yishi go into his mouth. He shut his eyes and started deducing. A long while later, he opened his eyes. Perplexion shined in his eyes. I could not deduce anything. What? At once, not only Song Xiachi, who was in anticipation, but even Song Yishi, who was very confident, showed immense shock. Uncle, you are one of the 3 best wisdom path goo immortals in Eastern Sea. How can you fail the deduction? Song Yishi asked. Little Shi, don't be anxious. Song Xiaqi's expression turned heavy. Elder cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator that came from northern plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you could not deduce anything. Song Jiadan was still expressionless. He spoke slowly. Is it strange that I could not deduce anything? I am merely rank 7, even though I have some fame. That is all flattery by nosy people. In the end, I am but a tiny worm in this vast world. All I can do is to predict some premonitions of impending storms. Compared to the world, I am insignificant like an ant. Compared to the grand heroes in this world, I merely control a tiny domain. Song Xiachi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan said, I am not humble, but as I continue to fuse with this world unceasingly, every time I advance in wisdom path, I can see the glorious view ahead more clearly. The more I learn about the secrets of this world, the more I am aware of my own insignificance. Thus, I am not being humble. I am just being truthful. I am aware of my own status. Song Yishi was discontent. Even if Uncle Jiadan cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person. You can surely give a good suggestion. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. He said, There are 2 possible reasons why I could not deduce it. The first is that the other party is not in Eastern Sea. The second, they have wisdom path techniques that can conceal them from my deductions. Or maybe they could find other wisdom path goo immortals to help them evade my deductions. Song Yishi and Song Xiachi looked at each other. These 2 reasons were very far-fetched. The first reason, if this old lecher Xianxia was not in Eastern Sea, where could he be? Right now, the earth tide was over. How could he return to northern plains? The second reason, how could Xianxia resist Song Jiadan's wisdom path attainment? If he had help, this person would need to be at least at Song Jiadan's level. Was it Nangong clan's goo immortal Hua An or Dragonhead Tortoise immortal in Adversity Sea who helped him? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you just happened to fail. Song Yishu requested as she pouted. Song Jiadan directly rejected this. No, the clan has an important mission. We have to obtain old eccentric Tiannan's inheritance. I need to preserve my strength and prepare my methods to deduce for this in a few days' time. Uncle Jiadan, you did not originally put in all your effort. Song Yishu heard this and said unhappily, All right, you can leave now. Song Jiadan shut his eyes slowly. Song Yishi was ignored. She gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, helplessly turning around and leaving. To fight for ascending heaven plane's control, to fight for old eccentric Tiannan's inheritance, it was a project that the clan had been planning for 100 years. Pursuing Xianxia was just her own personal business. Even though Song Yishi was pampered and spoiled, she could see the big picture and cared for the clan's progress. She was not an ignorant fool. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, an underground cave. Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. He shut his eyes as the star thoughts in his mind shined. He quietly deduced some important things. Last time he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves, Starfire Escape and Projected Star Thought. Thus, Fang Yuan currently controlled 6 Star Path immortal killer moves in total. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Star Fire Escape, and Projected Star Thought. Among them, Star Fire Escape was a movement killer move. It was used extensively in escaping the chase from Song Yi Shi. As for Projected Star Thought, it was the investigative immortal killer move that Fang Yuan used to expose the immortal zombie Sha Nanjiang's traces. These 2 killer moves were originally incomplete. They were concepts that predecessors of Star Lord Wan Xiang had left behind in the Star Path inheritance. They had encountered difficulties during the deductions and could not progress to complete the killer moves. Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment was only ordinary. Normally, under such a situation, these incomplete moves would only be useful as reference to him. But since he had the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu, he could use the light of wisdom and gain unlimited inspiration. He got over the difficulty of a low Star Path attainment level. He forcefully completed the killer moves. It is a pity, in the short time I had, completing Starfire Escape and Projected Star Thought was my limit. After all, I have only 3 Star Path Immortal Gu now. Of course, most importantly, my Star Path attainment level is too low. Eh? At this time, a moving perspective cup Gu appeared in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The information in the Gu came from Xianxia Land Spirit. Xianxia Land Spirit has finally completed the relocation of Xianxia Blessed Land. He can lend that set of immortal Gu to me now. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he purposely returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea. It was to wait for Xianxia Land Spirit's news and to relocate Starform Blessed Land. In Fang Yuan's plans, Starform Blessed Land was very important. Once the truth that he was the culprit of the incident in Northern Plains becomes exposed, he would have to escape for his life. By then, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would face disaster. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Starform Blessed Land would be his sole secret base. However, Hai Lu Lan knew about Starform Blessed Land's location. If Hai Lu Lan knew, Fairy Li Shan also knew. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Now that he was Starform Blessed Land's owner, he naturally had to relocate Starform Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Chapter 900. Borrowing Gu from Xianxia Land. Spirit. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately used fixed immortal travel to go to Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land had already undergone a huge change. In the vast sea, 3 continents were facing each other. In the air, there was a 4th continent made from cloud soil. Because there was an intense battle that destroyed much of the Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had helped and restored most of it to its original state. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not participate in the battle, he helped repair the Blessed Land after the battle. He earned quite a sum as well. Of course, because some immortal Gu that made up Refinement Cauldron were gone, the space in the Blessed Land shrank. Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not have the power to restore the missing space and everything that was in them. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Xianxia Land Spirit, split up across the cloud soil continent. In addition, there were many hairy man Gu masters surrounding the 12 cloud buildings, reconstructing even more buildings. I intend to create 12 cloud cities centered upon the 12 cloud buildings. This cloud soil continent in the sky will become the new living area for elite, hairy men. After Xianxia Land Spirit saw Fang Yuan, he explained this. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. Because Xianxia Blessed Land lost a number of immortal Gu, the space inside shrunk by a lot, and because there were many hairy men living in the Blessed Land, they were reaching the limit of the 3 continents. Thus, in this situation, a new area to allow the hairy men to live and propagate was needed. But Langya land spirit's next words shocked Fang Yuan. Other than this, I have also established Langya sect. This sect system will use Central Continent as a reference. I will be the sect's first supreme elder, and the hairy man Gu Immortals will be the other supreme elders. My previous self was too foolish. He used these precious Gu Immortals for Gu refinement. To fulfill the dominance of hairy men, bloodshed is necessary. Next, I will start training these hairy man Gu Immortals, nurturing their battle talents. Once they have sufficient strength to protect themselves, I will send them out of the blessed land and let them complete all kinds of sect missions. Also, under my influence, the 3 continents in the sea will erupt in war. From among them, 3 kings will be chosen, and they will create 3 kingdoms on their respective continents. The kingdoms will fight against each other, and each year, my Langya sect will pick the most elite hairy men from these 3 kingdoms and send the elite hairy men to the continent in the clouds. They will become the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, I will choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man Gu master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Langya land spirit was completely different from the previous one. Maybe he was affected by the attack of Qinbai Sheng, but Langya land spirit had decided to undertake a complete reform of Langya blessed land. He used hard-handed methods and had the disposition of a conquering grand emperor. Different emperors employ different styles of rulership because of Langya land spirit's change. The hairy men that were living in the lower tiers were undergoing turmoil and difficulties from war. Their peaceful and serene lifestyles were not to return. Langya land spirit used such a cruel method to choose the most outstanding hairy men, but this method is simply too wasteful. Fang Yuan felt some pity. There were bound to be large numbers of sacrifices during war. He felt quite a loss inwardly. He might as well use these hairy men for Gu refinement. But Fang Yuan would not say these words openly. He could only mutter in his mind. From Langya land spirit's perspective, hairy men were the most outstanding creatures of all. Humans and all other variant humans were underneath them. Fang Yuan raised hairy men and used them as slaves for Gu refinement. If Langya land spirit knew this, he would not accept it. He might even fall out with Fang Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked knowledge and experience of raising hairy men, in the previous discussions regarding the compensation of defending Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan did not attempt to request this even though he knew that Langya land spirit had extremely precious knowledge of how to nurture hairy men. But at this rate, Langya blessed land would undergo a huge reform. The hairy men would start working hard, and their battle strengths will rise drastically. Maybe this happened in my previous life. After such a transformation in Langya blessed land, it managed to endure 7 waves of attacks. But this Langya blessed land has hidden undercurrents deep beneath the surface, even though 2 hairy man Gu immortal traitors were exposed. We can't be sure that there will not be a 3rd or 4th traitor among the rest. The methods of Qinbai Sheng that can develop traitors to this extent in here are really unimaginable. Fang Yuan thought about this as he told Langya land spirit his intentions. Langya land spirit was slightly shocked. He asked again, "Oh, you want to borrow my set of immortal Gu now and relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you this set of immortal Gu will not be cheap. Even on the basis that you fought against strong enemies for us, I told you that you will still need to pay 2,000 immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal essence stones, handing them to the land spirit. "Look, I've prepared them already." Langya land spirit was greatly shocked. He received the immortal essence stones as he inspected Fang Yuan, his gaze slightly changing. He knew Fang Yuan's foundation and was very surprised. This lad only ascended recently. He already has so many immortal essence stones. Back then, when he made transactions with my previous self, he had to earn immortal essence stones by deducing immortal Gu recipes. It showed how poor he was. It seems that these immortal essence stones were mostly borrowed. That is bad if he owes people a huge sum, or even worse, favors. Xianxia land spirit shook his head. He did not approve of Fang Yuan's actions. But he understood why. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was simply too absurd. Once it was exposed, he would be in a doomed situation. He would be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate the blessed land. But this point was also the main reason why Xianxia land spirit wanted to gradually take in Fang Yuan and turn him into a lackey. It was because Fang Yuan was under such a situation. He was faced with enemies everywhere. When he is left without a choice, he would have to join the hairy men and become a traitor of the humans. But what Xianxia land spirit did not know was he was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal essence stones were actually Fang Yuan's own savings. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. He earned 180 immortal essence stones from his first transaction of Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed formidable Gu refinement talent. He, Feng Yang, personally invited him to go to Immortal Crane Sect and take a look. This was a change in attitude of Immortal Crane Sect towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan owned Hu Immortal Blessed Land now. He had room to maneuver between Immortal Crane Sect and Spirit Affinity House. As his situation became much easier, and as he considered the dangers of being chased down, Fang Yuan decided to increase the production of Guts Gu. Once he made this decision, the profits that he earned from Guts Gu each month reached a total of 300 immortal essence stones. And don't forget, after Fang Yuan took over Star Form Blessed Land, he even obtained Star Lord Wan Xiang's 4 sources of revenue. He even went ahead and established the trade of regretful spiders with Western Desert's Xiao clan. With a total of 6 sources of revenue, he earned over 1,000 immortal essence stones each month. There were still the dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not entered the market yet. If he included these two, Fang Yuan's initial estimation was that his monthly profit would reach a total of 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal essence stones in his current possession. Thinking of back then, when he had just become an immortal, he had to calculate every single stone, looking at prices carefully. He even had to think of how to efficiently use half an immortal essence stone. But now he had over 1,000 immortal essence stones of profit a month. He had truly progressed greatly and taken a huge step forward. He took a really huge step, but Xianxia land spirit did not know about it. Even though he was already thinking highly of Fang Yuan, he was still very wrong. Even though Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie with the lowest cultivation level, his immortal essence stone profits approached the level of rank 7 Gu immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal essence stones, Fang Yuan and Xianxia land spirit used an information path immortal killer move to form an agreement. Eventually, Fang Yuan gave the land spirit 2 immortal Gu as collateral before he successfully borrowed a set of immortal Gu used to relocate blessed lands. There were 16 of them. Fang Yuan moved without resting. He used fixed immortal travel and returned to Starform Blessed Land. Starform Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already seen them before. He did not hesitate. He chose the strongest one. He first moved around the spine-fin star dragonfish, using methods to inspect the dragonfish's size, bone structure, flesh, blood, and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in a good state, Fang Yuan sat in the air as he shut his eyes while facing the desolate beast. The spine-fin star dragonfish had been tamed since long ago. It obediently floated in the air without moving. Its fish-like eyes that were large as horse carriages shined with some starlight, showing Fang Yuan's reflection from within. Fang Yuan's was calm, but he gradually started getting excited in his mind. Countless star thoughts moved like fireflies, filling the endless sky, dancing around in the small area of his mind. These star thoughts split into 2 portions. One portion occupied the right part of his mind, forming a three-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other portion was at the left side, forming the image of star-form blessed land. After completing this step, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his immortal essence, injecting them into the wisdom path immortal goo that he had borrowed, and according to the method that the land spirit gave him, he started deducing. 2 lumps of star thoughts flew rapidly. They collided intensely and created a star cloud storm in his mind. In the storm, countless star thoughts flashed continuously. Some joined together while others disintegrated. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In star-form blessed land, after a total of 7 days and 6 nights, Fang Yuan, who was extremely exhausted, opened his eyes slowly. 160,000 star thoughts had been used up in his mind. He even spent 66 beads of immortal essence to activate the wisdom path immortal goo. After paying such a huge price, Fang Yuan obtained 2 sets of goo formation charts. Among these 2 goo formation charts, one was big and one was small. The bigger goo formation chart reflected star-form blessed land. It had 8 formation cores. The smaller goo formation chart reflected the spine-fin star dragonfish. There were 4 formation cores. Each of the formation cores needed a specific immortal goo. In total, both goo formation charts needed 12 immortal goo. Chapter 901, Transplanting Immortal Aperture, Relocating Blessed Land Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. In accordance with locations indicated on the goo formation chart, he found the 8 formation cores in star form, blessed land through star form land spirit's guidance. He placed the corresponding immortal goo there, one by one. Star form blessed land had few spacepath Dao marks. The land spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were very varied in distance. They were either close by or far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time due to this. By the time he finished, he had already spent half a day. After this step, Fang Yuan, who was vigilant and cautious, inspected these 8 formation cores carefully again. After confirming that there were no issues, Fang Yuan returned to his original spot and placed the chosen spine-fin star dragonfish into his own immortal aperture. Under his orders, star-form land spirit opened the blessed land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out into Earth Abyss. The blessed land doors were shining with light, but it could only radiate over a small range of land. The inside of Earth Abyss was very dark and silent. This was a deep part of Earth Abyss. Even ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this deeply yet. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless hidden desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. There was no time to waste. Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish had the size of an ordinary whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in blue fish scales. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo on the body of the spine-fin star dragonfish in accordance with the smaller goo formation chart. One was in its mouth, one was in a particular bone on its back, one was in the left eye, and the last one was in its stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-form blessed land. Fang Yuan only took a short while before his arrangements were completed. He inspected it carefully again, before Fang Yuan confirmed it. The 12 immortal goo had been put in place properly. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around the area. There were even 1 or 2 immortal goo that he tossed out, creating a powerful goo formation. Next, he was finally at the most crucial moment of relocating the blessed land. Fang Yuan followed the method closely. He activated the remaining 4 immortal goo. Starform blessed land's doors slowly closed, vanishing into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body started to glow in a bright yellow light. Even though the yellow light was bright, it was not painful to look at. It was a very warm color. After 17 breaths of time, the light started to fade. They gathered into Fang Yuan's 2 eyes. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. he willed. At the next moment, a faint yellow light beam shot out of his right eye, hitting the whale-sized spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish's body shook. The small goo formation that was on its body activated. It shined with a red light. Under this red light, the spine-fin star dragonfish seemed to be wearing red armor. The entire spine-fin star dragonfish was tough like a rock and did not move, as if it was a statue. Fang Yuan breathed roughly for some time. Next, a yellow light beam shot out of his left eye, directly piercing Star-form Blessed Land's hidden location. Under the influence of the light pillar, Star-form Blessed Land was drawn out, turning into a blue light lump. The blue light lump was only the size of a large bean, a sharp contrast to the enormous, whale-like spine-fin star dragonfish. The moment that Star-form Blessed Land was absorbed by this, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be consumed at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye turned with difficulty, moving the yellow light pillar with it. The yellow light pillar began to slowly move while pulling the blue light lump. And that spine-fin star dragonfish that was now like a stone statue also moved along with Fang Yuan's right eye, slowly approaching the Blessed Land. Rumble. The ground tremored and earth shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless ferocious beasts in the darkness roared in panic and fury. A Blessed Land's relocation naturally caused intense turbulence in heaven and earth key. A powerful earthquake was already forming in the depths of the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these trifling details and poured all his concentration into the spine-fin star dragonfish and star-form Blessed Land. An enormous boulder crashed down on his head, but was blocked by his prearranged methods. Fang Yuan was confident he could hold on for some time, even if desolate beasts attacked. He had created an environment that would not allow any disturbance to him for a while. As if he was moving two large mountains, the two pupils in Fang Yuan's eyes moved slowly. At this moment, both his body and soul were exerting all their strength. Not much time had passed from when the two lights touched each other. However, to Fang Yuan, it was like a year had gone by. The moment when Star-form Blessed Land and the spine-fin star dragonfish touched, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if he had unloaded an extremely heavy burden. Fang Yuan's carefully arranged immortal goo formations played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form Blessed Land was like a wanderer returning home, or a swallow returning to its nest, settling down in the spine-fin star dragonfish's body, turning into an immortal aperture inside it. This was the method Lang Ya land spirit used to relocate Blessed Lands. There must be a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast in which the Blessed Land would be transplanted as an aperture within it. Afterwards, the desolate beast or ancient desolate beast could bring the immortal aperture wherever they were moved. However, time was very limited in this transferal process. The desolate beast or ancient desolate beast that held the immortal aperture could not take in any other immortal aperture, and also could not use any immortal goo. Otherwise, it would influence the workings of the immortal goo formation on their body. The specific circumstances were: Fang Yuan could not store this spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture to quickly move it. At the same time, he also could not use any other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star dragonfish's own physical strength to float and move to another place. After all, although an immortal aperture was residing inside the spine-fin star dragonfish, it was only barely done with the help of the larger and smaller immortal goo formations. Even a slight outside influence could cause the goo formation to collapse, and not only would the relocation of the Blessed Land fail instantly, the immortal goo used could also be destroyed. But even such a large disadvantage could not conceal the enormous value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor, but was equally famous as Long-Hair Ancestor in history. His name was Old Immortal Kong Ju. In the long history of Goo Immortals, he was one of the 3 Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. His research and understanding of apertures and immortal apertures surpassed his time. It was his efforts that allowed those of the 10 extreme physiques to advance and become Gu immortals, forming super-grade blessed lands. Old Immortal Kong Jue named the Immortal Killer move of relocating blessed lands as the Immortal Aperture Transplantation method. Up to this point, this was the Immortal Killer move with the highest number of core Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had seen. Nevertheless, this Immortal Killer move with up to 16 core Immortal Gu was only an incomplete Immortal Killer move. Old Immortal Kong Ju's initial thoughts had been to perfectly transplant a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast's body, unlike the current situation, where they could only rely on the 2 Gu formations and consume a lot of immortal essence to join the 2 together with difficulty, and just for a while on top of that, after Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this inheritance of Old Immortal Kong Ju, he also made many attempts to complete it with Old Immortal Kong Ju's research results, but they all ended up in failure. Under the inspection of the Inkman Wisdom Path Gu, Immortal Yi Yan, Long-Hair Ancestor discovered this incomplete Immortal Killer move already had shocking value. Gu Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of dead Gu Immortals. Time passed by, bringing great changes to the world. Now, countless years later, Fang Yuan was benefiting from this. "Move, go there." Fang Yuan commanded the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half the original speed, and the pressure on the body was huge, as if it was moving with a mountain on its back. This made the distance the blessed land could be relocated every time limited. Langya Land Spirit had moved Langya Blessed Land, but it should not be far away from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons Fang Yuan did not move Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, Earth Abyss is an extremely good hidden area. It will be a long while in the future before this layer gets exposed and developed. I can use Starform Blessed Land as a reliable camp to replenish and recuperate. Moreover, I know the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, but others don't know. When He Lulan does not see Starform Blessed Land, she might think the Blessed Land was destroyed. After all, the concept of relocating blessed lands has already surpassed the common knowledge of Gu Immortals. Like this, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star dragonfish to move in Earth Abyss. The path he moved on was naturally according to a elaborately drawn map, which had already gone through large numbers of tests and probing. He continued to move deep into Earth Abyss, while avoiding many desolate beasts. In the gaps between the territories of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly moved with the spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan's destination was 3 layers down from the original location of Starform Blessed Land. However, after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was used up as he ran into a desolate beast one-eyed giant ape. The one-eyed ape was extremely vigorous and would often wander around in Earth Abyss. When it discovered the spine-fin star dragonfish, it excitedly started a chase. Fang Yuan began a fierce fight with this one-eyed giant ape, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star dragonfish. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered from having no battlefield killer move, and was unable to effectively restrict the one-eyed giant ape's movement. Eventually, partway to their location, the one-eyed giant ape heavily injured the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was extremely weak while carrying the immortal aperture. It was already using all its strength to move, and thus did not have any spare energy to strike back. Fang Yuan finally drove away this damned one-eyed giant ape, but the spine-fin star dragonfish had already been injured heavily and could no longer move. Fortunately, the immortal Gu are unharmed. If anything happened to them, wouldn't I have to compensate Langya until I'm bankrupt? After Fang Yuan inspected the condition, his heavy mood eased up. This was good fortune within misfortune. Since the situation had already turned this way, Fang Yuan could only choose the second best option, and place star form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture was removed, the spine-fin star dragonfish completely crumbled, turning into a pool of meat and blood. Even its beast soul had dispersed. This was the necessary sacrifice of the immortal aperture transplantation method, and Fang Yuan had already known this. Even if the spine-fin star dragonfish was not injured, when it reached the destination, it would still die from exhaustion. Star form blessed land was successfully relocated, hidden in a completely new area. Everything was worth it. Chapter number 902. Heavily developing Starform Blessed Land Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fang Yuan entered Starform Blessed Land. Starform Blessed Land's heaven and earth chi were greatly affected by the relocation. Intense earthquakes occurred in Starform Blessed Land. Only until Starform Blessed Land was placed down and started to absorb the endless amount of earth chi did it stabilize as the earthquakes ceased. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked over it. The vast landscape was filled with cracks and crevices. Dark smoke rose up from burning flames. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. He sighed deeply. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Because to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interrupt the activation of the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had methods involving immortal goo, he could not use defensive or protection methods on Starform Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit had once told Fang Yuan about this. Langya Blessed Land's losses were far greater than Fang Yuan's Starform Blessed Land. Thus, ordinarily, the Blessed Land would not be relocated. "Where is the Land Spirit?" Fang Yuan called out. "Starform Land." Spirit's eyes were red. He did not understand why his master wanted to move. Under Starform Land Spirit's guidance, Fang Yuan started inspecting Starform Blessed Land. He first had to inspect Starform Blessed Land's 4 sources of revenue: the Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and the Star Fragment Grass Fields. Broken Star Lake's water was flowing along a huge crack. There were piles of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left inside. It had not dried up completely yet. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out the immortal goo and poured his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before, immortal goo gave off a white light, sweeping over the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground below Broken Star Lake mended. The lake water filled up and returned to its original state. But the loss of seaweed was still going to affect the production of Star River goo for a period of time in the future. There was nothing inside the water, only seaweed and aquatic plants were floating around. The original palace below the lake was completely destroyed. Landscape as before could not restore things like man-made buildings. But the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups that were inside this lake did not die from the earthquakes. Fang Yuan had moved them into Hu Immortal Blessed Land long ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land. Living beings could not live inside for long. Afterwards, Fang Yuan went to Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Fields to inspect them. Out of his expectations, Arrow Bamboo Forest was unharmed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were 2 long cracks. They narrowly grazed the edge of the forest. It was truly a close call. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was the biggest plantation in Starform Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and kept them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To think that Arrow Bamboo Forest dodged this crisis, it was truly a stroke of good luck. But the Meteorite Pit and the Star Fragment Grass Fields were not so lucky. The Meteorite Pit suffered huge damage. It was nearly unrecognizable. As for the Star Fragment Grass Fields, because of the fire, some had been burned into ashes. At first glance, it was a barren land. Under the effect of landscape as before, the Meteorite Pit was restored to normal, and even the terrain of the Star Fragment Grass Field had been restored. Landscape as before, immortal goo is truly useful. With it, my losses shrunk by at least 80%. And since I already moved out most of my resources beforehand, Starform Blessed Land only suffered a minor loss in the end, even though there was huge destruction that occurred. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He used landscape as before to restore the landscape of Starform Blessed Land, but that expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. He did not repair everything. He left some cracks in the ground as they had been. He had a stroke of inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance and turn the cracks in the ground into river channels, creating a network that can spread throughout the entirety of Starform Blessed Land. But Starform Blessed Land has a unique terrain. As for how I can make this a reality, I will need to use the light of wisdom and think over it. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and went to Xianxia Land Spirit, returning the immortal goo back to Xianxia Land Spirit. Xianxia Land Spirit returned the immortal goo that had been held as collateral to Fang Yuan as he said, "If you need to relocate anything else, you can find me again." After all, he had earned a huge sum just now. In a short time, he earned more than 2,000 immortal essence stones. Xianxia Land Spirit continued, "If you join my Xianxia sect and become a supreme elder, in the future when you relocate your blessed land, I can give you a huge discount when borrowing immortal goo." "I will think about it," Fang Yuan replied half-heartedly. He had only wanted to obtain benefits from Xianxia Land Spirit. He did not want to be tied together with these hairy men. Once he joined, he would be unable to go away. He would lose his freedom. He would not make such a stupid decision. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before to him. In the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked about Eastern Sea's information from Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng told him that Song Yishi and the others were searching for him all over the place. Some people had approached Tai Bai Yunsheng as a result. "Looking at the situation, our relationship would be exposed in a short while," Fang Yuan muttered. "I suggest that you contact Shark Demon and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Relying on Zombie Alliance, you will be able to resolve this," Tai Bai Yunsheng said. Fang Yuan was not anxious. His plan was unaffected by external pressure. He shook his head. "It is still not time yet. There are still more than 10 days from the next attack on Yu Lu Blessed Land. Let's wait and see." Hu Immortal Blessed Land tens of days later. Underground cave. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed after all," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was sitting down on a small mushroom stump. He used it as a stool. But such short stumps were very rare now. Right now, the underground cave was a huge Z forest. These Lingji were very different from before. Not only were they tall and thick, they were red in color. This was because of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th earthly calamity, the blood poison Caria flowers. Because of that opportunity, the ordinary G forest became a blood G forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil was originally not suited for the growth of G forests, but now it has become a blood G forest. It could grow very well. But this G forest would need 100 or 200 years to expand and growing into a true forest by creating more space and pushing aside the soil and rocks. Fang Yuan did not have much expectations towards this blood Z forest. He was not going to invest into it. These last days, Fang Yuan had neither slept nor rested. He was putting in all his effort into developing Starform Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have to be given up. Starform Blessed Land would become his only base by then. By that point, if Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie and had not revived, Starform Blessed Land would have an even more important role to Fang Yuan, having immense value and use. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Starform Blessed Land. As for the plan of developing Starform Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had already thought about it dozens of days ago, using the light of wisdom. According to his earlier inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Starform Blessed Land. The actual plan, after deducing it properly, was grander. The entire water river system would not only be on the ground, he would even encompass the sky into it. He was going to create a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Starform Blessed Land's unique terrain. Starform Blessed Land had a depression at the center, while having high altitude around the sides. It resembled the shape of a bowl. If he only built a river system on the ground, all of the water would flow towards the center. But if this was three-dimensional, the water from the center would be drawn into the sky. It would flow towards the edges of the blessed land and form a grand system for water to flow. As for the way to create rivers in the sky, Fang Yuan had deduced the cheapest and easiest method. That was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by Xianxia land spirit to forcefully create a cloud continent in the sky of Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan intended to use the cloud soil to create many river channels. Along these rivers, the fertile cloud soil would have countless star fragment grass growing on them. The soil that the star fragment grass grew in was the cloud soil. Star Lord Wan Xiang had no choice but to plant them in black soil, as he did not have enough financial ability to bulk purchase cloud soil. But Starform Blessed Land's environment was very suited for star fragment grass to grow. This caused the growth rates of star fragment grass to be higher in Starform Blessed Land than Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Fang Yuan lacked a huge amount of funds. He had just accumulated 2,000 immortal essence stones, but he had passed them to Xianxia land spirit. Thus, these days, he could only repair the 4 sources of revenue in Starform Blessed Land. Arrow bamboo forest had grown to its best condition, emitting a light fog under the use of large amounts of moon well water. Meteorite pit and broken star lake had been fully restored. The star fragment grass fields were more troublesome, but after Fang Yuan used the killer move Spring Star Rain several times, they were growing quickly as well. Ever since he obtained the Star Path inheritance and gained Star Shoot Immortal Goo, Spring Star Rain had turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Dang Hun Mountain inside Immortal Blessed Land, they were not moved over yet. Firstly, he needed to develop the place for now, and finalize a proper water flow system before relocating the dragonfish. Secondly, Starform Blessed Land was facing its heavenly tribulation soon. Why was Star Lord Wan Xiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal with 1 heavenly tribulation passed. He was facing the second one soon. Because he battled with Song Zixing and was gravely injured, he lost confidence in surviving the tribulation. He had to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag Shi Lei in to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. Fang Yuan was still hesitating over if he should move all these resources away before the heavenly tribulation struck. Leaving the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. Gu Yue Fang Zheng, who was held captive all along, seemed to have resigned himself to fate. His eyes were hollow as he sat in the prison cell without moving. Evidently, the truth of Immortal Crane Sect attempting to kill him, and his master Lord Sky Crane trying to possess him, were very impactful news towards him. According to his usual habits, Fang Yuan stood before him and said some words. Gu Yue Fang Zheng did not move at all. His expression was numb, as if he did not hear a word. Chapter 9. 111. Contest of Dream Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. About 600,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan flew rapidly while calculating the profits in his immortal aperture. The first move he made after coming in this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world gave him a huge harvest. The only blemish was a lot of ordinary dragonfish had died. Because of the desolate beast dragonfish's rampage, many ordinary dragonfish that normally surrounded the desolate beast dragonfish died miserably. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would be even greater. Regardless, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back then at Dongfang Tribe's headquarters, he only gained around 900,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. His current gains already were over half of this. If these were to be added to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, its size would not be enough to contain these dragonfish. When the truth of the collapse of 88 True Yang building comes to light, I must abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land, so there is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake. It seems when I return after this, I must remodel Starform Blessed Land to raise these dragonfish. Fang Yuan was looking around his surroundings as he pondered. He had unlimited primeval essence and also had countless investigative mortal killer moves. There was even a recently obtained investigative immortal killer move, Star Premonition. Thus, he was not worried that he would miss any good things on his way. However, Fang Yuan did not find many opportunities to take action. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was intact, it was already looted repeatedly by Combat Immortal Sect. Now, among the remaining resources, those that could interest Fang Yuan were already very few. Moreover, he had to hand over 2/3 of all the gains he made in this trip to Immortal Crane Sect, while he himself could only obtain 1/3. This greatly impacted Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. The 10 ancient sects sent the disciples to compete for various resources inside within a limited time, 7 days and 7 nights. After this time passes, the resources occupied inside will be divided up. Next would be time for the 10 ancient sects to plunder and develop the resources by themselves. This has nothing to do with me. So now I only need to get the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time should be used to search for that dream realm in the central region. When he thought of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's gaze shined and a fire burned inside him. Before leaving, Feng Yang had reminded Fang Yuan to occupy the central region as early as possible. In the center of this fragment world was an external manifestation of a dream realm. As it involved the prophecy of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, the 10 great ancient sects had already begun researching. Moreover, Feng Jin Huang possessed Dream Wings Immortal Gu, which allowed Spirit Affinity House to firmly occupy the leading position. More importantly, this dream realm had a huge origin. It was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Immortal Crane Sect's research of dream realms might be completely behind Spirit Affinity House, but as long as they were able to seize this dream realm, they could contain Spirit Affinity House's momentum and could rely on this dream realm to make terms and exchange benefits with Spirit Affinity House. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resource was not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small external manifestation of a dream realm. Thus, before they parted, Feng Yang specially reminded Fang Yuan of this matter. But how could he know the excitement inside Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan might not be like Feng Jin Huang with Dream Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, and the Dream Path Killer move formed with it as the basis, Unravel Dream. Feng Yang inviting Fang Yuan to represent Immortal Crane Sect was simply like opening the door to a thief or bringing a weasel to a chicken coop. Immortal Crane Sect does not have enough strength. They had decided to send me now, but this was met with strong resistance from the other 9 sects. In the end, although Immortal Crane Sect got what they wished, my entry time was far later than the other 9 sects. I must hurry and occupy the central region after all. Undue delay may bring trouble. Capturing the dragonfish was only done casually on his way. The most important matter was still the external manifestation of the dream realm in the central region. However, when Fang Yuan reached his destination, someone was already there. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jin Huang led 4 other Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House to protect the magnificent dream realm behind them. She looked at this trip's strongest competitor. Her skin was snow white, her appearance as pretty as a painting. Her smile was beautiful, and she looked extremely confident. Fang Yuan was not anxious, as he replied with a smile as well. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, for your Spirit Affinity House to completely occupy this area, You need to face the challenges from other sects. Only after winning 2 out of 3 challenges can you strip away the opponent's right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were famous righteous sects of Central Continent, but they also had the same origin: Heavenly Court. Thus, although they were competing, it was not a cruel slaughter like that of the demonic path, and was much gentler. Feng Jinhuang shook her head. Although I have immortal goo and immortal essence that Mother placed on me, I cannot defeat you. I waited for you to do a transaction. Oh? Fang Yuan's brows raised as he said coldly, You want to do a transaction with me again? Last time you scammed me quite heavily at the Refinement Path Convention. The method you gave me for getting rid of the immortal zombie status was actually an ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to do another transaction? Feng Jinhuang quickly replied. This transaction will be mutually beneficial, Fang Yuan. You have also taken quite a lot of benefits from my spirit affinity house. You can rest assured that I won't let you suffer losses in this transaction. All right, then speak. Fang Yuan nodded. Feng Jinhuang immediately gave a suggestion of what to trade. It was actually another method to get rid of the immortal zombie status. She had completely seen through Fang Yuan's weak point and did not let go of it. After confirming that Feng Jinhuang's method was not what he already had, Fang Yuan agreed to this transaction. Like Feng Jinhuang said, this transaction was mutually beneficial, having benefits to both sides. And if there were benefits, Fang Yuan would naturally take it. Shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan obtained a completely new method of getting rid of the immortal zombie state and reviving. This was a transformation path method. According to Feng Jinhuang's words, Fang Yuan would have to cultivate transformation path and use a transformation path killer move to transform himself into a normal goo immortal. Then, he could use everlasting immortal goo to make this transformation fixed and unchangeable. Like this, he could get rid of the immortal zombie status. This was indeed a practical thought, because a lot of goo masters or goo immortals in their cultivation journeys would face an awkward and tragic situation of not being able to go back to their original shape after transforming too many times. And this method was the exact opposite. It thoroughly finalized the transformation. As for this dream realm, it would be occupied by Fang Yuan. But Feng Jinhuang had 3 days to explore this external manifestation of a dream realm. 3 days later, she had to leave this area. This is a dream realm's external manifestation, Fang Yuan mumbled as he looked ahead of him, as if this was the first time he had seen it. His expression was serious, curious, and his gaze revealing some greed and fervent passion. Every external manifestation of Dream Realm had a wonderfully beautiful appearance. This dream realm that was displayed in front of them was like a condensed star cloud, with dark purple light shining in the periphery and countless stars inside. The whole dream realm gave off a profound, mysterious aura, and also gave indications of danger. Feng Jinhuang looked on at Fang Yuan's eager expression, coldly snorting inwardly with satisfaction. She had seen this kind of expression many times. Dream realms are good, but it is a pity you don't have Dream Wings immortal goo. This enormous benefit is placed right beside your mouth, but you can't eat it. Maybe in your whole life you won't understand that feeling of exploring a dream realm. Ah, there is also the huge advancement after a smooth exploration. Feng Jinhuang did not remind Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan died in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it would be much more beneficial for her. However, she knew that it was not likely to happen. Since Immortal Crane sect sent Fang Yuan, they would have reminded him of the dangers of the dream realm. Sure enough, Feng Jinhuang waited for a while but only saw Fang Yuan standing on the spot without moving forward. Although he had a longing look on his face, he did not take a step beyond the limit. Feng Jinhuang snorted inwardly before turning towards the other 4 goo masters. 3 days is a limited span of time. I need to explore this dream realm immediately. All of you, protect my physical body. Don't make any mistakes. The Gu Masters quickly replied. "We will use up all our strength, and even if we die, we will protect you to the end. Lady Feng Jinhuang, you can enter at ease. If the situation is urgent, we will immediately awaken you." Feng Jinhuang nodded and stepped towards the dream realm. When she was still 20 or so steps away from the dream realm, she had reached her limit. With her current ability, she still could not completely throw herself into the dream realm. She gave a last look at the distant Fang Yuan, before slowly sitting down cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and activated Dream Wing's immortal goo, falling into a deep sleep. As far as Feng Jinhuang was concerned, the greatest threat to her was the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Were Fang Yuan to act against her, those rank 5 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House would simply be incapable of resisting him. Thus, Feng Jinhuang did not completely rely on these 4 Gu Masters. What she placed confidence in was the immortal Gu and abundant immortal essence her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, had placed with her. Dream Wing's immortal Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Jinhuang with envy. Dream Wing's immortal goo could let the user fall into a deep sleep at any time and attach dream wings to their soul, letting them roam freely in dream realms, allowing them to advance or retreat freely, guaranteeing their safety. Compared to Dream Travel Immortal Goo, Dream Wing's immortal goo had an advantage. It did not require immortal essence to be activated, thus it was the most suitable for cultivators like Feng Jinhuang, who had yet to become Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan already had thoughts of taking action, but killing Feng Jinhuang and seizing Dream Wing's immortal Gu was not a practical idea. Seizing immortal Gu by itself was an extremely difficult matter. And killing Feng Jinhuang was also not easy. Even an idiot would know Feng Jinhuang certainly had large numbers of life protection methods on her. Most importantly, the current situation had yet to turn to a critical state. There was still space to scheme. Fang Yuan was not a retard. He would not make such a huge mistake. This Feng Jinhuang is maturing rapidly. First was the transaction. She handed over all the control of this dream realm to me of her own accord, turning me into a shield to block other competitors in her place, while she uses Dream Wing's immortal goo to wantonly explore the dream realm and plunder benefits. Next, when she saw me have a desire to explore, she did not give me any reminders, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. However, regardless of how talented you are, you would not think that I possess the killer move Unraveled Dream. Fang Yuan sneered as he let out the desolate beast shark fin wolf from his immortal aperture. This desolate beast wolf had been violently subdued by him through flicking its penis. For this exploration of the fragment world, Fang Yuan had already taken it out from Hu immortal blessed land and brought it with him. The moment they saw the desolate beast, Spirit Affinity House's 4 Gu Masters were tongue-tied with shock. They were even about to awaken Feng Jinhuang. It was Fang Yuan who reminded them. "No need to be anxious. This desolate beast will look after this place. 3 days later, if all of you have not left, it will eat you alive." With this warning, Fang Yuan flew to the sky, quickly leaving the vision of the Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House. Chapter 9, 112. Beastman Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan landed after flying far away. He took out a large batch of rockmen from his immortal aperture, be it in Hu. Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, he raised batches of rockmen. Fang Yuan took half of them and brought them along. Right now, he let them out to be used as helpers. "We greet Lord Immortal." The rockmen saw Fang Yuan and paid respects. Fang Yuan responded with a grunt. His expression was cold, and he appeared high and mighty above the masses. He gave these rockmen instructions to collect resources before leaving, concealing his figure and returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. There were many goo worms on their bodies. These were all specially arranged by Fang Yuan. These rockmen were all armed by Fang Yuan. Their battle strength were greatly raised because they moved in groups of 10, even if they encountered groups from other sects. Fang Yuan was not worried that the Rockmen would lose. Or rather, even if the Rockmen lost, Fang Yuan would not feel loss. This was only a facade. The manifested dream realm was like a small hill's size. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and carefully went to the back, entering the dream realm. Last time, Fang Yuan was inside the 8th star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He was at the border of Star Constellation. Immortal Venerable's dream realm, and almost died. After detonating his bat wings, he managed to struggle his way out. This time, he went in purposely. Because he had the killer move Unraveled Dream. His power was much higher. Times were different now. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was night. Fire was burning, rising to the sky. Countless brawny beastmen were surrounding a huge fire, dancing around it. Growl, growl, growl. Roar, roar, roar. Among these beastmen, some had faces of tigers and human bodies. They opened their mouths and growled angrily. Some had eagle beaks, they shrieked loudly. Some had a leopard's tail growing from their backs. They danced around and moved alongside the lingering shadows. This is the beastman race that got wiped out from existence during the Olden Antiquity era. Fang Yuan came back to awareness. He understood the origins of these beastmen. Beastmen were a type of variant human. During the remote antiquity era, as well as the immemorial antiquity era, they were one of the strongest variant human races in the world. Beastmen had incredible battle strength. They worshipped fierce beasts and adopted their ferocity and ruthlessness, especially when they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live in them, allowing them to transform into a half-man, half-beast state. They would gain a part of the fierce beast's abilities and strength. As time passed, humans began to rise up. During the remote antiquity era, primordial origin, Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation. Immortal Venerable appeared, leading humans to resist the rule of variant humans, establishing the authority of humans. By the Olden Antiquity era, 3 human demon venerables appeared, creating wars and exterminating the beastman race, stabilizing the status of humans as the rulers. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal from the remote antiquity era. At that time, humans were fighting with various variant humans, and were fighting to control the world. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was slightly excited. He looked around and found that he was a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a rope. The other end of the rope was tightly tied to a tree trunk. There were over a dozen humans who were tied up like Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no, beastmen are bloodthirsty by nature. They were also known as the man-eating race. History states that the favorite food of beastmen are the flesh and blood of human children. Beastmen tribes all treat surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt occasionally. When they succeed in their hunts, they would hold a huge celebration by a bonfire. Fang Yuan sensed the dangerous situation. He struggled intensely, but the rope was getting tighter. His body had bloodstains because of the friction with the ropes. Intense pain was assaulting his body. It is no use. The more you struggle, the more painful it gets. We are doomed. We are dead meat. Woo woo woo. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw that Fang Yuan was struggling. Some advised him indifferently, while others cried in despair. Just as the bonfire celebration reached its climax, the Beastman leader shouted, "Come, bring up our most delectable food." Growl, growl, growl. The Beastmen raised their heads, shouting. An elephant man who was 6 meters tall stood up from his sitting position. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk as he pulled up the entire tree that held the ropes that tied the children. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children who were tied up resembled tiny pearls as they screamed in fear, hanging in the air. The beastman shouted again. The elephant man who had shown off his might laughed loudly. His trunk loosened and the tree trunk was slammed onto the ground. The children could not free themselves. They fell as well. Some unlucky children were crushed to death by the tree. An intense smell of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not control their bloodthirsty desire. They jumped in and grabbed the children's corpses, putting them into their mouths. Delicious. Human children taste tender and delicious. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, the beastmen showed a sense of wildness and ruthlessness. The blazing bonfire crackled. The surrounding beastmen stared excitedly with red, wide-open eyes towards these lucky children who survived. Some were growling, some had uneven fangs, some stretched out their bright red tongues. They licked their lips as they drooled. The amber light of the fire was reflecting in their eyes. The children screamed out in fright. Some had fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan found that one girl was expressionless. Even though her body was shivering and her expression was pale as paper, she bit her lips. She did not make a sound. Is it possible that she... Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had a flash of inspiration. Before this inspiration was processed, the Beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intensely ferocious aura. He looked down arrogantly at these weak children. As the light flickered, lots of children watched with fearful gazes. The Beastman leader had a black face and sharp fangs. He spoke slowly. According to the traditions of our tribe, those that can untie the wind-knot grass are people blessed by heaven. They can be spared from death. Those who fail to untie it, they can be honored to become the food of us noble beastmen. The moment he said that, the Beastman leader waved his tail. From the flickering light, a bright flash occurred. The ropes were cut. The human children obtained temporary freedom in movement. Wind-knot grass? Seeing the pile of dried grass that the beastman brought over, Fang Yuan was curious. The wind-knot grass was like a lantern, a round, ball-shaped grass lantern. It was very rare to see in modern times. There was no wind-knot grass in the 5 regions. This was a type of grass only found in green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Ren Zhu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing fragments of immemorial green heaven to fall into the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens fell into different areas of the 5 regions. The beastmen worshipped the heavenly deities. Their tribal belief was that whoever could untie the wind-knot grass was blessed by the heavens. They were precious beings that could not be harmed. That means, as long as I can untie the wind-knot grass, I can be spared from death. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He had turned into a child after entering this dream realm. He was not even 13 years old yet. His aperture was not awakened yet. He had no power. To free himself from this predicament, he could only follow the beastman rules and untie wind-knot grass alone. Even though he knew it was a dream realm, it was not favorable to die inside the dream. This meant he would be consumed by the dream realm. Each time he got consumed, even though he would not die, his soul would suffer a huge injury. If his soul got injured too often, it would get weak. When he reached his limits, his soul would break down and dissipate. Even if his body was still around, he would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, each child received their wind-knot grass. Knowing that this was their only chance at survival, the children opened their eyes wide and used every second they had to try and untie the wind-knot grass. The surrounding beastmen were laughing coldly or grinding their teeth. Some were licking their lips or polishing their claws. They surrounded Fang Yuan's group and watched sinisterly. The human children were in the center, surrounded by countless savage beastmen. Using the light of the bonfire, the children gathered their concentration and placed their efforts on the grass lanterns. Fang Yuan observed carefully. This type of grass lantern was made from all sorts of roots, leaves, and stems. They were intertwined together and formed into a mysterious ball. Only in immemorial green heaven would there be winds blowing all year around, at strange directions and angles. Countless plants would be uprooted or shaved until they were bare. These twigs would intertwine in the wind and slowly form into this ball-shaped grass lantern. Because time was limited, the surrounding children were trying to untie their wind knot grass. Only Fang Yuan did not start immediately. This was the first time he was seeing the wind knot grass. He was assessing it. His unique demeanor attracted the attention of the beastman. He even attracted the attention of Feng Jin Huang as well. Feng Jin Huang was also inside the dream realm, similar to Fang Yuan. She was also a child. Fang Yuan looked very calm and radiated with confidence. His body was covered in dirt and dust. His gender could not be discerned. Feng Jin Huang had a misunderstanding. What's going on with this child? Is she Star Constellation's immortal venerable? Roar. Right at this moment, a tiger-headed beastman roared loudly with excitement. He grabbed a human boy rapidly and threw him into his mouth. Crack, crack. He opened his mouth and chewed, eating half of the boy in an instant. What are you looking at? He ruined a wind knot grass. He had already failed. It is only natural for me to eat him. Looking at the surrounding unfriendly gazes, the tiger-headed beastman growled. There was the blood and flesh of the boy stuck in the middle of his teeth. With this stimulation, the surrounding beastmen were stirred up. Their eyes shined with ruthlessness as they looked at the remaining children. "Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Quickly come and save me." A girl broke down. She held the wind knot grass as she cried loudly. "Damn it, why is my wind knot grass so hard to untie? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I have played with this wind knot grass a lot in the past." The surrounding beastmen did not want the children to succeed. They got closer and closer. They had ill intentions. They purposely growled and threatened, or breathed roughly to interrupt the children. "Scoundrel! Get away from me, you stink!" Feng Jin Huang flew into a rage. She shouted at a crocodile-tailed beastman. The crocodile-tailed beastman growled angrily. It stared at Feng Jin Huang with its bloodshot eyes. It did not expect this food to be so arrogant. Feng Jin Huang had no fear. "What are you growling for? So annoying, you bastard!" Bam! The crocodile-tailed beastman erupted. Its tail, which was tough as iron, swept and directly destroyed Feng Jin Huang's skull. Chapter 9. 113. Dream Wings, Unravel. Dream Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Once Feng Jin Huang died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling tenderly. On the back of her soul, a pair of rainbow-colored feather wings unfolded. It was the manifestation of Dream Wings' immortal goo. I have Dream Wings' immortal goo. I can freely enter and exit the dream realm. Even if I failed this time, I can just wait for the next attempt at the dream realm and try again. Feng Jin Huang snorted smugly internally. She had tried earlier. The wind knot grass in her hands had already been ruined by her. The knot was even worse than at the beginning. But when Feng Jin Huang was about to escape by flapping her wings, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Jin Huang shrieked in fear. She wanted to dodge. But the wings that could flap rapidly ordinarily were extremely slow when they tried to move in this dream realm. Feng Jin Huang had underestimated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was much more hard to deal with. Her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman before she could escape. With just one hit, Feng Jin Huang's soul was heavily injured. At the next moment, Feng Jin Huang left the dream realm. Her soul returned to her body. Puff! She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Goo Masters from Spirit Affinity House were shocked. They quickly came over to assist her. What a formidable dream realm! If I were to take another hit like that one earlier, I would definitely die inside the dream for real. Feng Jin Huang's eyes were flashing with lingering fear. Cold sweat was pouring down her back. I was careless. Even though I have Dream Wings' immortal goo, against the dream realm of an immortal venerable, I am not safe at all. Thankfully, I had prepared a large number of Guts goo and brought it with me. With Guts goo, my soul will recover rapidly. In half a day, I will heal completely. Feng Jin Huang wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she stopped wasting time. She quickly started healing herself. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan directed his gaze towards the wind-knot grass again. Feng Jin Huang's earlier performance gave Fang Yuan quite a bit of information. This dream realm is not large in scale. This current scene is only the outer layer of the dream realm. This is an immortal venerable's dream after all. Even with the rank 6 dream wings immortal Gu, she could not escape immediately. Now it seems, the crux of this dream realm is the wind-knot grass in my hands. Fang Yuan had a realization. After he finished his observations, he started to untie the wind-knot grass. He first tried to untie it from the outermost layer. He felt like he was facing a complex and tangled ball of string. He needed to find the outer tip of the string and pull it out slowly, strand by strand. At the third layer, Fang Yuan could not continue further. It was a complete mess in front of him. The stalks were intertwined together. He could not untie it manually. To untie the wind-knot grass without using brute strength, not only would I need confidence and good perception, I need to deduce it with my brain. I also need patience and ample time, most importantly, along with some luck. Fang Yuan sighed to himself inwardly. He had opened a path in this wind-knot grass, but this path was stuck at the third layer. There was a way out for him now. That was to retreat by 2 layers and try to untie this from another end. Other people could only do this as well. But there was an exception. Fang Yuan looked around and noticed that the girl he suspected was star constellation Immortal Venerable had already untied the 7th layer. The wind-knot grass had shrunken in half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path Gu worms, using purely her brain power, she reached this stage? Fang Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been late at starting to unite the wind-knot grass, the difference between them was still too great. Fang Yuan squinted. He concealed the brilliance shining in his eyes. In terms of untying ability, Fang Yuan was only at the middle to upper tier among the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to lower tier. More than half the time had passed already. Looking at the speed of the children, the only one with any hopes of escaping was the girl who he thought was star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he succeed, he would even surpass everyone and become the first. What gave him confidence was none other than the Dream Path Immortal Killer move. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The intertwined strands in front of him slowly melted. They untied themselves. The surrounding beastmen were watching this, especially a snake beastman behind Fang Yuan. It was observing the entire process. But they did not say anything or take any action. This was the mystical power of Unravel Dream. It was not an offensive killer move purely. Its effect varied according to the dream he was in. For example, if Fang Yuan was fighting inside a dream realm, Unravel Dream would be his strongest attacking method. If the dream realm was weak, he could directly disintegrate his enemies. Right now, the dream realm's rules were for Fang Yuan to untie the wind-knot grass. Then, Unravel Dream's current effect was to help Fang Yuan and untie the wind-knot grass. This untying was according to the set rules. It was not unraveled through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children and the observing beastmen, Fang Yuan was not cheating at all. He was using his brain and successfully untying the 3rd layer of the wind-knot grass. Thus, they did not do anything. Even the snake person that wanted to eat Fang Yuan only watched with a slightly surprised expression. It felt that it was somewhat unexpected that Fang Yuan could untie 3 layers. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan continued his momentum and did not stop. The wind-knot grass in his hands was quickly untied. He reached the center. At the core of the wind-knot grass, there was a seed. This was the self-defense mechanism of the plants in immemorial green heaven, as well as a way to use the wind for dispersal. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it high. He succeeded. This speed is too fast. I am begging you, help me, okay? The surrounding people were stirred up. Even the girl who he suspected to be star constellation immortal venerable gave him a surprised gaze. "You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape for your life. Scram now." The leader of the Beastman tribe snorted, kicking Fang Yuan and sending him flying. Fang Yuan's tiny body flew in the air for a distance of more than 10 steps before crashing on the ground. What made Fang Yuan surprised was, even though he felt a little short of breath from getting kicked, he was uninjured. The Beastman leader was strong and powerful, but in terms of physical movements, it had reached the stage of perfect self-control. Since Fang Yuan had untied the wind knot grass, the Beastman tribe had to let him go. Fang Yuan gave a glance at the little girl. The latter had already gathered her attention to the wind knot grass in her hands. Fang Yuan hesitated slightly before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire, walking towards the darkness in the forest. He only took a dozen steps before there was a bright light shining in the darkness. The more he walked forward, the brighter the light. Eventually, all of the darkness in front of him turned into light. The light faded slowly, and the scene of reality showed itself in front of him. Fang Yuan realized that not only did he open his eyes, his body had walked for over a dozen steps, away from the manifested dream realm. Looking back at the dream realm, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was very confused. What is going on? I left the dream realm just like that? He thought it over. This exploration of the dream realm did not fail. His wisdom path attainment level had risen slightly. This should not be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be 3 scenes. I got through the first round. Why did I not enter the second round successfully? Fang Yuan stood on the spot as he pondered. The light emitted by the manifested dream realm shined on his face. He left the dream realm and returned on the same route from which he entered. On the other side of the dream realm, Spirit Affinity House's group was still trying to heal Feng Jin Huang urgently. Thus, Fang Yuan was not exposed. But if he could not understand why he left the dream realm, there was a possibility that he might walk towards Spirit Affinity House's direction the next time he left it. If others found out that Fang Yuan could explore the dream realm, it would be somewhat troublesome. After a long time, Fang Yuan's tight frown gradually eased. He walked forwards and let the dream realm engulf him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind knot grass. The same scene was unfolding again. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated all the way, becoming the first to untie the wind knot grass. But this time, he did not leave. He walked towards the girl who he thought was star constellation Immortal Venerable and tried to help her untie her wind knot grass. The Beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? Heh heh, you can help her, but if you fail, you will lose your life." It seems my guess is correct. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He untied the wind knot grass within the time limit and successfully escaped with the girl. What? I still left? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. His second attempt still failed. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. He was thrown out of the dream realm like the first time. Dream realms were unpredictable and strange. Their rules varied. Because each dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring the dream realm. Even though Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment went up more than last time, Fang Yuan muttered. He went into deep contemplation. According to this situation, there were 2 possibilities. 1, the girl that he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. 2, he had to save more children. After he hit a certain number, he would enter the second scene. Before he entered the dream realm for a third time, Fang Yuan rested slightly first. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul back to its prime. Even though he had successfully escaped the dream realm and did a successful exploration, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of it in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul was far less injured than Feng Jin Huang's. The former had succeeded, while the latter's exploration failed. This was incomparable. Third time, Fang Yuan spurring himself on inwardly, he entered the dream realm again. Everything restarted again in the dream. The moment the wind knot grass was distributed, Fang Yuan used the killer move Unravel Dream several times, and in a few breaths' time, he untied the wind knot grass in his hand. Fang Yuan grabbed onto the seed as he raised up his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded!" At once, be it the beastmen or children, they stared with wide-open eyes as they looked at Fang Yuan in shock. The noisy scene turned into creepy silence. Chapter 9. 114. Huge growth in attainment. Level translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. I will help you. After Fang Yuan untied his wind knot grass, he went to the child closest to him. Hey, rascal. You still want to help others? Sure, but you. The Beastman leader snickered. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. I know, if I can't save them, I will not leave. You can eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand, speaking casually. Ghoul. The Beastman leader choked up on his words. He could not say anything else. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan with hopeful and admiring gazes, as if they were looking at a hero. Lad, if you can save them all, I will step down as the leader. The Beastman leader smiled sinisterly. But soon, he could not smile anymore. Fang Yuan did not follow the script. He used Unravel Dream continuously at an incredible pace. All of the captured children were saved, one after another. If he were to untie the wind knot grass through his own efforts, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell immensely. To make a comparison, this was like playing mahjong, where everyone else was drawing random tiles, while Fang Yuan was changing the tiles to whatever he wanted. From everyone else's perspective, this sort of cheating behavior looked like Fang Yuan moving his fingers rapidly, no matter which wind knot grass he held. After turning it a few times over, it would be untied rapidly until the seed was taken out from its centermost position. So simple, simply too easy. This was the power of the Dream Path killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes were shining with tears. They looked at Fang Yuan as their gazes was filled with unparalleled gratitude and adoration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded, unable to believe this. I saved them all. I succeeded. Fang Yuan spoke calmly at the beastman leader. A moment later, the children understood the situation and erupted into a deafening cheer. Some were sobbing out of joy. Some were jumping around excitedly. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were growling or baring their fangs. They were tempted to strike. Fang Yuan was not afraid that the beastmen would go back on their words. In most cases, these tribal beliefs were extremely strict. Due to the culture and traditions of the tribe, they had to obey it. Of course, nothing was certain. In reality, there was the possibility that the Beastman tribe would go back on their words. But here, it was special. It was a dream realm. This was not reality. Indeed, like Fang Yuan had expected, the Beastmen were furious and discontent, but they could only watch the food that was in front of them leave. Passing through the dark forest, Fang Yuan led the group of children away from the Beastman tribe. They got far away from the bonfire. The children gathered around Fang Yuan. They walked together as they fell into silence. In the darkness, a speck of light expanded, until light filled his vision. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. Taking a look, Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. He turned to the manifested dream realm behind him. He was filled with questions. How can this be? I have already saved all the children. I did this to the limits. How can I still be thrown out of the dream realm and not enter the second scene? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Don't tell me, my guess was wrong. Untying the wind knot grass and saving the children is not the correct method to pass the first scene. What clues did I neglect? Fang Yuan thought intensely. He worked his mind to its limits. Explorations of dream realms were difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and was at the forefront of this generation, but when exploring the dream realm, he had no confidence in succeeding. Every dream realm was unique. The method to explore dream realms varied each time. It was hard to accumulate helpful experiences. Fang Yuan could only guess right now and try every idea he had. He could only persevere and not get frustrated to have a chance of passing the dream realm. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many instances where people explored dream realms and failed to make any progress for decades. Fang Yuan felt his head hurting. He had little confidence in his new guesses. In that case, I should go elsewhere and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan had run into a barrier in this dream realm. He would not stubbornly stay in place. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was his main objective, he still definitely was going to obtain the dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and the desolate plant. Changing his train of thought, Fang Yuan left this place, heading to another location. 2 hours later, Feng Jinhuang's pale face regained a bit of her rosiness. She opened her eyes. In her clear eyes, brilliance radiated. Gutsgu is truly helpful towards the healing and recovery of souls. It takes effect so quickly. She was joyful. Seeing that she was safe, the other 4 Spirit Affinity House Gu Masters heaved sighs of relief. They were here as bodyguards. If anything happened to Feng Jinhuang, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Jinhuang saw the desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan left behind. Her gaze focused as she asked the Gu Masters around her. After hearing that during her healing period, no other Gu Masters had gotten close, she relaxed slightly. Finally, she inspected her body and confirmed that she had healed completely. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dreamwing's Immortal Gu, and it displayed great capabilities while I was obtaining a boost in my refinement path attainment level. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is worlds apart. I cannot commit my earlier mistake again. Eh? Why does the dream realm look slightly smaller? Feng Jinhuang's gaze concentrated. She showed a suspicious look. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed, he had gained quite a harvest. His wisdom path attainment level rose. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Fang Yuan gained something. The dream realm naturally lost something. It showed on the surface as the dream realm's size shrinking. It did shrink. How did this happen? Feng Jinhuang confirmed it repeatedly and felt more suspicious. Is this Immortal Venerable Dream Realm special? It will shrink as time passes. Feng Jinhuang did not suspect anything else. In this era, people's understanding towards dream realms was still at a primitive and ignorant level. Furthermore, in Feng Jinhuang's heart, she believed that her unique Dreamwing's Immortal Gu provided superiority and advantages to her in Dream Path. Although she was suspicious, she could not verify anything. Eventually, she shook her head. Ignoring the sense of suspicion inside her, she entered the dream realm again. Just as Feng Jinhuang entered the dream realm, Fang Yuan went to the location of the hidden essence turtle, in accordance with He Feng Yang's information. This wisdom path, desolate beast was huge. It was like a mound. At this moment, the hidden essence turtle's 4 limbs and head were hidden in its shell. Its body was covered and hidden under rocks. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. He swooped down like an eagle ferociously. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions occurred, causing thunderous sounds. Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle fought. At once, rocks flew, smoke was rising up. The hidden essence turtle tried to resist at first, but it had no immortal Gu and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After several rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fang Yuan attacked against the hidden essence turtle and felt a little surprised momentarily. He laughed in a helpless tone. He did not exert his full strength. In fact, he rarely used his immortal goo. He had used myriad self-giant hand in many situations already. It would be best if he did not expose it. Who knew if other sects had preparations involving some investigative immortal goo? Fang Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hid itself, Fang Yuan did not rush. He split his focus onto two tasks at once. He made the battle grand and loud, while savoring his gains from the dream realm. As he thought over it, he had countless inspirations that emerged in him. It was like a door had been opened in front of him. He could see the view outside of the house. This feeling was incredible, amazing. Fang Yuan was drowning in euphoria. Earlier, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I only started my wisdom path cultivation recently. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master level. Star constellation, Immortal Venerable's dream realm is simply incredible. Such progress, if it was according to normal cultivation, would take him decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, each time he succeeded, he would have great gains. It was truly a great leap forward. Fang Yuan saved a lot of time. Why is there such thunderous noise? Fang Yuan was fighting intensely with the hidden essence turtle. Groups of goo masters were drawn over to investigate the situation. Fang Yuan? How can he be so strong? No wonder the elders in the sect told us to avoid the monster Fang Yuan. He is simply cheating. This is so unfair to us. How can we compete with this monster? Eventually, Fang Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle and send it into his immortal aperture. During this period, many goo masters were drawn over, but after doing some investigations, they retreated in fear. 36th failure. Feng Jin Huang opened her eyes in fatigue. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had become careful. Unfortunately, she did not have Unravel Dream and had never interacted with Wind Knot Grass previously. She failed a total of 36 times, not even untying it correctly once. Being able to survive in the dream was the most basic requirement for successfully exploring a dream realm. Failing to untie the Wind Knot Grass meant she could not survive. The explorations failed. Thus, each time Feng Jin Huang explored the dream realm, the injuries to her soul after failing far surpassed that of Fang Yuan. She had to spend a lot of time to rest and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored it 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is so tough. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, but it is still so difficult for me, not to mention others. Feng Jin Huang looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with dejection and frustration. Right now. As long as she thought about the appearance of the Wind Knot Grass, this proud young genius would feel like vomiting. At this moment, Fang Yuan secretly got close to the dream realm. He had already captured the hidden essence turtle in Nethergrass. He was going to put his remaining time into the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After going through some intense deductions, Fang Yuan had a new idea. Just as Feng Jin Huang was anguished and dejected, Fang Yuan smiled confidently as he secretly entered the dream realm again. Chapter 9, 115. The Biggest Winner. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studio Star Constellation. Immortal Venerable's dream realm was displayed in front of Fang Yuan once again. It was night. A huge fire was burning. Dancing around the fire were beastmen making beastly shouts and growls one after another. This was a celebration, a bloody celebration after hunting. Fang Yuan calmly looked around him. He was once again a human child bound tightly. Around him were many other boys and girls in the same situation. We are doomed. We are dead meat. Woo woo woo. I don't want to be eaten. The kids cried, desperate and pale. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he suddenly stood up and shouted, I want Wind Knot Grass. The Beastman tribe's celebration had just entered a heated stage. And right at this time, Fang Yuan's voice suddenly pierced into this celebration. For a moment, the bestial calls paused, and all the beastmen looked at Fang Yuan with blood-red eyes. An enormous pressure was formed. The human children became as silent as cicadas during winter, shivering. Some even peed their pants. Fang Yuan was without any expression, as he shouted once more. The Beastman leader grunted furiously before instructing with surging, killing intent. "Give it to him. Little rascal, I will be watching you. As long as you ruin even a small strand, I will use my trunk to roll your tender little body into meat paste." An elephant beastman walked over and handed a ball of wind knot grass to Fang Yuan while threatening him. Fang Yuan chuckled and glanced at the wind knot grass on his hand before raising his head. "One? How is this enough? Give me one ball of wind knot grass for every human captive there is here. I will untie all the wind knot grass and save all of them." Instantly, shocked sounds came from all around. Be it the beastmen or the children beside Fang Yuan, they all stared at Fang Yuan with different expressions. After the momentary shock, the beastmen started laughing loudly, and the children who had felt hopeful felt dispirited again, worried and desperate. Soon, all the wind knot grass were laid in front of Fang Yuan. The height of the whole wind knot grass pile was several times Fang Yuan's current size. Were he to use his own strength, it would be impossible to untie all this wind knot grass in the extremely limited time. Besides Fang Yuan, no one else believed he could succeed. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and began to disassemble the wind knot grass. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. Unravel dream. This special immortal killer move was created with a wisdom path, immortal goo, unravel mystery, as the core and several supplementary dream path mortal goo. Right now, it produced extremely great effects. However, although Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended after continuous use. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had never slacked off. He would take out some time every day to explore his own dream realm and refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. Little by little, these Dream Path Mortal Goo accumulated and were used at this moment. It was as the saying goes, opportunities favor those who are prepared. I have finally entered the second round of the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan felt satisfied inwardly. This time, he was not thrown out by the Dream Realm and succeeded in his hopes of entering the second round of the Dream Realm. As it turned out, to pass through the first round of the Dream Realm, one had to save all the children. Fang Yuan had tried it before, but was actually late by a step. In the original route of the Dream Realm, a portion of the children were already killed by the Elephant Man. The Elephant Man brought these children under the Beastman leader's instruction, but he intentionally slipped up, smashing the tree trunk to the ground. The tree trunk easily crushed many bound children. Their flesh was fought over by the Beastmen and devoured. Although this did conform to the Beastman tribe's traditions, it could be considered to be skirting around them. The Elephant Man was a famous warrior of the Beastman tribe. The Beastman leader and others also put up with this action. When Fang Yuan was subduing the hidden essence turtle in nethergrass, he realized this key point and saved all the human children, finally succeeding and entering the second round. After passing the first round, my wisdom path attainment has probably reached master level. A lot of Dream Path Mortal Goo have been expended by repeatedly using the killer move Unravel Dream. I will need to be more sparing. It is a pity that when I followed the information obtained from Mo Yao's will to look for that spring dream fruit tree, it was already cut down by some ignorant mortals half a year ago. Otherwise, with this tree, the amount of Dream Path Mortal Goo with me would be at least 10 times the number. The first round should be derived from the memory of star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood. Maybe it was a regret of hers. I saved all the children, which could be considered as making up for her regret, thus succeeding in passing the first round. Now what will the second round be like? Fang Yuan suppressed his churning thoughts and observed his surroundings. It was a mountain. In the lonely night sky, few stars shone. Just like in summer, warm wind blew gently. bringing with it the fragrance of the lush mountain forest. The gurgling of the brook, the rustling of the leaves, and the song of the nightingales mixed together to form sounds of nature that needed no words to adorn them. Compared the bloody, cruel, and vicious first round, this second round was mild as a drizzle and gentle as a breeze. Move quickly. What are you being dazed for? As long as we can take 6 steps over the astrolabe chessboard, we can obtain the legacy of Lord Immortal Venerable. If we can become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we can learn abilities and become experts. At that time, we will avenge our families and kill those damned beastmen. The surrounding children urged Fang Yuan to move when they saw him stop. Fang Yuan immediately understood some conditions to pass the second round. There are records of this in history. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history is known as Primordial Origin, Immortal Venerable. He was very aware of the drawbacks of the clan system, and to initiate a sect system. He set an example himself, setting up astrolabes in many places. As long as someone was able to walk 6 steps on the astrolabe chessboard, they could become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed the surrounding companions towards the peak. There, he saw the famous astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a giant rock with a flat surface. On the rock were lines that were either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts. Every time the breeze blew, these lines would flash with deep blue starry radiance. When Fang Yuan approached closer, these starry lines directly passed through his eyes and appeared in his mind. At the same time, his soul was suddenly being consumed at dozens of times the previous rate. Many of the children who came with him stopped, unable to go forward. Some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan concentrated and walked forward till he reached the giant rock. He then slowly put his palm on the rock's surface. Boom! His ears buzzed as he hallucinated. Those thin, starry lines suddenly expanded into paths he was walking on, and Fang Yuan's whole body blossomed with starry radiance, becoming a star chess piece, stopping in this web of these starry paths. Astrolabe chessboard, Fang Yuan observed, cold sweat filling his head. He thought for a long while before taking a step hesitatingly. The next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm and returned to his physical body. His soul was heavily injured. One wrong step and everything failed. Fang Yuan's body swayed, almost falling down to the ground. The injury to his soul was much more severe than Feng Jinhuang's, almost costing him half his life. The second round of the dream realm is immensely more dangerous than the first round. Fang Yuan revealed a shocked expression before immediately calming down. But I have already passed the first round and received great gains. My wisdom path attainment has indeed already reached master level. There is still time, no need to hurry. I will use Gutsgu to recuperate first, then slowly explore. While Fang Yuan was healing his injuries, opposite him, obstructed by the external manifestation of the dream realm, Feng Jinhuang had just finished recovering. She opened her eyes and stood up, intending to try again. Why has the dream realm shrunk again? Moreover, it has shrunken much more this time, almost by a third. Feng Jinhuang stared with wide-open eyes. Fang Yuan had passed the first round and received huge gains. Thus, the first round of the dream realm's external manifestation had disappeared. This portion of the dream realm had already turned into nourishment for Fang Yuan. Could it be that someone else has succeeded in exploring the dream realm? Feng Jinhuang thought of this before laughing lightly to herself. That is not possible. Mother used the sect's help and already deduced that I possess the only dream path immortal Gu in Central Continent. It seems this dream realm is truly special. It will gradually shrink with time. I need to hurry up. Feng Jinhuang squinted her eyes as she activated Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Her dream wings flapped, bringing her soul into the dream realm. The moment she entered, Feng Jinhuang felt great joy. This is clearly a deeper layer of the dream realm. This is great. I finally don't have to face that damned wind knot grass. Right now, Feng Jin Huang was jumping with joy in the dream realm. However, after a while, Feng Jin Huang returned, utterly defeated. Her injured soul returned to its body, her face extremely pale. There is no more wind-knot grass, but now there is this even more complex astrolabe chessboard. She bitterly looked at this dream realm in front of her, the external manifestation releasing all kinds of colors, gorgeous and mysterious. Grievance and anger filled her, but she had nowhere to vent it. Feng Jin Huang had gained many benefits from dream realms before, and with the dream wings immortal goo in her hands, she had gotten the thought that dream realms are just so-so, having a low opinion of the obstacles inside. Over her life, she had never failed so miserably like this. She had already spent the last few days facing this dream realm. She had received all sorts of injuries dozens of times, but had not made even the smallest gain. Star constellation immortal venerable, I will remember you. Feng Jin Huang gritted her teeth. Her eyes rolled backwards and she fainted. She finally could not endure the injuries. Time passed quickly. It was already the last day of the agreement. All the Gu Masters who had entered the fragment world came out and returned to the sides of their respective sects' Gu Immortals, reporting on their findings. Soon, all the Immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan and He Feng Yang. In this contest, Immortal Crane sect without doubt monopolized the lead, not only eating meat, they did not even leave behind soup for others. In such a situation, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay for Lussum. He completed the handover to He Feng Yang on the spot, and left this valley while keeping his dragonfish. Fang Yuan remained silent about his gains. He was fully aware that he was the biggest winner in this contest. Chapter 9. 116. Dual Grandmaster. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Who? Immortal blessed land. The underground cave was shining with blood-red light. The faint blood-red light originated from stalks of blood-colored lingzi in the cave. These blood-colored lingzi grew freely. They were mutated from ordinary lingzi. The original G forest was not suitable for Hu immortal blessed land. But after the blood poison, Keria earthly calamity, Hu immortal blessed land gained some blood path Dao marks. The environment of the entire area changed drastically. It was suitable for the growth of some blood path life forms. Thus, the originally dwindling Z forest turned into a blood G forest. It grew rapidly and became extremely lush. And earlier, Hu immortal blessed land had chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 colored, 7 treasure flowers, and milk tea flowers and more growing all over it, but they were all wiped out. When comparing the two, one could see how merciless heaven was. There was a feeling of great changes over time. There was some profound meaning behind it. Fang Yuan sat on a giant bloodling Ji. At this moment, he was slowly opening his eyes, letting out a breath of cloudy air. Earlier, when he moved about, he used the identity of Xianxia, as well as vaguely familiar face to disguise his appearance. Right now, in Hu immortal blessed land, he was in his base camp. He did not need to use immortal essence to maintain the transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was in his original zombie form now. He had 8 arms, his face was green and his eyes were bright red. He was 6 meters tall with protruding fangs. He was shining with a cold glint among the blood-red light. But at this moment, his eyes were shining with a deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, the crystallization of time and space. It was moving and formed a stark contrast to his evil and ruthless appearance. Recalling his earlier thoughts, Fang Yuan let out a breath of foggy air. He sighed softly. The gains this time are simply too much. He had to admit this point, because from this exploration of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's star path and wisdom path attainment reached Grandmaster level. Star constellation, immortal venerables dream realm not only made Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level increase, It also raised his star path attainment level. Fang Yuan was very shocked regarding this. Grandmaster attainment level. What did this mean? After accumulating foundation in both his previous life and current life, Fang Yuan only became a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, Blood Path Grandmaster was because Fang Yuan cultivated Blood Path mainly in his previous life. It was accumulated through time. As for Strength Path Grandmaster, he had cultivated it on the side in his previous life, while mainly cultivating it this time. Because he had a foundation in his previous life, when he cultivated it this time, with the help of the immortal ascension tribulation, he obtained a chance to learn from heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was He Lu Lan's dream realm. With all these reasons, he managed to accumulate sufficient foundation. After exerting so much effort in both lives, using more than 500 years, he only became a Grandmaster in 2 paths. But this time, he only explored a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable, and spent less than half a month, yet he was already a Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster. It was impossible to see his Grandmaster attainment level physically. But Fang Yuan knew. His gains were immeasurable. He could even say it was more valuable than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. My gains this time will allow me to grow immensely for this period of time. I can even break out of my predicament. Generally speaking, development was the result of accumulation and gradual progress. By growing slowly and steadily, one would achieve success in the end. But fortuitous encounters and windfalls would allow one to experience explosive growth, jumping out of a stale state and saving huge amounts of time, overturning the situation and obtaining an extraordinary achievement. Since Rebirth, Fang Yuan had been resolving difficulties. He advanced bravely and had many gains. They were extremely helpful to him, allowing him to find solutions. Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull, Goop Bone Flesh Unity Goo, All-Out Effort Goo, 3 Kings Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Second Aperture Goo, becoming a Strength Path Goo. Immortal and gaining inspiration from nature, as well as Wisdom Goo. Other than these, there were other areas in which he grew and progressed, but they did not overturn his situations. However, after this trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan had gained a new shocking harvest. That was his dual Grandmaster attainment level, among which Wisdom Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. It had reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, but it was not his. The degree to which he could make use of it was not high. However, attainment levels were something that belonged entirely to the Goo Immortal themselves. In Fang Yuan's opinion, dual Grandmaster attainment level was more valuable than Wisdom Goo itself. Since Rebirth, this can be considered another situation where I made immense and shocking gains, yet this time the process was very easy. It was unthinkably simple. Fang Yuan could feel the mysteries of the twists and turns over life and opportunities from this. He naturally had some guesses. Perhaps this was related to Connect Luck. Speaking of which, ever since he used Connect Luck, Fang Yuan's cultivation journey had become much smoother. The rise of his attainment levels, especially when they rose to Grandmaster attainment level, gave an incredible feeling. He could not describe it. It was as if Fang Yuan had previously been looking out of the window and seeing a large rock formation filled with crevices and weeds. Now, he took a few steps up and could see further and higher. He could now observe part of the rock formation by looking down. He felt that this part of the formation was as tiny as a pebble beneath his feet now. When he looked further ahead, he could see more and understand deeper. Attainment level, this was something very hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even for the developed Goo Master cultivation world, everyone had their own explanations for it. There was no unified description. Fang Yuan's soul came from Earth. This difference made him possess a different understanding regarding the phrase attainment level. So-called attainment levels are like mathematics problems. By answering many mathematics questions, one can accumulate experience when they get the correct answer. They will eventually understand the crux of them, gaining enlightenment and raising their attainment level. With this level of understanding, they can solve other related mathematics questions easily and get the right answer. When they encounter very unfamiliar questions, they can also use their existing knowledge to answer a portion of them. Thus, when Fang Yuan encounters questions in cultivation, because his attainment level rose, he could solve the question to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's use of wisdom gu earlier was just superficial. It was a brutish and forced method. Now that he had wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he gained many inspirations and ideas. He could try to use some supplementary gu worms to make use of wisdom gu more efficiently. Another example was modifying gu recipes. Back then, Fang Yuan had tried to modify recipes of memory thought gu, star thought gu, and malicious thought gu. But because his wisdom path attainment level was low, he kept failing. He encountered impasses and could not advance. Afterwards, he successfully modified Star Thought Gu's recipe, but he was making use of Starlight Immortal Gu. It was not because of his own abilities. Now, Fang Yuan could feel that he could modify these Gu recipes, and they would be even better than before. Going beyond this, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could perfect incomplete inheritances. Like earlier, Fang Yuan had obtained an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Memory Thought Gu, Reminiscence Immortal Gu, and multiple mortal killer moves were included. With his Grandmaster attainment level now, Fang Yuan could deduce this inheritance to a degree, and even restore it. Gu recipes could be modified. He could modify killer moves as well. The killer moves' myriad self, vaguely familiar face, they were within the range of possible applications. Also battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan could not find one after so long. But now he had the foundation needed to create one himself. Or, for example, the construction of star-form blessed land. Earlier, Fang Yuan's plans needed huge amounts of funds. Now, with his wisdom path and star path attainment levels, he could improve this plan and save an immensely large number of immortal essence stones in construction fees. Furthermore, this new plan would be even more ideal and useful than the previous one. The raising of hairy men, his 8 sources of revenue, the use of Gu immortal souls, the claiming of Gei blessed land. There were many things he could do. The rise of attainment levels was quite special. In conclusion, when attainment levels rise, the person experiences growth in all aspects. The Gu Master's cultivation journey would be refreshed. There would be great prospects. Their strength would rise up as well. Time passed quickly. In terms of the 5 regions' time, half a month passed. 2 wills were intertwined, battling intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the complete advantage. He was suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will's advantage continued to grow. He could almost toy with Mo Yao's will easily now. How can this be? How can your capabilities rise by so much? Mo Yao's will screamed in shocked anger. Before this, Fang Yuan had been using a similar amount of will to fight with Mo Yao's will. They were at best evenly matched. He was even at a disadvantage. But now, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. He only used 1/3 of the will to defeat Mo Yao's will till she screamed in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was implacably in the lead, suppressing Mo Yao's will and preventing her from doing anything. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a training dummy. I learned many techniques by fighting with her will. Now I am far beyond Mo Yao's will. I can use many techniques naturally and smoothly. Mo Yao's will has lost her value as a training dummy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan drew back his will. He placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move in front of him, 8 Doors Labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He came to Eastern Sea and joined up with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land. The tough barrier back then, 8 Doors Labyrinth, was now resolvable by Fang Yuan, who was a wisdom path grandmaster. Back then, Fang Yuan had thought that he would need the wisdom path Immortal Gu, Star Thought, to have a chance of dismantling 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now he could multitask, deducing the battlefield killer move while secretly sparring with Mo Yao's will. Most importantly, after tens of days had passed in the Blessed Land's time, under Fang Yuan's lead, Shark Demon and the others were finally close to unraveling Eight Doors Labyrinth. We are about to pass Eight Doors Labyrinth. To think that this Xianxia would suddenly become so fierce. Eight Doors Labyrinth. Is this battlefield killer move the final obstacle in Yu Lu Blessed Land? The immortals were secretly excited. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Eight Doors Labyrinth was thoroughly unraveled by Fang Yuan. Yu Lu Blessed Land's true appearance appeared before all the immortals. Chapter 9. 117. Unmoving Troops. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After dismantling the battlefield killer move Eight Doors Labyrinth, everyone's field of vision widened, seeing Yu Lu Blessed Land's true appearance. Only to see that there were flashing lights in the sky. They were like traces of silk or streams of water. Some were moving slowly, while others were creating dazzling ripples. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. Each light had a bright color. Dazzling light shined on everyone's faces. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others did not speak. They looked at this amazing sight as they showed some excitement and amazement. This Yu Lu Blessed Land was very different from normal blessed lands. Ordinary blessed lands had the sky, ground, vegetation, flowers, birds, worms, and fish. But here there was nothing. Yu Lu Blessed Land was very unique. It was merely a broad space without any concept of sky or ground. There was no living beings, and there were also no resources that Gu immortals usually accumulated. Maybe this uniqueness is the reason why Yu Lu Blessed Land can set up battlefield killer moves of countless paths. Fang Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, there were huge conflicts between battlefield killer moves and blessed lands or grotto heavens. Few Gu immortals were capable of setting up battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens, because battlefield killer moves used Gu worms to engrave Dao marks and temporarily create a battlefield. Meanwhile, grotto heavens and blessed lands were made of Dao marks. Because the Dao marks varied, they conflicted. When Xianxia Blessed Land was attacked by Qin Bai Sheng and the others, Xianxia Land Spirit did not use a battlefield killer move to resist them. That was because within the Blessed Land, establishing a battlefield killer move was detrimental to oneself. But Yu Lu Blessed Land went against this common sense of the cultivation world. In Fang Yuan's case, when he attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land, he had encountered 3 battlefield killer moves: Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and Eight Doors Labyrinth. These 3 were evidently immortal killer moves from different paths. They would not normally gather in the hands of a single Gu immortal and become used in their immortal aperture. But within Yu Lu Blessed Land, not only were these 3 used, they did not clash with the Blessed Land at all. In fact, they seemed to complement each other in a way. Fairy Yu Lu was a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is not strange that her immortal aperture, Blessed Land, is like this. Su Bai Man looked as she let out a deep breath, saying this. Even though there are fewer resources here, if we can learn Fairy Yu Lu's methods and use it in our own immortal apertures, we would be able to have battlefield killer moves in it. That would be a huge gain. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. At this time, a Gu immortal who went with them pointed at a direction as he shouted, "Quickly look, immortal Gu." Everyone quickly looked towards the direction the Gu immortal was pointing. As expected, they saw a Gu worm that had a special appearance. It was long and slim, like a twig. It had numerous thin golden-colored wings fluttering in the sky. The entire Gu worm looked like a branch of a long golden willow. This Gu worm quickly drilled into a nearby flashing light and vanished. But during this moment it was seen. Its immortal Gu aura was undeniably exposed. Everyone's gazes became heated. Their breathing became rough. But they were not surprised. There were naturally immortal Gu in Yu Lu Blessed Land. If there were no immortal Gu, how could those battlefield killer moves earlier be constructed? Even though Yulu Blessed Land did not have an accumulation of resources, with so many battlefield killer moves, it had to have a good number of immortal goo. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed, breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though the main gains had to be given to Zombie Alliance, he was the person who took down the Blessed Land. He would gain the biggest reward of at least 1 or 2 immortal goo. Other than that, by succeeding in taking down Yulu Blessed Land, he would also receive a huge sum of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If Shark Demon could find an immortal goo that suited him, he would definitely take it for himself. This was the benefit of being the person in charge. If he found any mystical immortal goo that could help him and his wife revive and get rid of the zombie status, that would be best. Reviving from being a zombie and becoming human, not only was Fang Yuan working towards it, Shark Demon and Subai Man were doing the same. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, everyone started congratulating him. Subai Man smiled more subtly. Shark Demon and Subai Man had put in huge investment into the mission of invading Yulu Blessed Land. They had almost used up their savings. On the surface, it could not be noticed, but Shark Demon and Subai Man were facing immense pressure. Right now, their investment was finally bearing fruit. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal goo, all of their investments would be essentially paid off. Shark Demon and Subai Man were joyous. The weights on their minds had been removed. Once Yulu Blessed Land is captured, everyone here will be compensated according to the contributions you have made. You will not be shortchanged. Shark Demon smiled as he spoke seriously. Everyone nodded. They stepped back and asked Shark Demon and Subai Man to go ahead. With immense benefits in front of them, some goo immortals might become rash. Shark Demon's words were both an assurance and threat. Everyone could understand his underlying meaning. All right, everyone can wait and see. Shark Demon did not refuse. He struck. He willed and turned into a flash of light. With a swooshing sound, he tore through space and shot out. The direction was towards the golden willow branch like immortal goo earlier. Everyone saw Shark Demon rapidly approaching the immortal goo, but suddenly, there were ripples in space as Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a shocked expression. What happened? Subai Man asked in suspicion. Shark Demon shook his head. He said in an uncertain tone, "It seems to be another battlefield killer move." Next, everyone tried, but they could not move out. It attested to Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is definitely more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did all of you notice? Every time we get transported back, we would be in our original spots. Our positions would not change at all. Such an ability. This has to be the legendary unmoving troops. The goo immortals discussed and eventually came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move. Unmoving troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It obstructed everyone. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally. The work of an Immortal Venerable was truly profound. Paradise Earth. Immortal Venerable had a mild and kind temperament. He was vast different from the other 9 goo. Immortal Venerables. He was merciful. He did not like killing. Since he was young, he often subdued people with kindness, taking down enemies without fighting. Battlefield killer move unmoving troops. Once someone entered this formation with any intent to battle, malicious thoughts or lust, they would be unable to progress at all, unable to move. In the past, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 goo immortal, he used this move to subdue a famous rank 7 sound path goo immortal, Gao Ming. In that battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not move. He only used the battlefield immortal killer move unmoving troops. No matter what methods Gao Ming used, he exerted all of his strength and did not even manage to get one step closer to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This battle made the arrogant Gao Ming lose his temper. He then followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard henceforth. Since this has to do with wills and thoughts, Why don't we shut our minds and temporarily stop thinking? Fang Yuan said. It was not hard to achieve this. Gui immortals mostly had some wisdom path techniques. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as Xianxia. He was also partly a wisdom path Gu immortal. But everyone's attempts ended in failure. Some Gu immortals did not have outstanding wisdom path techniques. During this process of moving forward, their desires and thoughts were stirred up, breaking their thoughtless state. Only certain Gu immortals, including Fang Yuan, could achieve a state of having no thoughts. But the problem came after that. Without any thoughts, how could one capture any Gu worms? The body's movement was decided by the thoughts that were generated in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stay still on the ground. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move. The Gu immortals themselves could not move. Sigh. No wonder back then, Gu immortal Gao Ming became dejected and willingly submitted to the rank 7 Paradise Earth immortal venerable, becoming his guard. To get through this round, it is hard. The worst part is, Yulu blessed land is right in front of us, undeniably. This is the final obstacle. But we can only watch here and look on, unable to gain anything. Maybe this arrangement was the intention of Fairy Yulu. She purposely let us see hope, luring out our thoughts and desires. It increases the difficulty of taking down this battlefield killer move. If we really cannot succeed, we will have to retreat and seek reinforcements. Su Baiman suggested as she frowned. Shark Demon looked ahead, becoming silent. Earlier he had invited a wisdom path Gu immortal over, but he lost an immortal Gu to her. Thus he did not at all like this idea. At the crucial moment, only a person on their own side could be trusted. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was part of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he was one of them. Shark Demon asked, Xianxia, do you have any means? If you do, use them. Don't worry, your compensation will not be small. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. To unravel this battlefield killer move, it can be said to be both easy and difficult. Oh, what do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that he had attracted all of their attentions. He said slowly, Everyone, do not be scared due to the reputation of unmoving troops. Back then, Gao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, we are facing an unmanned battlefield killer move. It is far easier to deal with this one. That makes sense. Indeed. With a Gu immortal controlling the battlefield killer move, it could transform and replenish continuously. But a battlefield killer move without any Gu immortals controlling it is very inflexible. Everyone saw hope and felt joy after hearing Fang Yuan's words. But next, Fang Yuan's words threw them into dejection again. Attacking an unmanned battlefield killer move is relatively simpler, but to me it is extremely difficult to unravel this current one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions crumbled. They cast somewhat unkind gazes towards Fang Yuan. One of the Gu immortals said agitatedly, Xianxia, you talked a lot of crap. Just tell us if you're useless. Speaking like this, are you trying to toy with us? Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon showed no expression on his face, but it was obvious that his mood was currently terrible. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped his smiling expression. He bowed to Shark Demon as he said solemnly, Why would I dare to toy with everyone? I am truly restricted by a lack of resources. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu, I would have great confidence in unraveling the battlefield killer move unmoving troops. For sure. Chapter 9, 118. Blazing Heaven Demoness Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios Shark Sea, Underwater Palace. Delicious delicacies filled the table. The aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the lantern lights shined brightly. In the banquet, Shark Demon and Su Baiman sat on the main seats, treating two Gu immortals in the hall with utmost cordiality. These two Gu immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. After they ran into a barrier in Yu Lu Blessed Land, and knew that staying longer would be of no use, Shark Demon and the group sensibly retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had originally intended to leave, but were invited over by Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had participated in Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. Gulping down the fine wine, Shark Demon put down the wine cup and looked at Fang Yuan, suddenly asking, "Xianxia, how much assurance do you truly have in unraveling unmoving troops?" Fang Yuan thought inwardly. The time has come. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had been talking about all sorts of irrelevant matters, but he just kept quiet and did not speak about the matter first. Shark Demon finally could not hold it in and spoke about the subject. Fang Yuan immediately replied, "Lord Shark Demon, you are also aware of how things stand for me. The wisdom path inheritance I inherited is complete. Moreover, recently I have comprehended many mysteries. Thus I could unravel the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth. But up until now, I have been suffering from having no relevant wisdom path, immortal Gu. Thus my methods are limited, and my capabilities insufficient. If I could refine this wisdom path, immortal Gu, I can definitely unravel unmanned, unmoving troops." Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside him, also backed him up. "I have known Brother Xianxia for many years. I know he is not someone who exaggerates or speaks empty words. Since he says he has confidence, then he definitely has confidence. I can guarantee this." Su Bai Man, however, was not satisfied with Tai Bai Yunsheng's guarantee, as she looked at the person in concern, Fang Yuan, and pursued, "If you have the wisdom path, immortal Gu, can you guarantee you can unravel that battlefield killer move?" Fang Yuan did not answer directly, instead taking a step back in order to advance further, intentionally giving a bitter smile. "How can I have complete certainty? This matter concerns Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 supreme experts in history. If something unexpected happens, it would be normal. But for now, at least, based on the part that is shown, I am quite confident of unraveling it if I can have the help of the wisdom path, immortal Gu." Shark Demon and Su Bai Man glanced at each other. Although they were angry at Fang Yuan's slippery words, they were moved as well. There was no other way. They had suffered much hardship beforehand. Previously, they had spent a considerable price to invite other wisdom path Gu immortals to help, but the outcome was emphatically not ideal. They even lost an immortal Gu in the end. As for Xianxia, they had cooperated with him many times now and knew many details about him. More importantly, Fang Yuan had joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and could be considered a person on the same side. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man's first choice was Fang Yuan. However, financing Fang Yuan to refine immortal Gu was difficult as well. The cost of refining immortal Gu was rather high, while the success rate was too low and depended on luck. If luck was good, one could refine successfully in the first attempt. Then everything would be a joyous matter. But this situation was very rare. If luck was not good, there was a possibility of always failing. At that time, even if there was a huge pile of immortal essence stones, they would just be wasted with no gains. This was also the reason most Gu immortals would rather capture wild immortal Gu than to think of refining immortal Gu themselves. Refining immortal Gu was difficult. In the present cultivation world, many rank 6 Gu immortals did not have even one immortal Gu on them, and could only use mortal Gu to hold their own. Fang Yuan was a special case. He had a lot of immortal Gu, so many that were they to be exposed, perhaps people would not believe it. However, he had reborn, had fortuitous encounters, taken deadly risks, and faced all sorts of harsh conditions to obtain these immortal Gu. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not know these details, but they were aware of Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on them to lend him a hand in refining wisdom path immortal Gu. As far as they were concerned, Fang Yuan could not afford this expenditure and had no accumulations to refine immortal goo. Thus he was making them help him. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely have scoffed and not even given a thought. What a joke. How silly would he be to help others refine immortal goo? However, in the current situation, Shark Demon had to request Fang Yuan's help in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon had one question on his mind. Was Xianxia fooling them? Was he using this chance to blackmail them, when even without immortal goo, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, but did not speak, and only drank the wine. This moment and time was just perfect. Fang Yuan had confidence. Previously, the timing was wrong. Now, Yulu blessed land was laid out in front of them like a juicy piece of meat dangling in the air, tempting Shark Demon. This had indeed done a great favor to Fang Yuan. As long as they completely dismantled unmoving troops, Shark Demon and Subai Man would gain lots of benefits, obtaining hundreds of times what they had invested. Naturally, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of devouring these alone and backstabbing them. However, his strength was not enough to beat even just Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a veteran rank 7 immortal zombie. Although Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, it was not outstanding among rank 7 goo immortals. But this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at the bottom tier of rank 6. Fang Yuan could not defeat even Shark Demon, let alone when there were Subai Man and other goo immortals as well. As for Zombie Alliance behind Shark Demon, there was even less need to mention them. For a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat running across the street. Fang Yuan was rational and calm, and knew his own limits. He had observed and evaluated the situation before he joined this expedition in order to get a share of the profits and extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank the third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Subai Man had already finished their secret discussion. They quickly reached a consensus. They decided to aid Fang Yuan financially and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Even if it was Fang Yuan blackmailing them, they had no choice but to settle for it. They did not even force Fang Yuan to make an oath or use goo worms to probe out his true thoughts. Shark Demon and Subai Man were, naturally, not foolish. Besides urgently needing Fang Yuan's help for this final important hurdle, they also had another intention. That was to improve their relationship with Fang Yuan. After all, the wisdom path potential Fang Yuan showed was already worth it for them to make an investment. Wisdom path goo immortals were rare. Having a friendship with a wisdom path goo immortal was very precious. However, just as Shark Demon was about to reply, there was suddenly a change. The immense sea shook intensely. Thunder crackled and countless chaotic sea currents pressed on towards the underwater palace. Immediately, a piercing fire pillar shot down from outside the sea, directly striking at Shark Demon's underwater palace with shocking might. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the area, and the magnificent underwater palace shined with the radiance of a defensive goo formation. However, the light could not last for even a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire pillar. In an instant, stones and bricks broke and flew in all directions. The palace turned into ruins. The fire kept on burning and was actually not extinguished by the sea. The extremely pleasant banquet had now thoroughly ended, as the endless seawater surged in, sweeping away all the furnishings and the delicacies of the banquet, and soon submerged Fang Yuan and the group. However, the four were all goo immortals, and had no problem staying in this depth of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, and did not need to breathe in the sea. He was dazed for a moment before suddenly standing up and looked at the sky above the sea, shouting in fury, "Such audacity! Who dares to attack my sea area?" Subai Man also stood beside Shark Demon, similarly gazing up, her expression pale. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng glanced at each other, puzzled. Shark Demon had outstanding strength, and with Subai Man accompanying him everywhere, they could advance or retreat easily. Such a duo was already extremely dangerous to provoke. More importantly, There was also Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance behind them. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. They were a colossal force, a level stronger than even super forces, and could even be called an overlord of the Eastern Sea cultivation world. Who is it that came to attack Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon? Ha ha ha! Shark Demon had just shouted, when a voice resounded in everyone's ears. This is only a small appetizer. I am not only going to destroy your palace, I will also beat you low-life lovers, till you can't even stand up. The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. Moreover, from the voice, it was a female immortal. It's her? Subaiman said. Her eyes widened, showing a clearly surprised and grave look. A bright red figure descended from the sky, pressing down into the sea and towards the 4 on the seabed. Fang Yuan gazed above at this female immortal and saw she was descending extremely fast. Her whole body was blazing with fire which swayed in the water. As for her true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura, a rank 8 Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yunsheng blurted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, adding a sentence inwardly. More precisely, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately, Shark Demon shouted out the female immortal's identity. Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone crazy? You dare to attack a person belonging to Zombie Alliance like you? You are challenging Zombie Alliance's authority and will definitely be severely punished. Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he recalled that he had heard this name before. This name was a famous one. Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu immortal. She was from Northern Plains, the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. After Fang Yuan had infiltrated into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he had heard other members mention and talk of her many times, praising and revering Blazing Heaven Demoness's formidable strength and domineering style. Fang Yuan had not expected to see such a person in this way. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was covered in fire, laughed loudly. Shark Demon, don't talk nonsense. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak. What are you trying to do by stealing my immortal material? Subaiman was just about to question Blazing Heaven Demoness, but had not expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to blame them first. Shark Demon shouted, Nonsense. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, go find a better reason. These last days, I have only been paying attention to doing the assignment of Zombie Alliance, invading Yulu Blessed Land. When would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are just trying to start a quarrel. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, was not flustered, instead confidently laughing. Ha ha ha! I came here with a witness. Shark Demon, you won't be able to deny it. Shark Demon was so furious that he laughed. Good, good, let me see what witness you have. Chapter 9. 119. Angry Bird. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the sea and under the water, the two sides were in a stalemate. It was a tense atmosphere. A moment ago, Fang Yuan was still enjoying a banquet with Shark Demon and his wife, having a joyous time. But at the next moment, they were attacked. The entire underwater palace of Shark Demon was turned into rubble. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng as the latter transmitted. Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert. She is not someone we can fight. Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's intention, that was to sit and watch. At Gu Immortal level, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between them. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shark Demon, and Subaiman collaborated and worked together sincerely, they might not be able to hold off Blazing Heaven Demoness over multiple rounds even if they disregarded the cost. This was an absolutely powerful foe. Normally, only rank 8 Gu Immortals could fight other rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this. Thus, even though his house was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. With Shark Demon's temper, if his house was destroyed, he would burst into anger and attack. But because it was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 goo immortal, he had to control himself even if he was angry. He knew he was not a match for the rank 8 goo immortal. The best way to solve this problem now was to use Zombie Alliance's rules and negotiate with her. Blazing Heaven Demoness had gone against the rules of Zombie Alliance. She was finding problems with an ally. How could that be allowed? Such blatant attacks are simply giving no regard to Zombie Alliance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled confidently, like she had already won. Shark Demon, isn't it simple to justify my actions? Bodan, come out, Blazing Heaven Demoness called. Goo. Immortal Bodan stood out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He lowered his head. His expression was bitter as he bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Su Bai Man, I was forced against my will. Seeing Bodan, Shark Demon's expression turned dark. His wife Su Bai Man also snorted coldly. She had an idea of what Blazing Heaven Demoness's plan was. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scream, Shark Demon, Su Bai Man. The two of you instructed Bodan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicine ice. I was in closed cultivation and was careless. The two of you actually succeeded. Today, I am here to seek justice. As it turned out, Bodan was quite pitiful. Even though he was alive, he had no choice but to join Zombie Alliance. Just earlier, his private sea area was taken over by Blazing Heaven Demoness using brute force. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea using Xianxia's identity and joined Shark Demon in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Bodan was a half-baked wisdom path goo immortal. His skill was lacking. He was schemed against by Fang Yuan. To protect his status, he had to bribe Su Bai Man and give her the rank 8 immortal material medicine ice so that Su Bai Man would defend him. But Bodan was still too incapable. He and Shark Demon slowly became estranged. Bodan was left with no choice. He attempted to use Zombie Alliance to exert pressure on Blazing Heaven Demoness so that she would return him his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she was a higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Bodan's plea and complaint, they dragged out his request and tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for this mere Bodan? Thus, Bodan's situation became increasingly pathetic, until Fang Yuan unraveled the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth and obtained a huge breakthrough in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Ever since Shark Demon invaded Yulu Blessed Land, he had been receiving heavy attention. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, with such great benefits, Blazing Heaven Demoness's greed was stirred. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level, she was superior to them and had great strength, but she could not forcefully take over the fruits of the labor of Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was the Zombie Alliance headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent Bodan a message, lying that she would return him his private sea area and would compensate him. Bodan had no long-term accommodation. As he was wandering about, he received this news and was overjoyed. In the end, when he returned, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Bodan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he also did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and was in deep regret, but now that he was in Blazing Heaven Demoness's hands, he had no choice left. In the end, he was captured by Blazing Heaven Demoness and was brought to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bodan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bodan was just a minor character. He was not crucial. This accusation would not hold up against any investigations. Shark Demon held in the anger inside him as he sneered at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, just say it if you want us to pick the fruits. Why must you implicate an innocent person? Su Bai Man followed. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert. Aren't your current actions too ugly? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was weak, but that did not matter. She just needed a cover. Just an excuse would do. This excuse was only used to respond to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to obey her. To force Shark Demon and his wife, what was needed was not an excuse but strength. Thus, she came here personally with overflowing battle intent. She was here to find trouble with them. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness's laughter stopped. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked at the sea, suddenly saying, 3 moves. What? Su Bai Man was shocked. I will finish you off in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves of mine, I will pretend I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said sternly. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed. All right, let the 4 of us experience your power. Blazing Heaven Demoness 3 moves agreement made Shark Demon see some hope. Of course, the most important reason was that they were helpless in this situation. He had to agree regardless of his wishes. Weaklings had no choices in the first place. Tai Bai Yun Sheng frowned slightly. He did not want to take action. But Shark Demon was crafty. With a few words, he directly included Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng on his side, against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was calm, showing no change of expression. Su Bai Man transmitted to them. If we can survive this ordeal, both of us will owe you a favor. As for compensation, we will pay you a sum that is sure to satisfy you. We hope that both of you can support us. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fang Yuan transmitted in return. In his mind, he had made his decision. He would just pretend to exert effort. Only an idiot would help in such a dangerous and pointless request. Su Bai Man nodded at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, showing a hint of gratitude in her gaze. I am a wisdom path gu immortal, while Tai Bai Yun Sheng is skilled at healing. Even if we perform badly later, we have sufficient reasons to justify ourselves. Fang Yuan stood out, standing with Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, facing Blazing Heaven Demoness who was at the surface of the sea. Tai Bai Yun Sheng sighed internally, standing beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven, Demoness laughed lightly, with a look of nonchalance. She stretched out her hand, opening her 5 fingers. Suddenly, with a soft sound, an orange-yellow flame appeared in her hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, rubbing the orange-yellow flame. This lump of flame was extraordinary. It was very elastic. Blazing Heaven. Demoness squeezed it as if she was squeezing a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame gradually formed into the appearance of a bird. Blazing Heaven. Demoness opened her hand as the firebird jumped up from her palm, flapping its wings and chirping, happily fluttering around Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness toyed around with the firebird, not attacking as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon Su Bai Man, Fang Yuan, or Tai Bai Yun Sheng, they showed extremely ugly expressions. This firebird had a cute appearance, but it was terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the 4 Gu immortals. Once released, it would unleash shocking might. Not just this underwater palace, the rest of this shark sea, countless living beings in a huge surrounding area of water might be exterminated by a single blow. A rank 8 Gu immortal cannot be blocked by rank 6 or rank 7 Gu immortals. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this one attack, Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, may I know what is the name of this move? Shark Demon asked after a while. He spoke in a dispirited tone with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was careless when cultivating, and flames of anger were burning my heart. I almost lost my life. When I was recovering, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 level killer move. I named it Angry Bird. Angry Bird? This joke-like name made Shark Demon feel some shock and also bitterness. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this on purpose. She wanted to display overwhelming strength to force Shark Demon to surrender. This was a very crude method. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was too overbearing. She was straightforward and had incredible cultivation level. With her battle strength, it was an effective plan. With just one move, Fang Yuan and the others had given up. Only Shark Demon was still hanging on. He said to the rest of them, "You three, retreat first, I will handle this move." Before Fang Yuan and the others replied, Shark Demon took one step forward and said, "Angry Bird, it is a good move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please attack." Blazing Heaven Demoness was shocked. She squinted as she asked in suspicion, "Are you sure you want to face this move? Let's retreat." Su Bai Man's eyes shined with brilliance. She spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness move was incredibly powerful. There was no hope, even if the four of them collaborated. Right now, Shark Demon was facing her alone. Not only did he not want other people's help, even his wife Su Bai Man had such confidence in him. What was he relying on? "All right, I want to see what is giving you courage." Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated. At her will, the angry bird tore through the water, shooting towards Shark Demon. But when it got to the bottom of the sea, a strong aura burst out, contesting Blazing Heaven Demoness equally. Shark Demon showed a smiling expression, like his plan had succeeded. Far away, Su Bai Man let out a sigh of relief. She explained to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, "Back then, we chose this location to build our underwater palace. We naturally had our reasons." Chapter 9, Surah 920, Immemorial Desolate Beast, One Finger Flow. Shark Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A surging, vast aura. Everyone's gazes were attracted to it. The sea became turbulent and tides started to rise. Countless undercurrents formed in the seabed and moved rapidly while intertwined together, like countless giant dragons or pythons. Undercurrent vortex started forming and continued to increase in numbers sharply. Soon, the dangerous vortexes numbered to thousands, filling this sea area. "This is?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng was startled. "Immemorial desolate beast." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man stared fixedly at the center of this aura. There, the form of the immemorial desolate beast was gradually revealed. The state of the enemy was unknown. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had no choice but to stop her attacks for the moment, recalling the small firebird to her side. The sea tides rose and fell along with the rough waves. The surface of the sea became dangerous while the undercurrents flowed chaotically inside the sea. Several breaths later, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast's true appearance was completely revealed. This formidable immemorial desolate beast was unimaginably small and dainty-looking. It was so small that it was actually the size of an adult's finger. This was a shark, an extremely exquisite and cute shark, the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver light. This light was not dazzling but mild, like a silk cloth that gently covered the small shark. Such a formidable aura, yet its body is like this. Tai Bai Yun Sheng sighed, having a strange expression at this sight. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, showed a trace of seriousness. The small shark ignored Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest behind it. From the start, its two eyes had been gazing at Blazing Heaven Demoness, revealing intense enmity. Shark Demon let out a breath and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. My plan has fortunately succeeded. Don't underestimate this small shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark? Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked surprised and shocked. Ordinary Gu immortals would not know of the one-finger flow shark, but as a time path Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had long since heard of its name. In fact, almost all time path Gu immortals knew a mnemonic. One-finger flow shark, an instance of brilliance. Flowing water and clear voice, heaven is impartial. It was no exaggeration to say that the one-finger flow shark was known widely because of the mnemonic. It was a rank 8-time path desolate beast, bearing extremely large amounts of time path Dao marks. Thus it could swim in the river of time with its physical body. The one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and does not reveal itself. The two of us also found its tracks by chance. Later, we intentionally requested for this sea area from Zombie Alliance and built this shark sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly chuckled. So it was like that. No wonder you two stopped at no expense to exchange for an immortal killer move of the Enslavement Path Grandmaster, 180 slaves from Zombie Alliance. Lower controls higher. It was to use this Enslavement Path killer move to subdue this one-finger flow shark, right? Enslavement Path had always been about enslaving higher beasts to control lower. For instance, back when Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, using Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's identity to participate in the contest of the Imperial Court. He had used myriad Beast Kings, 1,000 Beast Kings, and so on to indirectly control the whole wolf army. After all, one had a limited soul foundation. Enslavement Path Gu Masters could not directly control all the wild beasts. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the controlling power of the Enslavement Path Gu Master would be. The more their soul would have to endure, and the less capable they would be in displaying skillful control. But this was not absolute. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. The wisdom of humans was undoubtedly at the top of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there once appeared an Enslavement Path Grandmaster. He had a rough childhood, being born as a slave, and thus had very meager status. He used all the opportunities he obtained and took risks, continuously maturing and finally climbing to the pinnacle. He was 180 slaves, a generation's genius. Normal enslavement path methods were to use those of higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. This was not without reason. For instance, an emperor was the ruler, wielding absolute power, sitting high above. But sometimes when the people are united and of one mind, the emperor would also be trapped by the people's will and would be forced to do things against their own will. Facing blazing heaven. Demoness's speculation, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed right, that is the case. I have been constantly managing the shark groups in this sea area. It is to use these shark groups to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment is insufficient, and I also don't have the immortal Gu forming the killer move lower controls higher. Thus, I haven't succeeded until now." Hearing this, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon had a huge target. His ambition truly was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but wanted to subdue an immemorial, desolate beast. Those able to advance to Gu immortals indeed were not simple. If he truly succeeded and had such an aid, Shark Demon could be considered half a rank 8 Gu immortal. His status would immediately rise, with fame and benefits flowing in rapidly. Currently, he might not have succeeded, but he had made some achievements. At the least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it had not cared about Shark Demon's side, and instead directed all its hatred and anger to blazing heaven demoness. Shark Demon continued. Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also contains several time path immortal Gu. The intention of his words was to make Blazing Heaven Demoness aware of what she was dealing with and make her retreat. This was not revealing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was overflowing with the aura of immortal goo without being concealed. Even Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng could clearly feel it, let alone the rank 8 immortal zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. It is rumored that the River of Time is home to countless time path goo worms. The one-finger flow shark can freely move around in the River of Time, thus having immortal goo is not strange. Tai Bai Yun Sheng whispered to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. He had to move deep into the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability. The one-finger flow shark was extremely rare, and there were probably not many even in the River of Time. To put it in other words, this was a major opportunity that could not be sought out and only found through chance. No wonder Shark Demon and Subai Man stopped at no expense, spending endless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha! Shark Demon's words made Blazing Heaven Demoness laugh loudly. Listening to what you say makes my urge to strike even stronger. Shark Demon, you want to rely on an outside force to make me retreat? To win without fighting? Heh heh, wishful thinking. The moment she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness pointed with her finger. The small firebird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, flying straight towards Shark Demon's direction. It's coming! Shark Demon, Fang Yuan, and the rest felt their hearts chill. Their whole body turned tense as they became extremely vigilant. The firebird seemed harmless, but in truth, its power was vast and extraordinary. However, at this moment, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, resembling a silver firefly as it pounced at the firebird. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and there was no explosion. The instant they collided, a strange thing occurred. Both sides, which were extremely fast, suddenly stilled. Turning from extreme speed to extreme stillness, at that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird seemed to have transformed into a painting. Such a transformation gave the spectators a feeling of being too abrupt. Shortly, Fang Yuan and the rest saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, using its exquisite nose to lightly poke the small firebird. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark made an extremely elegant motion. Its whole body leaped over the small firebird and continued to swiftly move ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stillness ended. The speeds of the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird were restored. However, the former had already moved past the small firebird and was charging towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, while the small firebird was moving towards Shark Demon and the rest of the group. Shark Demon and Subai Man were already extremely alert, and when they saw the small bird nearing them, they held their breaths, preparing to contend with it. Fang Yuan was almost about to pull away and retreat, but right at this moment, the small firebird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc as it turned around, chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon was able to avoid this confrontation, but he was instead pale from shock. This small firebird can move smoothly according to the controller's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move. There are definitely wisdom path methods mixed in it. Fang Yuan analyzed rapidly. That scene just now should be because a certain time path immortal goo in the one-finger flow shark activated. This immortal goo can cause the flow of time in a certain range to become extremely slow. It seemed like the two turned from extreme speed to almost complete stillness, but their speed had actually not changed. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly said. Subai Man nodded and added, "Not only that, when the one-finger flow shark poked the firebird's body, the immortal goo's aura had changed again. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo. It is just that its effect is unclear." The moment she finished speaking, the effect showed up. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression suddenly changed because the small firebird chasing the one-finger flow shark had suddenly detonated. Boom! Like a crack of thunder resounded over the area. Flames accompanied the surging blast, as it ferociously spread everywhere. In an instant, an immense quantity of seawater evaporated, and countless lives were lost. A hemispherical crater formed over the whole sea. When the Firebird had detonated, it had already flown out of the sea. But the bottom of the crater had unexpectedly touched the soil of the seabed. Next, the surrounding seawater surged in to fill the gap. Swoosh! Tides surged and huge waves stirred up in the sea. The soil on the seabed rolled and mixed in with the water, making visibility extremely poor. Fang Yuan and the rest were in a rather miserable state. They had no choice but to fly out of the sea and float in the sky as they continued to watch the battle. They saw the one-finger flow shark shoot directly towards Blazing Heaven Demoness's face like a silver arrow. Blazing Heaven Demoness's expression became more focused. How would she dare to take it head-on? Man is the spirit of all living beings. This phrase was not false, but when strength, recovery, speed, and so on were compared, humans were not outstanding among the endless living beings. Even after becoming Gu immortals, they usually could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark was small, but it was an immemorial, desolate beast. Its small body concealed incomparably frightening brute strength. Chapter 9. 121. Big Fish. Eat Small Fish. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The one-finger flow shark shot forward. Blazing Heaven. Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, she had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small firebird had huge value. Fang Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire path killer move. 5 fingers. Blazing chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand. Her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time-path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits and huge numbers of time-path dial marks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness's head. Success? Subai Man was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eyes shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal Gu immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path Gu worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. Although not fatal, it was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack. The moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness's chest. A dark fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness's head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Fang Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move, it can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This has 3 time-path immortal Gu. One can slow down time, one can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time-path immortal Gu they were, and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with the small firebird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first-time path immortal goo to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the firebird. The firebird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the firebird, causing the firebird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness's forehead and chest, it used the last time path immortal goo to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness's perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 immortal goo. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 goo immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of immortal killer moves to immortal goo. Goo worms had one ability. Others could often find the details of the immortal goo after it was used just once. However, immortal killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless goo worms. Not only did this conceal the core immortal goo, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones, each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end. They don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative immortal goo, maybe it could see through these clones. A pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fang Yuan and Taibai Yunsheng secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demoness was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, but do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fang Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness's head was pierced, but Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Su Bai Man. Even Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fang Yuan and Taibai Yunsheng, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fang Yuan and Taibai Yunsheng made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demoness. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Su Bai Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, "If you can succeed, we will reward you heavily. You won't regret it." Without any consideration, Fang Yuan refused with a bitter smile. "Lady Su Bai Man overestimates us. You two have been rank 7 goo immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you." Even you two don't have a way to solve this. How can the two of us be of any help? Tai Bai Yun Sheng, similarly, shook his head. I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability. Su Bai Man did not say anything more, while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng, his expression clearly not pleased. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain toward Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demoness method could not be resolved, but Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demoness's fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man feared Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway. Thus they wanted to make Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man realized Fang Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. But in the end, she failed. Despite being on the verge of success, Blazing Heaven Demoness was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, after burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words, as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit and Blazing Heaven Demoness decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line. Those who follow the Raz are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness's name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high, and no one could bully them. It was only after Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that Blazing Heaven Demoness had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, Blazing Heaven Demoness was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fang Yuan even had a slight suspicion that Blazing Heaven Demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Demon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Demon was not duped, Blazing Heaven Demoness's move had created a rift between Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3 time path. Immortal goo, Blazing Heaven. Demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan, and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill in strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, Gu immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts, rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Subai Man's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived, but no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly. She had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Demon and Subai Man's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Subai Man's hearts sank to rock bottom. Their intent to battle kept lowering, and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was the normal course of behavior in this world of goo. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Rank 8. How could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Subai Man simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not capable enough in consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation. It would be better if you lead us to take down Lu Blessed Land. Hehehe, Shark Demon. You know when to advance or retreat. Very good. Blazing Heaven. Demoness laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped, and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Demon heaved another sigh as he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds. The one-finger flow shark was pacified. It lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again and soon disappeared. Clearly, it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial, desolate beast. At that time, the 3-time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven. Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. You are Xianxia. I am. Blazing Heaven, Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. From now onwards, I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Lu Blessed Land, you must use your full capabilities. I won't allow any slacking. Chapter 9. 122. Conclusion of the 100 Days Battle. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hearing Blazing Heaven. Demoness command him so overbearingly, Fang Yuan was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Subai Man, this couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Lu Blessed Land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Subai Man had put in so much. Almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled. They lost a great deal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Subai Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Fang Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness's actions. He also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Subai Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish. This was the rule of the cultivation world. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand. This was the norm. It extended to all parts of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other. Brothers would become enemies. This was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark, they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Fang Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is also astute and calculative, more difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Subai Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth. Maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought immortal goo. There is also another advantage. Getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Fang Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness orders, but I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 wisdom path immortal goo first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Fang Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Subai Man thought to herself, this Xianxia seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily, but to think that he was without a backbone, he could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor. He had no integrity at all. Fang Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine immortal goo. Heh, this is easy. I will fund you. Northern Plains, Luopo Valley. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luopo Valley was in bad shape. Crushed rocks were everywhere. It was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The Goo Immortals from Central Continent had various injuries. They were focusing their attentions on Feng Zhuge right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity. They had a number of different emotions. Feng Zhuge won again. His opponent is Qin Bai Sheng, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Zhuge's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Bai Sheng is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Zhuge. The 100 Days battle, only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Bai Sheng is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Zhuge. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luopo Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, Goo Immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 Goo Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved. They were all shining experts. One could say, for the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the Central Continent Goo Immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden Shadow Sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Feng Zhuge and Qin Bai Sheng. Initially, they were equally matched. It was a stalemate. Qin Bai Sheng, who had the territorial advantage and the battlefield killer move 100 million slaughter field, showed a slight edge. But after that, Feng Ge got stronger as he fought. He displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even. Then Feng Ge expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Feng Ge's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting, and finally defeated Qin Bai Sheng. 1 or 2 wins was nothing, but winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Feng Ge firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopo Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Feng Ge stood proudly at the front, seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley. He spoke calmly. His expression was pale. He had over a dozen injuries on him. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Bai Sheng, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Feng Ge could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Feng Ge joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Ge had a high status and reputation. Nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other immortals feel pain and anguish, but Feng Ge felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path, but there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path, using all of my strength to fight. It is a pity. I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Feng Ge had a family. He could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects. Their intentions were hard to decipher. If Feng Ge really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Feng Ge remembered what his wife, Bai Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Feng Ge had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Feng Ge spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Feng Ge's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough, cough, cough. After Qin Bai Sheng retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper. Each time he coughed, there was blood. "Your injuries are getting more severe," Fairy Zhang Yu, who was holding him, said in worry. She was frowning tightly. "Feng Ge is too despicable." He Lang Zi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. "Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively?" Qin Bai Sheng said grimly. "Say no more. Winner takes all. A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses." This Feng Ge truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority, that is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qin Bai Sheng coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 Days battle, only 5 were left: Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, Jiang Yu, He Langzi, and the mysterious, black-robed immortal. Originally, they had Shui Songzi, but when they attacked Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect as well as 2 Gu immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect, had died. Trying to take advantage of Qinbai Sheng, how could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, the most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qinbai Sheng, was heavily injured. Luopo Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 Gu immortals knew. The 100 Days battle had ended. They were the losers. Qinbai Sheng tried to improve their mindsets. Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Zhugei's group is not united. They cannot fight us wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night when that immortal Gu matures in the valley. We would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent. Lord Qinbai Sheng. Everyone was shocked. Qinbai Sheng's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, or He Langzi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or was this a trap? Hui Fengzi, He Cheng, and He Langzi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect secretly, Qinbai Sheng, Jiang Yu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect. The others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not. Qinbai Sheng waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. He Cheng, Hui Fengzi, and He Langzi felt very heavy. Their gazes was uncertain. The 3 wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the 3 were summoned by Qinbai Sheng. Chapter 9. 123. Breaking Out. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Late at night in Luopo Valley. Qinbai Sheng and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qinbai Sheng handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal openly. This immortal Gu is very important. I am entrusting it to you now. The black-robed Gu immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the Gu immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, around the upper tier of rank 7. Qinbai Sheng turned around, instructing Jiang Yu seriously. I can die. You can also die. But he is needed for the plan. We cannot lose him. Fairy Jiang Yu nodded solemnly in return. I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish. He Cheng and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu immortal disregard losses to themselves, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. They had to complete the mission. To make Gu immortals so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luopo Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning. Enemy attack! Fairy Ling Mei, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Jiang Yu, Hui Fengzi, He Langzi, He Cheng, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force, how could Fairy Ling Mei defend against them? She only had one thought. That was to escape. Fairy Ling Mei came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Ao Shui had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon Slash if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei had always been together constantly. They were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luopo Valley. Thus, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Ling Mei was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. "Kill her!" Fairy Zhang Yu, who was at the lead of the 5 Gu Immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mei was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 Gu Immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Ling Mei was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Ling Mei resolutely chose to destroy an immortal Gu, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Ling Mei activated a Gu formation. Her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. "Huff, huff, huff!" Fairy Ling Mei breathed roughly. Her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. "So close, so close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation." Fairy Ling Mei felt gratitude inside. This Gu formation was set up by Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Chi Ming came from Windcloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in Gu formations and was famous in Central Continent. Gu formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. They were often faster than immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Ling Mei survived. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mei had escaped, Fairy Zhang Yu sighed internally. The other 4 Gu Immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier during the 100 Days battle, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the Gu Immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their Gu formations one by one, and now the Central Continent Gu Immortals created their own Gu formations. The outer area of Luopo Valley was now their territory. "Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out," Fairy Zhang Yu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Ling Mei retreated. Central Continent's side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. "Ling Mei, are you all right?" Fairy Ao Shui wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. "We won't let you go. Die here," Chen Zhenqi shouted. "Isn't it too late now to want to leave?" Bu Fei Yan sneered. Even though Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei were separated, they were situated quite closely. Thus, she could arrive first. As for Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Ao Shu because they had incredible speed. Zhenqi of the 9 heavens, followed by Fei Yan. "Damn it!" He Cheng gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan were 2 famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent Gu immortal world. Zhenqi of the 9 heavens referred to myriad dragon docs Chen Zhenqi, while followed by Fei Yan, was speaking about Heavenly Lotus Sect's Bu Fei Yan. Zhang Yu and the other immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these 2. Seeing the 3 of them get close, the 5 immortals on Shadow Sect's side did not even say a thing. They only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the 5 immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Chi Ming. Although Hong Chi Ming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the Gu formation. "Lord Feng Zhuge had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now, and we might spare your lives." Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent, Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Yuan. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 Days battle, the five immortals knew clearly, even if they worked together, they were not Feng Yuan's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the five immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Chi-Ming's body shook and jolted. As if he was shocked by electricity, he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Baisheng. How could he watch as the five immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Ling Mei, Ao Shui, Chen Zhenqi, and Bu Fei Yan. The four Central Continent Gu immortals arrived quickly, but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Yuan, Qin Baisheng was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could stop. Qin Baisheng did not kill the four immortals from Central Continent, he allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's gaze was shining. He had already understood Qin Baisheng's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about. It is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song, right? Immortal Killer Move. Green Jade Song." The five immortals on Shadow Sect's side retreated. Someone cried out in pain while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the five immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The five immortals were resolute figures. They knew this was a problem, and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, blood flowed like a river. Immortal Killer Move. Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Baisheng struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Yuan's face, pressuring him. Feng Yuan's expression changed. He quickly defended himself. Qin Baisheng had two major trump cards. One was the Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression. The other was the Sword Path Killer Move Five Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Yuan had three trump cards. The first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, they were also profound and mystical. Feng Yuan's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the five immortals felt their pressure decreasing. They quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Baisheng used a metal path killer move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Yuan's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Yuan was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Baisheng's metal path killer move had little effect on Feng Yuan. The golden chains were much more effective against Chen Zhenqi and others. Against Feng Yuan, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Baisheng showed a wry smile on his face. "I'll let you see the true secret within Luopo Valley now." Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley. One of them hit Feng Yuan. "This is!" Feng Yuan shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. The power of Space Path. How can this be so strong? Not far away, the two fairies, Ling Mei and Ao Shui, were also hit by the mystical light. Their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan, they were extremely fast. They dodged the mystical light. Qin Baisheng did not care about them. His main goal was to restrict Feng Yuan. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. "Don't struggle. This light is harmless." Feng Yuan understood at once, he shouted as he reminded them. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were uncertain, but at the next moment they saw that Feng Yuan stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luopo Valley by the mystical light. Qin Baisheng's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Ge. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Chen Zhenqi reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect immortals, "Take them down first." This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were held back by Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan. Next, Hong Chi Ming, Old Lord Can Yang, and Old Man Tian Long arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. "Ah, someone save me!" He Chung shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. "Ignore him. Protect our main target. Continue to break out," Fairy Zhang Yu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned He Chung, protecting the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within Luopo Valley, in a mysterious place. "Where is this?" Ao Shui and Ling Mei looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Ge, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. "This is actually a hidden thieving heaven demon, venerable true inheritance." Chapter 9. 124. Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the mystical area, light shined warmly. There were no mountains or rivers, neither wind nor land. It was completely blank. That is true. Once Feng Ge spoke, Qin Baisheng appeared in front of him, looking at the 3 immortals from Central Continent. He smiled deeply. "If not for thieving heaven demon venerable's arrangement, how could I lure Brother Feng here?" Indeed, even though Qin Baisheng was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1-in-1,000 years monster like Feng Ge. Especially when Qin Baisheng's 2 trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Ge, he had to activate the arrangements that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had personally set up in the past. "This really is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance?" Fairy Ling Mei asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon. Venerable was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation path simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos and the Thieving Heaven. Demon Venerable also had a close relationship with Longhair Ancestor. The failure to refine space escape Gu became Longhair Ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Ling Mei or Ao Shui, these 2 fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Ge quickly discouraged them. "Don't even think about it. Thieving Heaven, Demon Venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain." Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. That's right. There was still Feng Ge and Qin Baisheng here, with these 2 experts around. How could Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance become theirs? At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt great disappointment. Feng Ge's back was facing them. He stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued, "You misunderstand my words. Thieving Heaven. Demon Venerable's inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it, I do not fulfill it, and even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it. Ling Mei and Ao Shui were shocked. One of them asked, "There is such a thing?" Qin Bai Xing laughed loudly. "Brother Feng really knows a lot about thieving heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of thieving heaven demon venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains." Feng Juge's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qin Bai Sheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of thieving heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years." Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Ling Mei asked, "May I ask, Lord Feng Zhuge, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it. Who knows?" Feng Zhuge's gaze had been fixed on Qin Bai Sheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know thieving heaven demon venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions. He is from the outside world, an otherworldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor. They have to be an otherworldly demon. I'm obviously not one. Brother Qin cannot be one. Otherwise, he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now? Are you 2 otherworldly demons?" Before Ling Mei and Ao Shui replied, Qin Bai Sheng flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. "Impossible. All the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here? Otherworldly demons? They really exist? Since the start of my life, I have never seen one. Thieving heaven demon venerable was actually an otherworldly demon?" Ling Mei and Ao Shui were taken aback. Feng Zhuge nodded. Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the Gu world. Ling Mei and Ao Shui looked at each other. They asked again, "Other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside? Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Zhuge's power, you cannot take it forcefully." They were unwilling to give up. This was a thieving heaven true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more. They just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qin Bai Sheng sneered. Wishful thinking. Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a thieving heaven true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. Heh heh heh. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? The 2 of you think you can obtain this true inheritance? There was such a thing? This is too absurd. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 Gu. Immortal, he could not even take one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances even after he died? Ling Mei and Ao Shui stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Zhuge did not refute it. He said solemnly, "Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory. Because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path Gu immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the Gu world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens." Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications. Thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it. Ling Mei and Ao Shui gasped in shock. The 2 of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Zhuge and Qin Bai Sheng. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once, Ling Mei and Ao Shui felt their horizons expanding. But soon, they became worried and anxious. Not even giant sun immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry, as long as we do not move in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Jiuge replied confidently. If it were other Gu immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, and Feng Jiuge was a higher-up in Spirit Affinity House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qin Bai Sheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Jiuge, since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qin Bai Sheng struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mei and Ao Shui acted like they were facing a strong foe. Feng Jiuge quickly said, "Don't move. In this place it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap." Feng Jiuge was very aware regarding this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mei and Ao Shui chose to believe Feng Jiuge. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qin Bai Sheng showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident, but it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action. He spoke calmly as he activated the goo worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Feng Jiuge felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qin Bai Sheng fixedly. But at the next moment, Qin Bai Sheng's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qin Bai Sheng recite. Even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone. The sword qi in my fist dominates northern plains. 400 years passed rapidly. How can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud. He spoke with a calm expression. His gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Feng Jiuge. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Feng Jiuge frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qin Bai Sheng had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qin Bai Sheng's body. Behind Feng Jiuge, Ling Mei and Ao Shui's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear. They screamed, "Winds of assimilation!" As it turned out, in order to stop Feng Jiuge, Qin Bai Sheng had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless. He directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary. They assimilated everything. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inheritance space, if 5-finger fist heart sword or heaven and earth song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew. Even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking. It was as if water on a lake was boiled. There were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Feng Jiuge had a solemn expression. Against Qin Bai Sheng's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mei and Ao Shui had activated their goo worms, protecting their bodies. Even Feng Ge had to activate his immortal goo. Of course, they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first. Otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. Chapter 925. Blazing Glory. Lightning Brilliance Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 2 flowers blossomed, each branching in different directions, ignoring the situation of Qin Bai Sheng sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Feng Ge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Zhang Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but He Cheng was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives. Every second was important. At the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him. They only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Zhang Yu was even more heartless. She directly told them to abandon him, disregarding He Cheng's life or death. They were so close to escaping, freedom was right in front of them. He Cheng was lagging behind. Couldn't he be useful installing the Central Continent Goo Immortals? However, he controlled the immortal Goo House Dark Prison. After He Cheng died, it might end up in the Central Continent Goo Immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Zhang Yu and the others, but it was only slightly regretful. Compared to the immortal Goo House, their own lives were more important. Heh heh heh. You can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Hui Fengzi laughed loudly. Immortal killer move. Wind escape. His speed rose sharply. In a few breaths of time, he was way ahead of Zhang Yu and the others. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others' fiery gazes, Hui Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me, Hong Chi-Ming shouted. Goo formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Chen Zhenqi and Bu Fei Yan moved out, using a Goo formation at the periphery to chase and block Hui Fengzi. Hui Fengzi was known as the fastest in northern plains. He came and went like the wind. Central Continent Goo Immortals had to admit that. Just Chen Zhenqi or Bu Fei Yan alone could not stop Hui Fengzi. But now, they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Hui Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Chen and Bu. His speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it. Zhang Yu and the others felt gratified. They turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down! Old Lord Kanyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Chi-Ming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. He Cheng's body was burning in flames. He screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, He Cheng was trapped, while Hui Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Chi-Ming left He Cheng as he chased He Langzi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Langzi. He Langzi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Zhang Yu and the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal were not far away. They were obstructed by Old Man Tian Long and Old Lord Kan Yang. They did not waste time in trash-talking. The 4 immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, winds surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The 4 immortals displayed their might. They shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created. Mountains' rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kan Yang was a famous rank 7 Goo Immortal. When Dongfang Changfan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought unfettered scholar, Fang Yuan, Pi Shui Han alone. He had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tian Long's strength was similar to Old Lord Kan Yang. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the Sound Path Goo Immortal Feng Ge. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Zhang Yu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tian Long and Old Lord Can Yang had the upper hand. They obtained a good chance to strike. Immortal killer move. Life. Chasing fire. Oh no. Fairy Zhang Yu was shocked. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Zhang Yu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh? Strange. Old Lord Can Yang was slightly shocked. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance, Old Man Tian Long shouted. His hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal blocked them as his robe was torn. His appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Can Yang was stunned. You have the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old Man Tian Long howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. Since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Can Yang. Old Lord Can Yang was a firepath Gu immortal. He was countered by the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance physique. He had the disadvantage. Old Man Tian Long wanted to help, but Fairy Zhang Yu risked her life to block him. Quickly go, Fairy Zhang Yu screamed. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Can Yang. He did not look back. He flew out of Luopo Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Can Yang roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Zhang Yu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old Man Tian Long's expression was cold. He descended from the sky and his hand hit Fairy Zhang Yu's back firmly. Boom! Fairy Zhang Yu was at her wit's end. She could not defend herself. Her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared. One could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow. Her purple dress fluttered in the sky, like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Zhang Yu's corpse landed on the ground. Her bones and tendons were broken. Her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Zhang Yu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Can Yang and Old Man Tian Long were free now. They could deal with He Langzi and Hui Fengzi. Hong Chi Ming's focus was on restricting He Cheng. A moment later, He Langzi screamed in a deafening tone. The giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into 2. His corpse turned into a human body. Blood flowed as his internal organs were torn. He died a terrible death. He Cheng was left without a choice. He reluctantly activated the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the immortal Gu House was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, He Cheng was already bankrupt. He did not have much immortal essence left. There was insufficient immortal essence to activate the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It had less than 1% of its full power. Hong Chi Ming used his Gu formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Hui Fengzi lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities. He did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent Gu Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Hui Fengzi was like a fish that was caught in a net. Even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. Don't kill me, I surrender. At the moment before death, Hui Fengzi surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent Gu immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Central Continent Gu immortals understood why Hui Fengzi surrendered. Don't play tricks. Hand over your immortal Gu. The Central Continent Gu immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hui Fengzi tightly. Hui Fengzi did not have any chances left. He sighed deeply as he handed over his immortal Gu. Without his immortal Gu, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat level dropped. Only until he was completely under control, and his life and death was at their whim, did the Central Continent Gu immortals breathe out deeply, in relief. Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Hui Fengzi's surrender gave the Central Continent Gu immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their immortal essence. The Central Continent Gu immortals suffered great losses. Their pressure was immense. After capturing Hui Fengzi, the immortal Gu they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the immortal Gu House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent immortals. But unexpectedly, where is Hai Cheng? So decisive, he abandoned this immortal Gu house immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Hui Fengzi, he secretly dug underground and escaped. He really managed to deceive us. A coward who is afraid of death, a person who is barely surviving, he is not worth considering. At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended. The battle was over and the dust had settled. Qin Bai Sheng, Fairy Jiang Yu were sacrificed. He Langzi died. Hui Fengzi surrendered. The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie had escaped with the crucial immortal Gu. Hai Cheng, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Xianxia Blessed Land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qin Bai Sheng was sacrificed inside Luopo Valley. This showed the cruelty of the Gu cultivation world. Even at Gu immortal level, they were not free from danger. One could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily. He did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench's terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. I am finally here. The mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie who had escaped from Luopo Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then, when Central Continent's group attacked Luopo Valley, Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luopo Valley. But this trump card was extremely important. If it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qin Bai Sheng and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense. They had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully, but only sacrificed the hairy man Gu immortals in vain. Now, Luopo Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie did not come here thinking of revenge and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself and place the crucial immortal Gu here for safekeeping. This immortal Gu was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qin Bai Sheng and Jiang Yu had sacrificed their lives. Just a bit more time. We just need a bit more time. The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the immortal Gu and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie. It was too easy to disguise as a member. However, just when the blazing glory, lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought that his ordeal was over and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting to think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here. The person looked at the blazing glory, lightning brilliance immortal zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the blazing glory, lightning brilliance immortal zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old ancestor Shui Hu, why is he here? Chapter 9. 126. Refining Star. Thought, Immortal Gu. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. The bloodshed forest had already spread out to an area of over 30,000 square meters. At the center of the bloodshed forest, the bloodling Ji shined with a dark red light. But currently, the light of wisdom had already overpowered it. At this moment, Fang Yuan was bathed in the wisdom light halo as he sat and concentrated. His expression was calm. He was like a statue, but his mind was working rapidly. Countless thoughts were created and destroyed. They crashed into one another like a meteor shower or the eruption of a volcano. He grunted. Fang Yuan's body shook. He slowly opened his eyes. His mind, which was undergoing a storm made of thoughts, had returned to a peaceful state. He frowned, thinking deeply. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down from his nose. The immortal zombie body's blood was pale green. There was no warmth at all. It was icy cold. Fang Yuan indifferently cleaned up his nosebleed. He evaluated. It seems that the Gu formation that I newly created still has many flaws. Ever since he had become a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained countless inspirations. As for how to use Wisdom Gu more efficiently, he had many new ideas. This Gu formation was created by him not too long ago. Not long ago, he had a low Wisdom Path attainment level and could only use the light of wisdom directly. Now, with this Gu formation, he could intensify the rate at which his thoughts collided. Even though it could not raise the effect of his deductions, it could save him a lot of time. Wisdom Gu was rank 9, while Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 immortal zombie. It was already very difficult for him to use the light of wisdom. This Gu formation could be considered a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, this Gu formation was not in its original state. It had been modified several times. The first few versions had all sorts of flaws. Once, the Gu formation even exploded inside Fang Yuan's body. When he used it this time, Fang Yuan withstood the backlash of the Gu formation and suffered a minor injury. The Gu formation still needs to be modified, but that is not key. Now the difficult problem is the modification of the Star Thought Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper. A few days ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness had recruited Fang Yuan. He used this chance to request the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu to her. Both sides came to an agreement. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very generous about funding Fang Yuan. She provided the materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu for him, dispatching Bo Dan to send them over. These immortal materials were very precious. Not only were they expensive, if Fang Yuan had to collect them himself, he would need to expend a lot of time. Only Blazing Heaven Demoness, using her rank 8 cultivation level, her zombie alliance status, and her deep foundations could gather 3 sets of these immortal materials in such a small amount of time. Fang Yuan was well prepared. He naturally got to refining Gu. But he had tried 3 times consecutively and failed them all. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared in regards to failing. After all, he did not have the success Dao mark from the Refinement Path Convention this time. He could only rely on his own skills and luck. Relying on skill was easily understood, but why did he have to rely on luck? Looking at the example of Star Thought Immortal Gu, during the refinement process, there was a step that needed 2 immortal materials. He needed a portion of pale flame white bones and a portion of green beetle water lotuses. The former was a fire path immortal material. The latter was a water path immortal material. At this step, the two immortal materials have to be processed at the same time, fusing water and fire to create a clear liquid. But this step was very difficult. There were fire path Dao marks on the pale flame white bone and water path Dao marks on the green beetle water lotus. To process them and form the clear liquid, the fire path Dao marks and the water path Dao marks have to be equal in number. Even if they were not equal, the difference had to be very small. That was the only way the fire and water could cancel out each other. If one side was higher, more than the range allowed, the liquid would be extremely murky. This sort of murky liquid could not be used, but the liquid could not be stored for long. It needed to be refined right before use. Fang Yuan did not have a time path immortal goo to seal the state of the liquid. Thus, Fang Yuan had to create the liquid while refining immortal goo. And the difference in Dao marks was extremely subtle. Even if Fang Yuan focused all his attention and used his best methods, he could not inspect all of them. He could only estimate. Fang Yuan was not a fire path or water path. Goo immortal, he was already reaching the limits of his investigative abilities. Thus, the immortal goo recipe strictly stated the age of the green beetle water lotuses, as well as the amount of pale flame white bones. But even so, even among green beetle water lotuses of the same age, they would have different water path Dao marks on them due to the environment that they were in. If the pale flame white bones were damaged, there would also be fewer Dao marks on them. All of the goo refinement materials met the immortal goo recipe's requirements after Fang Yuan checked them meticulously. But when they were used in practice, there was bound to be failure. To refine the clear liquid, there was luck involved in it. The entire immortal goo refinement process had many such examples, like the fusing of water and fire. Succeeding once or twice was not difficult. The difficult thing was to succeed every single time. Thus, the success rate of refining immortal goo was extremely low. Many goo immortal went bankrupt trying to refine an immortal goo without success. Immortal goo were a huge boost to the goo immortal in all aspects. Because of the existence of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, goo immortals had an even more intense desire in regards to immortal goo. But in the history of goo cultivation, there were countless instances of immortal goo refinement failing. These painful experiences landed countless people in terrible straits. At present, many rank 6 goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Goo immortals would rather attempt to capture wild immortal goo than take a risk and refine immortal goo themselves. Of course, there was another reason. Refinement path attainment levels differed between goo immortals. Many goo immortals did not have the confidence to refine immortal goo themselves. Especially when it came to immortal goo with higher ranks, goo immortals would have even less confidence in refining them. In the past, even 2 venerables, Giant Sun and Thieving Heaven, had to ask Longhair Ancestor to help them refine immortal goo and immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan was modifying the immortal goo recipe in this aspect. When he became a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Star Path attainment also rose to Grandmaster level. This gave him the ability to modify the immortal goo recipe of Star Thought. Including this current deduction, he had already modified many aspects of the original immortal goo recipe. 11 processes that were similar to this water and fire fusion had been taken out. They were replaced with more stable steps with higher success rates. Looking at the time, Blazing Heaven Demoness is about to send me the 4th set of goo refinement immortal materials. With Blazing Heaven Demoness's funding, Fang Yuan's financial difficulties had been alleviated. Blazing Heaven Demoness had been wanting to attack Yulu Blessed Land. She was generous in allowing Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal goo. She would not stop until he succeeded. But she was not easy to fool. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the excuse of failure to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness and get the goo refinement immortal materials, he would not succeed. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan, they had made an agreement. All of the funded immortal materials would become Fang Yuan's debt towards her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal goo, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal goo but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take an immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. If it were Shark Demon who gave this condition, Fang Yuan would not agree to it. He would propose one that suited his interests more. But this was the demanding and domineering Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan also needed to refine Star Thought immortal goo as soon as possible. He could only agree to it. Thus, it was in no way suitable to cheat Blazing Heaven Demoness's funding. Fang Yuan failed 3 times. The losses were all on him. He already owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge debt. Fang Yuan could clearly discern some of Blazing Heaven Demoness's plans. Even if Fang Yuan could not repay his debt, with the wisdom path attainment that he displayed, Blazing Heaven Demoness could make use of it and force Fang Yuan to work for her. After all, wisdom path goo immortals were very rare. Those with Fang Yuan's level of attainment were extremely useful subordinates. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining Star Thought immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness would be even happier, because this would allow her to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. The conclusion was that Blazing Heaven Demoness would only earn from this regardless of what happens. After failing 3 times, the pressure was all on Fang Yuan. According to my current situation, I can only do 7 refinement attempts. Now I have already failed 3 times. I have 4 chances left. In terms of refining goo, I have already reached the limits. I can only work harder in terms of luck. Fang Yuan thought it over. He had Connect Luck immortal goo. He could forcefully link to other people's luck and boost his own luck. But there was a drawback with this. Even though Fang Yuan had Connect Luck, he did not have Break Luck along with it. He could only connect, but not break. If the target of his luck connection became unlucky, Fang Yuan would be implicated. Thus, Fang Yuan had chosen several targets earlier. These people had extremely powerful luck. They were moreover unceasing and would not fade or become bad over time. But these people were very rare in the entirety of the 5 regions. Looking over his previous life, there were only so many of them. Fang Yuan calculated. The remaining ones have not been born yet. Among them, Song Yi Shi had already killed the ancestor of Li Xiaoyao on the Nameless Island. There is no way he can be born now. The soonest and best target can only be Fairy Black Moon. Fairy Black Moon was very incredible. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was one of the most outstanding characters in Spirit Affinity House. Her status was similar to Mo Yao in the past, or even higher. This was because in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was a great era of turmoil. The 5 regions were in unprecedented chaos. The appearance of dream realms broke the balance of the different forces. A new goo cultivation path, dream path, was produced. Everything hinted towards the emergence of great dream immortal venerable. In this great era, heroes emerged, conquerors surfaced, capable people were everywhere. Dragons and snakes rampaged, all while Fairy Black Moon remained as the representative of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects. She had incredible talent. It was surely first-rate in the 5 regions. Furthermore, Fairy Black Moon led the Central Continent Goo Immortals to attack Imperial Court Blessed Land. She had outstanding achievements and incredible battle strength. Her methods were also profound. Ever since Fairy Black Moon emerged, she grew stronger with each battle, turning disaster into fortune. Her luck had been very strong. She was indeed an ideal target for Fang Yuan's luck connection. Chapter 9. 127. Fang Yuan's Opportunity. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Unfortunately, Fairy Black Moon wore a mask and had a mysterious status. I do not know her true identity. In my previous life, she was like a rising sun. She was dazzling and bright. There was no biography on her. Maybe she is still an ordinary disciple in Spirit Affinity House, or maybe she is the descendant of a Gu immortal. In short, I have too little information. There is nothing I can search for about her. Since he could not find Fairy Black Moon, he could only look for other, inferior targets. These people were also very famous characters, but they only had strong luck for a period of time. It was not long-lasting. Several of them had large fluctuations. Some even had great misfortune after a period of good luck, dying in the process. If I use Connect Luck on them, my luck can become very strong in the short run. I can surely refine Star Thought Immortal Gu successfully, but I do not have Break Luck. When they become unlucky, so will I. Sacrificing the long-term prospects for such small temporary gains, is it really worth it? Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he had Break Luck Immortal Gu, this was not a problem for him. But whether he could obtain Break Luck in the future, Fang Yuan had no confidence in that. He was never a person who would do something in which he had no assurance of the outcome. Placing his hopes of success on pure chance, Fang Yuan would not do that. He was indeed willing to gamble and take risks, but he was actually very careful and meticulous at the same time. If not for that, he would not have gotten so far. Several days later, Blazing Heaven Demoness sent over sufficient immortal materials for him to refine Gu again. But Fang Yuan was no longer in the mood to refine Gu. He had just heard some shocking news. Not long ago, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was infiltrated by old ancestor Shui Hu. The latter went deep into Earth Trench and secretly ransacked many precious immortal Gu and immortal materials. If old ancestor Shui Hu was not exposed, Zombie Alliance could only let this matter go. But the problem was, an intense battle caused old ancestor Shui Hu's tracks to be exposed. Zombie Alliance had to make a response to this. Zombie Alliance was huge. It spanned across 5 regions. Their territory had just been infiltrated and looted casually. How could they allow it? If they did not punish such wrongdoers, Zombie Alliance's reputation would suffer. Their authority would be undermined, and many forces would look down on them. How could they hold their ground in the Gu immortal world and compete with other forces? Any organization's face represented a certain extent of benefits. Moreover, just now, old ancestor Shui Hu was found in the immortal zombie graveyard. This greatly provoked all the Zombie Alliance immortal zombies. They burst into anger. Immortal zombies had a lot of Dao marks in their bodies. They were excellent Gu refinement materials. But an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead. Thus, they held their own bodies in high regard. This was the last bit of pride they had. Therefore, immortal zombies placed much more importance on their bodies than ordinary Gu. Immortal. The immortal zombie graveyard was a place in Zombie Alliance that could not be defiled, but their sanctuary was ravaged by old ancestor Shui Hu. Could they ignore this? Old ancestor Shui Hu went overboard. This violates the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. It seems that he is taking a risk to refine immortal Gu fortune, rivaling heaven. He actually became a thief and personally stole immortal zombie bodies. Fang Yuan assessed. He thought about his previous life. In those 500 years, this did not happen. In my past life, Ma Hongyun was alive and well. Old ancestor Shui Hu did not obtain him. Of course, he could not refine immortal Gu fortune, rivaling heaven. It seems that now, because of my rebirth, everything is changing as my influence grows. Old ancestor Shui Hu was implicated by me. Old ancestor Shui Hu's plight was a good thing to Fang Yuan. In Dark Flow Giant City, Yin Liugong, Dragon Commander Ye Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies were standing guard. How could they be old ancestor Shui Hu's match after it happened? They could only watch as he flew away. This matter could not be ignored. The 3 immortal zombies could only seek help from Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance flew into a rage. They sent 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, along with 10 rank 7 immortal zombies, out to punish old ancestor Shui Hu and protect their reputation. Among these 3 immortal zombies, one was Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was necessary for her to go. Why? Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was supposed to be guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Once this happened, Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was in Eastern Sea, had to bear responsibility. When a mishap happened to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had to return and fulfill her duty. Once Blazing Heaven Demoness leaves, the mission of taking down Yu Lu Blessed Land returns to Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fate worked in mysterious ways. It really caught people off guard and went beyond anyone's expectations. Originally, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no more hope. But because of old ancestor Shui Hu, Zombie Alliance had to focus on protecting its reputation. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to return to Northern Plains, and the ones left that were most suited to invade Yu Lu Blessed Land were Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took over the mission of Yu Lu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had been having a hard time. Everyone avoided them like the plague. But now the situation was reversed after all. There was only one final round in Yu Lu Blessed Land. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would prosper soon. With this change in circumstances, many Gu immortals came over to befriend them, to repair the cracks in their relationships that was created earlier. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man were sighing over the mysterious twists and turns in life. Fang Yuan had no time to care about their feelings. Shark Demon was angry at Fang Yuan for turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness so quickly. In this invasion, he did not even invite Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan did not give a hoot. Invading Yu Lu Blessed Land would give him only a small portion of the rewards. It was far less important than refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. And refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was only the icing on the cake. It was less important than getting into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. After all, since long ago, Fang Yuan had been wanting the inheritance in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. That was the inheritance of an immortal zombie great expert. It would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in reviving from his zombie state. In his previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance obtained this inheritance and gained a huge boost in strength, surpassing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance for a period of time. Fang Yuan tried to disguise as immortal zombie Sha Huang in an attempt to make his way into Earth Trench and obtain the inheritance. It was a pity he failed. Feng Zhuge and the others ruined his plans. Left with no choice, Fang Yuan had to give up on it. There were many twists and turns along the way. He joined the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He invaded Yu Lu Blessed Land, and even obtained 2 or 3 ways to revive from his immortal zombie body. However, his initial goal was still not achieved. Now, it was the best chance for him to make his way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Before Fang Yuan had even made any request, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already requested Fang Yuan to go back to Northern Plains with her. In the letter, Blazing Heaven Demoness' attitude was still domineering as ever, and the reason she gave was also valid and enticing. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was the base of Blazing Heaven Demoness. She had many immortal materials kept there. She could give Fang Yuan more attempts at refining Star Thought Immortal Gu over there. Or perhaps she was worried about letting Fang Yuan stay in Eastern Sea. After all, the 5 regions' regional walls were hard to pass. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to pass, the difficulty multiplied by several times. 100 years ago, Blazing Heaven Demoness came to Eastern Sea from Northern Plains. Most of her wealth was expended as she even got heavily injured. She only recovered after recuperating for 8 years. Now, facing a strong foe like old ancestor Shui Hu, Blazing Heaven Demoness was uncertain of how much time it would take to settle. Keeping Fang Yuan by her side was more assuring. At the same time, the wisdom path Gu Immortal Xianxia might provide Blazing Heaven Demoness some help when dealing with old ancestor Shui Hu. All in all, The chance that Fang Yuan had been trying to create and was waiting for had arrived. It was all thanks to old ancestor Shui Hu getting discovered. Towards old ancestor Shui Hu, Fang Yuan even felt a hint of gratitude. Several days later, northern plains, in the deepest parts of Luo Po Valley. The atmosphere was tense. The 5 Gu immortals from Central Continent had solemn expressions as they looked at this inconspicuous place. After the battle had ended, only 2 people from Shadow Sect escaped. The Central Continent Gu immortals who had come to Northern Plains in secret and were very confident had suffered heavy losses. Only 5 were left now. To think that a thieving heaven demon venerable true inheritance was hidden deep within Luo Po Valley. Fei Yan sighed. These last days, they had taken control of Luo Po Valley, and while being vigilant, they made every attempt to save Feng Ge, Ling Mei, and Ao Shui. In the end, they confirmed the existence of the thieving heaven true inheritance, but they could not enter. It is a pity that my sect has no understanding regarding the thieving heaven true inheritances. It is too difficult to enter. We cannot break in for at least 2 to 3 years, Hong Chi Ming said. He was the most skilled in Gu formations among the 5 here. Now that Ancient Soul Sect's old oracle had died, Hong Chi Ming was most suited to speak in this situation. Not mentioning 3 years, the Central Continent immortals could not even wait for 3 months. In fact, it had been very risky to stay in Luo Po Valley these last days. After all, 2 Gu immortals had escaped. What if they lured over other people and attacked again? Actually, even if we know how to get in, we might not be able to save them. This is the arrangement of thieving heaven demon venerable after all. Lord Feng Ge is so strong, yet he is still trapped inside without any commotion. It seems that it is very dangerous inside. If we go in, we might not survive. Qin Bai Sheng had planned meticulously to trap Feng Ge in there. If we go to save him rashly, perhaps. The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke. Their words contained deep meaning. Their gazes were flickering uncertainly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were all under heavenly court, but they did not coexist in harmony. They had incessant conflicts. If Feng Ge, a 1 in 1,000 years genius, were to die here, the other 9 sects would heave sighs of relief. As for Ao Shui and Ling Mei, they had immortal Gu. If they died here, Heaven's Envy Manor would lose its signature killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This was no small loss even to Heaven's Envy Manor, which had a deep foundation. The enemy had left. The age-old inner conflicts between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had finally started to vaguely show themselves in these 5 immortals. We infiltrated Northern Plains to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Even though we took down Luo Po Valley, Old Oracle has died and Feng Ge is trapped. We can only stop here now. That's right. After this battle, we have all suffered huge losses. We need to rest and recuperate now. In my opinion, we should hand over the information of what happened and the fruits of our investigation over to our sects. That is the most important thing. That makes sense, don't forget. We have captured Hui Fengzi and the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. These gains are all extremely valuable. We need to handle them appropriately. As they conversed, the Central Continent 5 immortals silently smiled internally. Why would they save Feng Ge? Save him so that he could suppress them. Save him so that he could get a share of the loot. But they were in the righteous path. They needed to act on the surface and not give others excuses to target them. Now that they had made enough excuses for themselves, the 5 Central Continent immortals agreed on one thing: to return to Central Continent as soon as possible. Chapter Nustness 128. Luck Path Backlash. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After passing the regional wall, the group from Eastern Sea finally reached Northern Plains. I am finally back. Fang Yuan sighed. He was disguised as Xianxia as he stepped on the grassland. His wistful sigh was not just an act. In front of him, Blazing Heaven Demoness' gaze flickered as she muttered softly, "Yes, I'm finally back." She was more deeply moved than Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he only became an immortal in Northern Plains. He was born in Southern Border. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was born and bred a person of Northern Plains. After 100 years, she was finally back. The 5 regions had varying terrains. Eastern Sea had endless mystical sea areas. Northern Plains was mostly flat and had countless grasslands, plains, and mounds. Right now, Blazing Heaven Demoness had stepped into an infertile grassland. The yellow-brown soil only had a trace of greenery. But Blazing Heaven Demoness felt a strong sense of familiarity inside her. Apart from Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, the other Gu immortals frowned slightly. They were Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They felt curiosity yet unfamiliarity towards Northern Plains. Going from their homeland to another region, they felt a sense of ostracism inside them. They felt out of place from the environment that they were in. Among them, there were 2 immortal zombies with the strongest auras. They were both rank 8. These Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were almost all immortal zombies. There were barely any living Gu immortals. Including Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness, there was a total of 3 rank 8s, 6 rank 7s, and 4 rank 6s. They were a powerful group. They had strength in numbers. Old ancestor Shui Hu's actions had truly angered Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It sent out such a huge group to Northern Plains just to take revenge. However, all of the Gu immortals were injured now. The rank 6 Gu immortals were lightly injured. The rank 7s had more severe injuries and were in pathetic states, while the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were weak and had damaged bodies. Some were missing arms while others were missing legs. Their bodies were swaying in the breeze, as if about to fall over at any time. The edges of the 5 regions had regional walls. The one surrounding Northern Plains was the Licorice Regional Wall, and the one around Eastern Sea was the Blue Water Regional Wall. Because of the existence of regional walls, the 5 regions were isolated. Furthermore, the regional walls were bigger obstructions against stronger life forms. The difficulty of a rank 8 Gu immortal passing a regional wall was innumerable times as hard as a rank 6 Gu immortal, the Eastern Sea. Immortal zombies had to go from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. They had to pass 2 regional walls. The 3 rank 8s were heavily injured, while 4 of the rank 7 immortal zombies died in the regional walls. In contrast, the rank 6 Gu immortals faced less pressure. Among all of them, Fang Yuan had the easiest time. He had the lowest cultivation level, at the bottom of rank 6. At the same time, he was also a Northern Plains Gu immortal. When he entered Northern Plains from Eastern Sea, the Eastern Sea Regional Wall rejected him and pushed him out, while the Northern Plains Regional Wall welcomed him and drew him in. Using the same logic, among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, Blazing Heaven Demoness had the lightest injuries. Like travelers from afar returning home, Fang Yuan and Blazing Heaven Demoness received the warm welcome of Northern Plains. If not for the giant Gu formation in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, we would have to sacrifice at least 1 rank 8 immortal zombie and half of the rank 7s. Fang Yuan observed silently. At the same time, he inwardly praised Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's deep foundations. Before they left, dozens of immortal zombies in the Zombie Alliance headquarters activated a Gu formation, causing an earth tide. Once in a while, an earth tide would generate in Eastern Sea. Drawing the force of the earth from deep within the sea trenches, a grand force would move the seawater and create an earth tide. An earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. When an earth tide rushes at the regional wall would become thinner as a result. Thus, every year during the earth tides, many Gu immortals from other regions would enter Eastern Sea. When Fang Yuan and the others set off, the earth tides were over already. To think that in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, there was a method to create an artificial earth tide weakening a portion of the Eastern Sea regional wall for a short period of time. If not for this, Fang Yuan and the others would have suffered greater injuries. What do we do now? After resting for a while, a rank 8 immortal zombie broke the silence. The other Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Among the 3 rank 8 immortal zombies, she was the strongest in terms of battle strength. Thus, she was primarily directing the group in this mission. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not hesitate. She smiled. According to a reliable source, old ancestor Shui Hu has already returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. We should not rush there. We should rest and recuperate, and recover our battle strength. That is the best course of action. The immortal zombies nodded in agreement. There were no objections. They had just passed the regional walls. Their battle strength had dropped to the lowest point. They needed to recover now. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not even go back to Darkflow Giant City. She chose a hidden and secluded spot. The Eastern Sea. Gu immortals went into hiding as they recuperated. This was the same course of action as taken by the Central Continent Gu immortals when they came. There was no other choice. The cost of passing the regional walls was too high. In Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, snow was falling. 3 main peaks with countless branch peaks were situated, like a colossal frost giant that was standing straight. Among them, the first main peak was tall and big. It was the residence of old ancestor Shui Hu. Right now, in a certain room on the first main peak, a giant Gu formation was flickering with golden lights. Outside the Gu formation there was an old man. It was old ancestor Shui Hu. But at this moment, it was not him controlling the Gu formation. It was a female immortal. This female immortal looked like she was in her late 20s. She had a beautiful appearance and elegant disposition. It was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou. Lady Wan Shou was old ancestor Shui Hu's wife. She looked much younger than old ancestor Shui Hu, but she was in fact much older than him. Lady Wan Shou once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained the inheritance of Gu immortal Wang Ju. Not only did she obtain a few lifespan Gu, she also obtained many lifespan extension methods. These lifespan extension methods all had drawbacks compared to lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were extremely hard to find. Lady Wan Shou's lifespan extension methods were very popular with other Gu immortals. During Lady Wan Shou's early days, many Gu immortals had approached her, paying a huge price for her to extend their lifespans. In time, Lady Wan Shou helped more and more Gu immortals. She had extended more than 1,000 years' worth of lifespan. Not only did she receive countless cultivation resources, her strength also rose drastically. She built a strong network and was very popular. Many Gu immortals needed her services. They naturally did not dare to offend her. They promoted her as her reputation soared far and wide. Lady Wan Shou was not only skilled at extending lifespan, she was also a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. She was known in Northern Plains as Gu Immortal World as one of the 4 refinement path experts. Quasi-great grandmaster. She was only a step away from great grandmaster level. In terms of refinement path, Fang Yuan could not compare to Lady Wan Shou at all. As for old ancestor Shui Hu, he was an ice and snow path expert. He was also inferior in refinement path. Thus, whenever old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to refine Gu, he would ask Lady Wan Shou to do it. But now, Lady Wan Shou was using this refinement path Gu formation not to refine Gu, but to temper an immortal material. This immortal material was dug out by old ancestor Shui Hu from deep in Earth Trench, inside the deepest part of the Zombie Alliance Immortal Zombie Graveyard. It was palm-sized and was shining in purple-gold light. It was like a rock. The refinement path Gu formation shined brightly and made great rumbling noises. A while later the Gu formation settled down, and the light also dissipated. The mysterious purple-gold rock that had turned completely red now cooled down quickly. It went back to its previous state. Old ancestor Shui Hu looked at Lady Wan Shou with an expectant gaze. He was asking her wordlessly. Lady Wan Shou frowned slightly. She shook her head. Even you cannot tell what this mysterious purple-gold rock is. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was surprised. This immortal material is truly extraordinary. I have already used my goo formation to its limits, but I could not refine it. This is the first time I've seen such a situation. I need to research it carefully. After saying this, Lady Wan Shou changed the topic. Dear, you were too careless. It would have been fine if you were not exposed when stealing immortal zombies. But now that you have exceeded Zombie Alliance's bottom line, they are sure to take revenge. You need to be careful. Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded. He said heavily, This time I was overconfident. My original plan was progressing smoothly. I almost looted the entire immortal zombie graveyard. But suddenly, a blazing, glory, lightning, brilliance immortal zombie appeared. This is a superb immortal material for refining fortune rivaling heaven goo. I got too excited and tried to capture him. To think he had already set up a goo formation in the graveyard, I was careless and could not conceal the sound of the battle. Thus, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was alerted. Oh, Old Ancestor Shui Hu sighed deeply. Now that I think about it, it was likely the interference of fortune rivaling heaven immortal. Lady Wan Shou said in a heavy tone, Fortune rivaling heaven. Immortal goo is rank 8. It is to be expected that you were influenced. This is the core immortal goo of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. When I was refining goo recently, I have been failing a lot too. It is likely the effect of fortune rivaling heaven goo. But dear, just now you have obtained a large number of immortal zombie bodies. The rate of immortal material collection was raised drastically. As long as we can refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, all of this would be worth it. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui Hu bought Ma Hongyun, he had been using the latter as the main material to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This matter was not advantageous to Ma Hongyun, thus, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou faced the backlash of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Not only them, many goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had received Old Ancestor Shui Hu's orders to collect immortal materials, but they constantly faced bad luck and many mishaps happened to them. Actually, previously, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had already experienced a backlash from Luck Path. That was when Fairy Li Shan had just obtained Minuscule Mountain. It attracted the attack of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. But fighting both of them alone, Old Ancestor Shui Hu forced them to retreat. Luck Path was not invincible by any means. Old Ancestor Shui Hu used his immense strength to resist the backlash of Luck Path. Just now, it was a near guaranteed success that he would steal the immortal zombie bodies. But due to the Luck Path backlash, he became careless, and the matter was blown up. The more difficulties we face in refining fortune rivaling heaven goo, the more we can see the power of this immortal goo, and the more determined I am to refine it. Don't worry. I have already placed Dark Flow Giant City under close supervision. If anything happens, I will know immediately. We will resist whoever comes here. I want to see if Zombie Alliance can really invest so much into this. Old Ancestor Shui Hu laughed. He displayed the dominance and ambition of a demonic path overlord. Chapter 920 Plotting against Old Ancestor Shui Hu Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The huge Dark Flow Giant City was situation in a desolate land. Darkness loomed over it. The giant city was like a slumbering beast, quietly lurking. Ever since Old Ancestor Shui Hu had ransacked the immortal zombie graveyard, Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the other two leaders had closed the entirety of Dark Flow Giant City, showing a defensive stance. Dark Flow Giant City was focusing on defense. No matter how other forces tried to probe it, they could only obtain a bit of information. When night came, Blazing Heaven Demoness led the other Eastern Sea immortal zombies and secretly returned to Dark Flow Giant City. Subordinates Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Ye Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, welcome leader and both lords, greetings to everyone. The three currently in charge of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance paid respects, They could not conceal the uneasiness and agitation in their expressions. "Get up. You are facing old ancestor Shui Hu. It was not your fault," Blazing Heaven Demoness said first. Yin Liu Gong and the others sighed in relief. Their worries were eased. Their lives had been very difficult these last few days. On one hand, they were waiting for the reinforcements from Zombie Alliance's headquarters, but at the same time, they were worried about their responsibility towards this matter in terms of negligence. Old ancestor Shui Hu was too arrogant. He has to pay the price. We of Zombie Alliance are not to be trifled with. Another rank 8 immortal zombie said. The surrounding immortal zombies looked at him in admiration. They quickly voiced out their agreement. This rank 8 immortal zombie was known as Corpse Detonation King. He was most skilled at using the smallest cost to ignite immortal zombie bodies and cause terrifying explosions. He had a bad temper and was ruthless. When he passed the regional wall, he wantonly attacked allies who disagreed with him and killed them. Among the 4 rank 7 immortal zombies that died, 3 were dead because of him. Their corpses were blown to bits, completely shattered. They created a huge explosion in the regional wall, which allowed Corpse Detonation King to advance forward. "Leader, when are we counterattacking? When we attack, please let me be the vanguard." Yin Liu Gong and Huang Quan Wang saw the reinforcements from Eastern Sea and felt a strong sense of enthusiasm. They requested to help. Blazing Heaven. Demoness was not anxious, she said leisurely. "This matter is very important. Let's go look at the crime scene first. We need to collect evidence there." "That's right. Looking at these traces, we might be able to estimate some of old ancestor Shui Hu's methods." Another rank 8 immortal zombie, Pu Wan Dao, nodded in agreement. Even though they were greater in numbers, they were all immortal zombies compared to living goo immortals. They had many drawbacks. Most importantly, the other party was not an ordinary person. They could not pressure him easily. This was someone who could fight both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu alone and force them back. He was a fearsome character, the publicly recognized #1 demonic path goo immortal in Northern Plains goo immortal world. Next, the immortal zombies moved without pause, secretly going to Earth Trench and analyzing the battlefield. The battlefield was well preserved by Yin Liu Gong and the others. The immortal zombie graveyard was a mess. The surface was covered in large amounts of frost. Some crevices even had some fire burning in them. Everyone displayed their abilities as they investigated. Fang Yuan was among them, but his mind was wandering. He gazed around, but his mind was elsewhere. He was looking for the treasure, but this treasure was not inside the immortal zombie graveyard. It was far deeper in Earth Trench. "How can I obtain this treasure without anyone else knowing? I have a feeling this inheritance will surely be of huge help to me. Perhaps I will have to rely on it to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive." Fang Yuan was becoming more excited about it, but currently it was a pity that he was unable to leave the group. He could only follow them as they left Earth Trench, returning to Dark Flow Giant City. After observing the battlefield, the immortal zombies' expressions turned very ugly. Even Corpse Detonation King and Pu Wan Dao had grim expressions. Even though they did not engage in battle personally, just looking at the traces left behind, they could estimate old ancestor Shui Hu's immense power. But this made everyone feel that there was something strange. It was the person who could fight old ancestor Shui Hu to this extent. Who is this person? With rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, even already having set up a goo formation in the graveyard itself. They seem to be an immortal zombie as well. But why do I not have their details in my list of names? Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned deeply. She asked Yin Liu Gong and the others. Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Ye Cha, and Huang Quan Wang smiled bitterly. They admitted blame in unison. "We have failed our duties. We were kept in the dark and did not know that there was such a person hiding in Earth Trench, Blazing Heaven." Demoness snorted coldly. Her expression turned cold. "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I feel that this is not so simple. Old ancestor Shui Hu's appearance here can be explained. He needs to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Goo, but is lacking in immortal materials. But why did that mysterious immortal zombie appear in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard? Looking at this situation, he had been here for a long time already. No need to investigate. At this time, the Rank 8 Goo Immortal Corpse Detonation King interjected. This person is a member of Zombie Alliance. We are here now to rescue him. Beside him, Pu Wan Dao added, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness and everyone from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, do forgive us. This person is not ordinary. He is a 10 extreme immortal zombie with outstanding battle strength. Because he is on a secret mission from Zombie Alliance for his safety, he was kept hidden. Zombie Alliance's headquarters has sent down a top priority order. We have to work together to rescue this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie. It was like this? The immortal zombies showed looks of shock. Yin Liu Gong and the other two were slightly taken aback before their expressions turned grim. Dragon Commander Ye Cha cupped his fists at the people from Eastern Sea. I wonder what secret mission this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie was on, that he had to come to the highly important immortal zombie graveyard in our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Corpse Detonation King replied coldly, This is not something you are qualified to know. All right. Blazing Heaven Demoness stood up. She tried to ease the situation. Our enemy now is old ancestor Shui Hu. Since that immortal zombie is one of us, we will save him as well. Yin Liu Gong and the others nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. This secret was kept from even Blazing Heaven Demoness. She was, after all, a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Even though she had been in Eastern Sea for a long time, she was still isolated from the true core of Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Fang Yuan realized something. Zombie Alliance sent out so many people not only to teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson, but they most importantly wanted to save this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie. Fang Yuan saw this interesting situation as he laughed internally. Heh heh. If this blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie was sent by Zombie Alliance's headquarters secretly as a spy to check on the Northern Plains branch, that would be amusing. Earlier, Dragon Commander Ye Cha was probably trying to ask about this. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are indeed a valuable member of our Zombie Alliance. If everyone else had your awareness and understanding, why would we have to worry about Zombie Alliance's goal of becoming the overlord of the 5 regions? Ha ha ha. Corpse Detonation King laughed loudly. Blazing Heaven Demoness was kept in the dark. She only learned about the true mission now. But she was a shrewd person. She did not show any displeasure. Instead, she said, Next, let us talk about how we will teach old ancestor Shui Hu a lesson and also save the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie. Corpse Detonation King immediately said, The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie's body has an abundance of fire path and lightning path Dao marks. He is extremely suited to be used to refine goo. We should not waste time. We should just approach him directly. Going right at him is just an act of a boor, Blazing Heaven Demoness rebuked, not giving Corpse Detonation King any face. Corpse Detonation King stared as he was about to say something, but Pu Wan Dao also supported Blazing Heaven Demoness. That is right, the other party captured the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie. He has a hostage. If we go there openly, even if we suppress old ancestor Shui Hu, he will use the hostage to threaten us. We will be restricted, and all our advantages would be lost. Then we will sneak into snowy mountain blessed land and save the blazing glory. Lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie, Corpse Detonation King said again. Blazing Heaven Demoness snorted. Outside Dark Flow Giant City, there are countless hidden investigators. Some must come from snowy mountain blessed land. With just this, we can see how alert old ancestor Shui Hu is. Snowy mountain blessed land is sure to be heavily guarded. It is not realistic to sneak in. It is like surrendering ourselves to them. Of course, Corpse Detonation King, you are incredibly powerful and have amazing skills. If you want to, you can go yourself. I am sure that with your strength you will succeed. You! Corpse Detonation King was lost for words. He showed an ashamed and angry expression. Then in your opinion, what shall we do? Pu Wan Dao placed his hand on Corpse Detonation King's shoulder as he asked Blazing Heaven Demoness with a sharp gaze. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled proudly. Even though old ancestor Shui Hu is strong and Snowy Mountain blessed land is heavily guarded, it cannot conceal his greatest weakness. Someone asked, "Oh, what weakness?" Blazing Heaven Demoness looked around as she said, "Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu." Fang Yuan had no interest in dealing with old ancestor Shui Hu. When the immortal zombies were discussing about schemes excitedly, he was thinking about how to get to the treasure deep inside Earth Trench. After an exchange of words, Blazing Heaven Demoness regained control as the first in command. The immortal zombies planned and arranged their roles. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not let Fang Yuan go with them. She gave him one mission only. That was to continue refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. She even gave Fang Yuan a token. It provided him the highest representation of her authority. With this token, Fang Yuan could freely enter or exit Dark Flow Giant City, as well as the resource points that were controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. He could even enter the storage and use the precious immortal materials that were accumulated inside. As long as they were used to refine Immortal Gu, he just had to register what he took. The terms were relaxed, and in his favor, Fang Yuan could not help but be surprised by this. Does Blazing Heaven Demoness still want to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land? That is not possible. Not mentioning how long it would take to solve this issue with old ancestor Shui Hu, now that Shark Demon and Su Bai Man have started invading it again. They are sure to make use of their time and invite Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to help regardless of the cost. But once I have Star Thought Immortal Gu, together with my Wisdom Path attainment level, I can deduce many things. Maybe Blazing Heaven Demoness wants to make use of my ability in this regard to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Chapter 930. Creating a Chance to Enter Earth Trench. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Boom. There was a loud sound, but the power of the explosion, on the contrary, was not big. The endless starlight flickered leisurely in the secret room, like fluttering butterflies. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's expression was very unsightly. Failed again. This time, the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu did not even progress to 1/3. Fang Yuan exhaled and waved his sleeve. Immediately, everything was cleared. The starlight disappeared without a trace, and the large, secret room once again recovered its tranquility. This was a secret room in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had obtained enough immortal materials here. Thus, he made another attempt at refinement, but tasted the bitterness of failure once again. Despite using Immortal Killer Move Time Assist Luck before refining every time, the effect is not much. In terms of Connect Luck, there are no suitable targets. Forget it. I have already showed enough efforts on the surface. Now I should try to enter deep into Earth Trench and get that inheritance. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get the inheritance as soon as possible, but in many matters, haste was waste. If he did not refine Star Thought Immortal Gu and just tried to go into Earth Trench hurriedly, it would no doubt be exposing his intentions. It would be easily seen through. This naturally could not be allowed. Although Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, the current problem was he did not have freedom and was strictly guarded by 2 immortal zombies. Fang Yuan understood that he was being monitored. After all, he had failed many times in refining the Immortal Gu and owed Blazing Heaven Demoness a huge amount. If he was not monitored and ran away, what would she do? Even though when they had set the agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had used information path methods and both sides were restricted by immortal killer moves. But at Blazing Heaven Demoness level, as the saying goes, the more aged and experienced a person is, the less recklessness they have, the more knowledge they have, the more careful they are. Who could be certain if Fang Yuan did not have a way to break the restrictions? and Fang Yuan indeed did. His previous life's memories gave him knowledge of many methods that could break immortal-level restrictions of information path, but he did not have relevant immortal goo, so at present he did not have the ability to break the restrictions. Moreover, he sincerely wanted to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Thus he was cooperating with Blazing Heaven Demoness. But now, his even more wanted to secretly take that inheritance. During these last days in Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan tried refining Star Thought immortal goo to make Blazing Heaven Demoness feel at ease, while secretly gathering information and making preparations for when he made a move. Compared to previously, Dark Flow Giant City had already opened its city gates, resuming its dealings with the outside world. The immortal zombies' morale gradually started rising, and they were in high spirits. Blazing Heaven Demoness led the experts to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu, using a rather intelligent strategy. She did not attack directly, instead exploiting old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness. What was old ancestor Shui Hu's greatest weakness? Almost all Northern Plains Guma immortals knew. That was fortune rivaling heaven goo. Old ancestor Shui Hu was wholeheartedly trying to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, but he severely lacked immortal materials, even though he already had Ma Hong Yun, the main material. This concerned rank 8 immortal goo. He needed to prepare many sets of materials and do everything to maximize the possibility of success. Thus, his requirements towards immortal materials were extremely huge. Those demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were already endlessly at work from old ancestor Shui Hu. They were in constant torment in order to find the materials. Even old ancestor Shui Hu let go of his status, and personally sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard and earth trench, like a two-bit thief. This showed old ancestor Shui Hu's extreme desire towards immortal materials. Blazing Heaven. Demoness used this point to actively deploy and transfer experts to deal with those demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land in particular, using ambushes, plots, wrecking plans, and various other strategies. These demonic path goo immortals already had enough pain as it was when gathering immortal materials. Now that they suffered the backlash of luck path, the immortal zombies had a high success rate every time they moved against them. As these attempts continued to succeed many times, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's morale unavoidably fell, while Zombie Alliance's morale gradually rose, sweeping away the previous dejectedness. Fang Yuan opened the door to the secret room with an ashen expression. 2 rank 6 immortal zombies were standing guard at the entrance. Seeing Fang Yuan, an immortal zombie called Dr. Yin Xuan immediately bowed. "Sir, you have come out. I wonder if this refinement—" Fang Yuan gave a grunt, waving his hand in irritation. "Don't bother me." Saying this, he walked away. Who does he think he is, to be so arrogant in our base? The other immortal zombie, Landlord Lei Yu's eyes flickered with ominous light as he looked at Fang Yuan's receding figure. However, Dr. Yin Xuan did not care about being ignored, brightly smiling as he followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked ahead, taking a left turn and then a right, arriving in front of a hall. This was the biggest immortal material warehouse in Dark Flow Giant City, and was personally watched by an immortal zombie. Seeing Fang Yuan as well as Dr. Yin Xuan and Landlord Lei Yu, the immortal zombie in charge familiarly nodded towards them, knowing Fang Yuan was here to get immortal materials. He handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held the goo worm and pretended to inspect the immortal material list inside, while plotting inwardly. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Corpse Detonation King, and Pu Wan Dao have already left Dark Flow Giant City 2 days ago to target the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and have not returned until now. This is an opportunity. I need to take advantage of it. Right at this time, the immortal zombie managing the warehouse enthusiastically spoke. "Sir Xianxia, you can take any immortal materials you want. Leader has already informed us, and you only need to register the items. You don't need to have any worries." Who knew that right as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan stared at him with a fierce look. What worries would I have? Why would I have any worries? I am good. Fang Yuan looked like a mess with his hair and clothes in disorder, and also very agitated. One look at this appearance and the managing immortal zombie knew Fang Yuan must have failed the refinement. This immortal zombie was dazed for a moment before thinking, serves me right. Why do I have to shoot my mouth off? Whether his refinement succeeds or fails, what has it got to do with me? At once he kept quiet to prevent any further issues. However, Fang Yuan was not willing to let go. He crushed the information path goo worm and walked away with his head low and hands behind his back. He was grumbling. Damn it, why is it still not working? Why is it always a failure? I have already failed 4 times. Why is it like this? Why? Dr. Yin Xuan and landlord Lei Yu looked at each other, and both sensibly stayed away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, became more restless and started swearing while clenching his fists. His words were extremely vulgar, and occasionally he mumbled incomprehensible words. Dr. Yin Xuan tried his best to differentiate them, but he could only make out some fragmented contents. Do I really have to use that method? No, the price is too high. Damn it, this damned immortal goo, why am I not succeeding? Fang Yuan revealed hesitation, seemingly having to make an extremely difficult decision. His eyes were very red, giving the impression of a gambler who had already lost most of his assets, but decided to go all in to win back the losses. Screw it, I will stake it all. This time it will definitely succeed, definitely. Right, it will succeed. The 3 immortal zombies watched on indifferently, and as they looked on at Fang Yuan's restlessness, the disdain and hate in their heart disappeared slightly, replaced by a trace of pity. Many goo immortals had faced such a situation. To refine an immortal goo, they paid a huge price, but they end up making no gains and might even lose all their wealth. It was like stepping on a road of no return, looking at the dozens of years of accumulation and even hundreds of years of resources go to waste. It was unavoidable for them to become irrational and chase after success, unable to turn back, walking further and further on the road of failure. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Dr. Yin Xuan and landlord Lei Yu. I have decided, you 2 pack up and follow me into Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's words gave a huge shock to the 3 immortal zombies. Entering Earth Trench? Dr. Yin Xuan's expression changed. Earth Trench was a dangerous place with ferocious beasts roaming around in perilous terrain. Who knew how many lives have been buried there? Blazing Heaven Demoness had ordered them to monitor Fang Yuan. Naturally, it also meant they had to guard him. Hearing Fang Yuan suddenly speak of entering Earth Trench, how could Dr. Yin Xuan agree? Landlord Lei Yu also did not agree, saying firmly, We will gather any immortal materials you require, sir. You don't need to take the risk. What do you understand, huh? Fang Yuan raised his voice, his gaze revealing an arrogant look. Both of us have received leader's command to ensure your safety, sir. Sir, if you enter Earth Trench and something happens, how can we explain it to leader? Please don't make it difficult for us. Dr. Yin Xuan gave a bitter smile, requesting earnestly. Why would Fang Yuan care about his sincerity? He raised his arm and roared. What does your difficulty have to do with me? I only care about refining goo. I only know I need Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Earth Shell Snail Star Night Mucus. Sir, please hold on, I will check. Dr. Yin Xuan immediately said. He also had information path goo worms on him, which contained the records of most of the immortal materials in Zombie Alliance. Soon, Dr. Yin Xuan showed a joyous look as he retracted his consciousness. Earth Shell Snail Mucus is the fluid left behind by the desolate beast Earth Shell Snail as it slowly crawls on the ground. We have it. We have it. Currently in warehouse number 6 there are 2 to 3 in stock. Will they be enough? If they are not, we will immediately issue a task and summon immortal zombies to gather them. Fang Yuan bellowed furiously, scolding while pointing at Dr. Yin Xuan's nose. Have you become deaf, or is there a hole in your brain? Didn't you hear what I said? Earth, shell, snail, star, night, mucus. Star, night, mucus, not ordinary mucus, do you understand? He then hurriedly continued. Earth, shell, snail mucus needs to be sealed and stored within 10 breaths of time, otherwise the fluid will dry up and lose its effect. Star night mucus is produced by using my special methods to process the ordinary mucus on the spot. The processing requires 7 breaths of time, and even if the processing is complete and star night mucus is produced, its sealing process is complicated and needs to be finished within 3 breaths. So I need to enter Earth Trench. Can you do it without me? If you can do it, I will eat my hat. For a moment, Dr. Yin Xuan and the others choked on their words, unable to retort to Fang Yuan's scolding. Chapter 9. 131. Finally Entering Earth. Trench. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Earth shell snails lived in the depths of Earth Trench, or rather, they could only live there. According to what Fang Yuan said, to collect the star night mucus, he would need to enter deep into Earth Trench and find an earth shell snail, trailing behind it as the snail moves, processing the mucus on the spot. After processing it, he had to collect the star night mucus in a very short amount of time. There was great difficulty in this, and it was very dangerous. Earth shell snails had mild temperaments. It was not hard to get near them. One could even stand on their backs and attack them lightly. This desolate beast would not get angry. The danger came from the fact that Earth Trench did not only contain earthshell snails. The deeper one went into Earth Trench, the more fierce beasts, mysterious plants, and wild goo worms would show up. Earth Trench was unfathomably deep. The place where the earthshell snails lived was a huge distance from the surface. Around the earthshell snail, there were many powerful beasts that formed into groups of desolate beasts. Even ancient desolate beasts were not rare. These fierce beasts and plants were the biggest threat. I definitely have to go into Earth Trench. Since Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness wants you two to protect me, then I will rely on you. Even if you die, I must live. Do you understand? Fang Yuan ordered them in a matter-of-fact tone. Landlord Lei Yu and Dr. Yin Xuan gritted their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used Blazing Heaven Demoness's name. These two immortal zombies had no choice. The two discussed for a while before Dr. Yin Xuan said with a gloomy face to Fang Yuan, "This is very important. I have to report to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness first. We cannot decide this ourselves." In the end, the key obstacle was still Blazing Heaven Demoness. But this was something Fang Yuan had expected. Thus, he waved his sleeves, urging them, "Then go." He was not afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness's investigation. The truth was, Star Night mucus was a real thing. This was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had recently when modifying the Star Thought Immortal Goo recipe. Star Night mucus was a personal innovation by Fang Yuan. It had a lot of potential and had a variety of uses. Not only could it be used for Star Thought Immortal Goo, it could also be used for the refinement of other Star Path Immortal Goo. It was an easy-to-gather rank 6 immortal material that also had a lot of use. If I can find a suitable habitat for earthshell snails, I can make use of it to produce Star Night mucus continuously. This immortal material would be a monopoly if I sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I can definitely sell it for a good price. In the short run, its value and profit would rival Guts Goo. Fang Yuan evaluated, but in the long run, the Star Night mucus's method of production would be deciphered by others. They would even mimic him. After all, processing immortal materials was not like producing Guts Goo in the hands of Refinement Path and Wisdom Path, Goo Immortals. It could be easily deciphered. He could not keep a monopoly for long. Dr. Yin Xuan stayed and accompanied Fang Yuan. The unlucky fellow, Landlord Lei Yu, carried a sense of heaviness and uneasiness as he went to a certain goo formation in Dark Flow Giant City, using an information path goo formation to transmit the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was not worried that Blazing Heaven Demoness would stop him. In fact, Fang Yuan was rather confident that she would agree to it. After all, Refining Star thought immortal goo would be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness as well. Fang Yuan still owed her a huge debt. If she did not want him to die, she might even send other immortal zombies to protect him. Of course, there would not be many immortal zombies protecting him. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's attention was on the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to assault them and prevent them from obtaining goo refinement immortal materials so that old ancestor Shui Hu would suffer. If Blazing Heaven Demoness really did that, it would be in my favor. Entering deep into Earth Trench, the more people there are, the safer it is. By the time I get to the inheritance, I can shrug them off. If there are few people, I can shrug them off more easily. As Fang Yuan had expected, in the end, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed with his idea and arranged for 5 immortal zombies to accompany him. Among them, 2 were rank 7 and 3 were rank 6. This was slightly beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. He could see Blazing Heaven Demoness's sincerity from this. 3 days later, the 5 immortal zombies gathered. They waited for 2 more days, as the immortal zombies borrowed some immortal goo for this mission. As the locals, no one was more familiar with Earth Trench than them. After making ample preparations, the group set off. What was worth noting was not only did Northern Plains have an Earth Trench, in fact the 5 regions all had an Earth Trench. The ground was split open into giant ravines. Some earth trenches stretched on for millions of li. Some were tens of thousands of kilometers deep. Some were immeasurably deep. In the goo masterworld, it was one of the most magnificent wonders of nature. The Earth Trench in Zombie Alliance was closely guarded by them. When Blazing Heaven Demoness was not in Northern Plains, Yin Liu Gong, Dragon Commander Ye Cha, and Huang Quan Weng, the 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, would send at least one person to guard the entrance of Earth Trench. Earth Trench was full of resources. There were many desolate beasts in the past. When Darkflow Giant City was built here, it was to occupy this rich resource point. Everyone knew that Northern Plains has the least amount of cultivation resources compared to the other 4 regions. But in Earth Trench, there was a huge area of rich resources. The only drawback was, there were powerful desolate plants and desolate beasts inside. They were numerous. Normally, only super forces could occupy the Earth Trench resource point. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was like this. The Demon Expelling Sect in Central Continent was the same. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force, having 3 goo immortals standing guard in it. It controlled the Earth Trench known as Anzu, Earth Trench. It was very famous in Central Continent. By nighttime, Fang Yuan and the others went through the entrance of Earth Trench. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time. He was not going to sneak in stealthily. He was surrounded by 5 immortal zombies. He was going in boldly and openly. The giant trench was like a giant beast with a bloodthirsty mouth. It slowly opened its mouth in the deep darkness. Fang Yuan and the others went inside, as their view of the trench gradually enlarged, dozens of times, hundreds of times. After they flew down for several minutes, the interior of the Earth Trench was already wide enough to fit 70 or 80 dark-flow giant cities. The eerie darkness shined with twinkling glimmers of light. The cliffs on the 2 sides were smooth and bare. There was only a sparse amount of needle-shaped plants that were stuck there like sesame seeds. Nobody knew how deep this Earth Trench was. Even the immortal zombies who were in control of this place for many years had never explored to the bottom of the Earth Trench. Even though the Earth Trench was full of resources, there was also an unbelievable number of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance did not have the strength, even though they exerted all their efforts. They only controlled the territory up to about 160 kilometers from the surface. In this current world, even though humans had been the overlords for a long time, they were not able to gain control over every area in nature. Compared to the majesty of nature, humans were very insignificant and small. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. They were deeply hidden. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were merely at the peaks of one or two paths, being able to observe the rules of the world. Humans were far from understanding the mysteries of heaven and earth. There was a long road ahead of them. As the group moved deeper, Earth Trench became wider, and it showed just how small Fang Yuan and the rest were. Here, they were already around 100 kilometers from the surface. Mountains could not fill up this Earth Trench. It was shrouded in boundless darkness, devouring everything. Everyone was very quiet. Fang Yuan looked around without making a sound. He observed the immortal zombies, secretly using his peripheral vision. 5 immortal zombie guards, 2 rank 7, 3 rank 6. Among them, the rank 7 immortal zombies were Dragon Commander Ye Cha and Granny Yuan. Among the 3 rank 6s, there was Dr. Yin Xuan and Landlord Lei Yu, as well as an enslavement path immortal zombie called Lin Da Niao. In the last 5 days, Fang Yuan had obtained some of their information. He was not clueless about them. Among the 2 rank 7 immortal zombies, the leader was Dragon Commander Ye Cha. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of Dark Flow Giant City, and also the strongest person in this trip. What was worth mentioning was that he used his own immortal aperture to raise large numbers of Xianxia octopuses, gaining a reputation because of them. Immortal zombies had dead apertures, but Dragon Commander Ye Cha was able to raise large amounts of Xianxia octopuses. This was something others found puzzling, and many immortal zombies were curious. The other rank 7 immortal zombie was Granny Yuan, skilled in defense. Dr. Yin Xuan, as his title suggested, was a healing goo immortal. He could not compare to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but in regards to healing immortal zombies, he had quite the skill. Landlord Lei Yu was skilled in attacking. His attacks were grand and powerful. The final person, the immortal zombie Lin Da Niao, he was skilled in controlling birds. He was an enslavement path immortal zombie. From this, one could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness had put in some effort in arranging these people to protect Fang Yuan. Granny Yuan could provide him defense, while Dr. Yin Xuan could help Fang Yuan recover from injuries at a crucial moment, saving his life. If they were attacked by desolate beasts and were unable to win, Lin Da Niao could sacrifice the bird groups that he had, providing enough time to allow the immortals to make an escape. The deeper they went, the wider Earth Trench became. There was a lot of space between the 2 cliffs on the sides. Birds could move very freely here. At this moment, birds were flying out of Lin Da Niao's immortal aperture, flying around the place. Enslavement Path had its conveniences. Ever since they entered Earth Trench, Lin Da Niao was in charge of the investigation aspect. The inheritance is that way, but I cannot go there directly. It would seem like I have an objective and they would be suspicious. Fang Yuan did not do anything suspicious. He was very patient. After some traveling, Lin Da Niao suddenly said, "There is a Xianxia octopus in front and towards the left. It is injured." Dragon Commander Ye Cha's expression did not change. "Ignore it. We will detour around it." Fang Yuan's group of 6 was very powerful. A rank 6 Xianxia octopus was surely inferior to them. But this trip was to find earth shell snails and gather immortal materials. That was their objective. By that point, they were sure to go through many battles. They should save their immortal essence for now. Earth shell snails live deep in Earth Trench. They moved very slowly and did not have fixed locations. They were very hard to trace. The stronger the beast, the more they would have a sense of territory. In an extremely deep part of Earth Trench, all sorts of fierce beasts and plants owned their respective territories. But earth shell snails were a rare species that could move between territories without attracting the animosity of the desolate beasts. Maybe it was because of the earth shell snail's gentle nature. It let the other strong living beings know that it was harmless. But Fang Yuan and the others would not receive treatment like the earth shell snail. Thus, there were bound to be battles. Chapter 9. 132. Xianxia Octopus's Mouth. Earthworm. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Without speaking, Fang Yuan and the other immortal zombies had already traveled more than 130 kilometers down into Earth Trench. Even though they avoided battles, they still engaged in 16 fights, both big and small. The immortal zombies were more or less injured to an extent. "We can't go any deeper," Dragon Commander Yecha said. "At this depth, we are already at the range of the Earth Shell snail's habitat. Let's look around." Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance only managed to explore 160 kilometers into Earth Trench. Right now, they were still around 30 kilometers from that limit. But the lower they went, the more dangerous it became. Desolate beasts were everywhere, and Fang Yuan's group would face even more difficulties than now. No immortal zombie objected to Dragon Commander Ye Cha's suggestion. After choosing a direction, everyone flew quietly. Maybe it was because Fang Yuan had used time assist luck before this trip and raised his luck for a period of time. But in any case, not long after, he encountered an earthshell snail. "Great," Fang Yuan showed an overjoyed expression. "Don't be anxious. Check the surroundings first. Make sure there are no dangers lurking around." Dragon Commander Ye Cha was very patient. The immortals used their methods to thoroughly investigate. In this area, there was a sizable group of Xianxia octopuses guarding their territory. To process the snail mucus, I will need to use starlight. It will definitely alert these Xianxia octopuses. Fang Yuan showed a difficult expression as he looked at Dragon Commander Ye Cha. Everyone's expressions sank. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Landlord Lei Yu asked unhappily. "Maybe there is a way to conceal this disturbance," Dr. Yin Xuan said. Fang Yuan shook his head. "That is not possible. I also want to conceal our disturbance, but that is beyond my ability. I cannot reveal my actual method, but in short, we should get rid of these Xianxia octopuses first." Fang Yuan's attitude was firm, and his reason was valid. The other immortal zombies looked at each other. In the end, Dragon Commander Ye Cha relented. "Then we will fight this group of Xianxia octopuses before Xianxia starts." This time, Dragon Commander Ye Cha did the scouting personally. There were 8 desolate beast octopuses in this group. Among them was an octopus king, having rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Linda Niao will be in charge of the surroundings, mobilizing the bird groups to encircle the octopus group. Granny Yuan will draw their attention and distract them. Landlord Lei Yu and I will attack these octopuses. As for Dr. Yin Xuan, you will stand guard outside in case of emergencies. Dragon Commander Ye Cha quickly arranged matters. Fang Yuan did not have to do anything. The Xianxia octopuses were truly unfortunate. The immortal zombies stealthily approached them, scheming against this unknowing group. Thus, once they fought, the Xianxia octopus group suffered a huge blow and fell into panic. The immortal zombies quickly gained an advantage as they built upon their superiority. Soon, the battle reached its end as the octopuses were killed. Only 2 were left. At this time, Dragon Commander Ye Cha said to Fang Yuan, "Xianxia, go ahead and attack." Fang Yuan's gaze shone. He slowly went into battle. Immortal killer move. Star snake rope. He first trapped the Xianxia octopus that was in better condition, before using 6 illusion star bodies to encircle the other one. Swish, swish, swish. Starlight shone brightly. Fang Yuan attacked non-stop. He quickly killed this Xianxia octopus, which was already close to dying. Next, he turned around and targeted the final one remaining. The Xianxia octopus was half man and half beast. Its upper body was a muscular man with bulging muscles and dark skin that was tough as steel. Its lower body was made of dozens of tentacles in place of legs. This final Xianxia octopus was in a good condition. It fought valiantly, engaging in a fierce battle with Fang Yuan, as it slowly fell into a deadlock with him. Fang Yuan used Star Cloud Grindstone to defend himself while waiting for a chance to attack time and time again, until he finally cut off all of the Xianxia octopus's tentacles. When he was fighting, the other immortal zombies watched without doing anything. At most, Linda Niao manipulated the bird groups to prevent the Xianxia octopus, which was trying to escape from leaving, allowing Fang Yuan to catch up and continue fighting it. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. He slowly injured the Xianxia octopus. Dark and cold blood flowed out from its injuries. "All right, you can stop." Eventually, Dragon Commander Ye Cha did not want to wait anymore. He personally struck and captured this Xianxia octopus himself. The first few were all killed because they could not afford to go easy on the group initially. This octopus was captured by Dragon Commander Ye Cha. He was preparing to raise it inside his immortal aperture. Now, all the immortal zombies understood Fang Yuan's battle strength. Fang Yuan only showed his Star Path battle strength. But even so, he was an expert among rank 6s. Landlord Lei Yu, who was unhappy towards Fang Yuan, became silent. He estimated that if he fought Fang Yuan alone, he might not be able to win. In the Gu immortal world, strength ruled above all. Even if Landlord Lei Yu was unhappy, he could not show it on the surface. Next, Fang Yuan started collecting Star Knight mucus. He requested the immortal zombies to stay back and not use any investigative methods to steal his personal technique. The immortal zombies were naturally unhappy. They scolded Fang Yuan internally for being so small-minded, but they had to agree to his request. When processing the mucus, the starlight caused quite a disturbance. Soon, the earth shell snail stopped moving. Its entire body curled into its shell. The moment it sensed danger, the earth shell snail would react like this. Its shell was very thick, even though it was only a desolate beast. Most rank 6 Gu immortals could do nothing to it. Even rank 7 Gu immortals would need to exert a lot of effort to break its shell. Furthermore, the earth shell snail was large like a whale and heavy like a mountain. Once it entered its shell, it could be for a year or two. If there was a huge commotion outside, it would stay inside for even longer. If it was moved away from the habitat of earth shell snails, even if it was still in Earth Trench, even if it was outside of it by a few kilometers, the earth shell snail would die immediately. Thus, the immortal zombies could only give up on this one and find others. In Earth Trench, there were more than Xianxia octopuses. There were desolate beasts, wall-climbing demon apes, and desolate plants like earth milk grass. On their later journey, they met with 3 earth shell snails, among which Fang Yuan made good use of 2 of them and collected a lot of Star Knight mucus. The final one, however, moved towards the territory of an ancient desolate beast, Red Flame Snake. This monster had Dark Path, Fire Path, and Earth Path Dao marks on it. It was hard to deal with and was an expert in digging holes. It could move quickly between the seas of Earth Trench. Once they fought, the commotion would be unconcealable. Thus, Fang Yuan and the others had to give up. Under Fang Yuan's intentional guidance, the immortal zombies got closer to his destination. "We've discovered a large number of Xianxia octopuses ahead. Stop moving forward. There are a lot of them. The initial estimation is 30. Lin Daniao suddenly reported anxiously. "Then we will leave this place and go in another direction." Dragon Commander Ye Cha immediately ordered. 30 desolate beasts. That was the battle strength of 30 rank 6 Gu immortals. Such a massive group would surely have at least 3 ancient desolate beast Xianxia octopuses commanding it. Even though Fang Yuan was unwilling, he could not object to it publicly. He could only memorize this place for now. The immortal zombies took a detour towards the southeast direction. Soon, they found a 4th earth shell snail. This snail looked quite old. It was carrying a yellow shell. Its white body moved slowly on the walls of Earth Trench, at an extremely slow pace. "We're finally lucky." After investigating, Lin Daniao laughed. "This area has little danger. Sir Xianxia can go ahead and collect the mucus." Fang Yuan nodded without speaking, observing intently. Suddenly his eyes shined. He saw the danger in this place. This place seemed safe, but it was full of Earth Path Dao marks. Once someone got close, they would be pulled towards the wall. The heavier the body, the stronger the force of attraction. Desolate beasts have huge bodies and incredible mass. Once they come here, they would be unable to move and would starve to death. The earth shell snail is heavy like a mountain, but this earth-shell snail can still move slowly. It seems that this snail is not old. It is an ancient, desolate beast, earth-shell snail. Realizing this, Fang Yuan had an idea. He flew over, purposely acting like he was sucked over, as he screamed, "Oh no, it is the gravity soil zone. This should only appear after 160 kilometers in depth. It is actually here as well. Be careful. This gravity soil zone often has mouth earthworms hidden in ambush." At once, the immortal zombies shouted in shock. The closer he was to the gravity soil zone, the more Fang Yuan felt the suction force getting stronger and his speed increased. With a loud thud, Fang Yuan crashed into the wall. His legs were deeply stuck in the wall as he showed a terrified expression. Immortal killer move. Starfire escape. Fang Yuan used his movement killer move. Immediately, his body was covered in starfire as he flew. "Don't fly!" Dragon Commander Ye Cha roared. But it was too late. With a loud bang, a huge mouth earthworm emerged from the soil. The earth-shell snail immediately shrunk into its shell, turning motionless. Huge amounts of rocks were pushed away. The mouth earthworm opened its mouth. It could swallow 4 or 5 earth-shell snails at once. Fang Yuan screamed, "Someone save me!" Once he said that, the mouth earthworm swallowed him. "Be careful. The mouth earthworm is full of sharp teeth. They are incomparably sharp. Hang in there. We will definitely rescue you." The immortal zombies were panicking. They moved at once. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, how would they explain themselves to Blazing Heaven Demoness? They attacked fiercely, forcing the mouth earthworm back into the gravity soil zone immediately. This mystical, ancient, desolate beast had a huge body when hunting for food. Once it ate, its body would shrink rapidly like a leaking balloon. The teeth inside it would rotate endlessly, grinding its prey into meat paste and blood. But once Fang Yuan went inside, he used a star path killer move and stopped the body from shrinking. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel. He had memorized the place nearby earlier, in 3 breaths of time. Fixed immortal travel teleported him away, and he escaped from this dangerous spot. But Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the others still thought that Fang Yuan was inside the mouth earthworm. They were attacking it furiously. Even though Fang Yuan got away from the immortal zombies, the disturbance from fixed immortal travel had attracted the huge group of Xianxia octopuses. Fang Yuan smiled, turning into a Xianxia octopus and attacking furiously. A moment later, he successfully lured the angry Xianxia octopuses towards Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the others. Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the others were unable to discern Fang Yuan's transformation. They thought the Xianxia octopuses were fighting among themselves and were chasing away the weakest members. They sighed over their bad luck, but because Xianxia was still inside the mouth earthworm, they could not leave. Thus, the Xianxia octopuses, the Northern Plains immortal zombies, and the mouth earthworm engaged in a chaotic battle. Chapter 933. Wild Immortal Goo, Traces of Goo. Formation, Translator Atlas Studios, Editor Atlas Studios. In the chaotic battle, Fang Yuan managed to escape. When he returned to the place where the Xianxia octopuses were, about half of them were still left. He tried the same thing again, luring the remaining Xianxia octopuses away. Oh no, another ancient Xianxia octopus and 10 desolate beast octopuses. They seemed to have moved out together. Dragon Commander Ye Cha was stuck in the chaotic battle, seeing the octopus reinforcements. He cried out in bitterness. What grudges did they have? What vengeance was it? The other immortal zombies also bemoaned their terrible luck. What was going on? But they had other choice than to save Xianxia first. "Hold on!" Dragon Commander Ye Cha shouted. He did not stint on his immortal essence. He used them extensively. Blazing Heaven Demoness had immense authority. The immortal zombies did not dare to defy her orders. They could only endure in the chaotic battle. Thankfully, this mouth earthworm did not hide in the gravity soil zone. It was in a frenzy and its huge body lashed around, creating powerful sonic booms. The immortal zombie did not dare to take the hits. They could only attack from afar, The damage accumulated slowly as the mouth earthworm's skin was damaged. Originally, the situation was quite simple. Even though the mouth earthworm was an ancient, desolate beast, it was not the match of Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the others. But with the Xianxia octopus group, it became a three-way battle. They restricted each other and fought randomly. The scene became very chaotic. The Xianxia octopuses were the greatest in number. They encircled the immortal zombies and the mouth earthworm, forming a tight layer. "Xianxia, you must survive," Landlord Lei Yu shouted. Even though he was unhappy with Fang Yuan, the moment he thought that Fang Yuan could die from this, he burst out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's safety was a huge issue weighing on the immortal zombies. During this period, the perpetrator, Fang Yuan, was secretly sneaking into the territory of the Xianxia octopuses. Groups of Xianxia octopuses lived in the two sides of the cliff walls. The cliff wall in front of him had a huge protrusion. This Xianxia octopus group made a hole in this protrusion and made it their home. Fang Yuan sneaked inside, drilling into a bigger entrance. The entrance of the hole was very big. It was for the Xianxia octopuses to enter and exit. Desolate beast-level Xianxia octopuses were very big, not to mention the ancient desolate beast Xianxia octopus kings. Fang Yuan entered the hole and a thick smell of oil assailed him. The hole extended in front of him. He looked ahead and only saw darkness. But Fang Yuan's investigative methods were very rich. This darkness could not obstruct him. He stretched out his hand and touched the walls. The surface of the hole's walls were full of black oil. They were thick and sticky. Why would the dry cave have black oil? This was due to the Xianxia octopus's habits. Xianxia octopuses were a type of fierce beast that liked to hunt for prey in the black oil of Earth Trench. Therefore, their bodies would often have sticky black oil stuck to them. When they enter or exit the caves, the black oil would spread from their bodies to the walls of the caves. The oily smell that Fang Yuan smelt was due to this black oil. In the black oil there were lots of weeds and needlewood. They were rooted into the walls and the black oil provided them sufficient nutrients. Guru. When Fang Yuan touched the black oil and wiped along it, bubbles started appearing on the sticky black oil surface on the wall. Next, dozens of tiny worms that were smaller than fingers flew out from the bubbles. They were alerted by Fang Yuan's actions and flew out, but they quickly went back into the black oil. The black oil was like glue. It was very sticky and stuck to the walls tightly. Inside there was rotting vegetation as well as large numbers of insects. The insects were of such a massive scale, there were bound to be wild goo worms in them. Fang Yuan only gave them a glance and realized that there were at least 4 wild goo worms around him. 2 were earth path goo worms. 1 was dark path, and 1 was water path. Of course, these were mortal goo. Fang Yuan had no interest in taking them. Dragon Commander Ye Cha is able to raise large numbers of Xianxia octopuses. Is his immortal aperture mimicking this environment? Fang Yuan's mind wandered as he thought about this. Fang Yuan was also very curious about Dragon Commander Ye Cha's cultivation secret. Since an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was dead and filled with death energy, it could not be used to support living beings. How did Dragon Commander Ye Cha do it? Perhaps it was possible to learn the secrets of Dragon Commander Ye Cha by researching this environment, but now was not the time. Fang Yuan discarded these thoughts and moved on. Several minutes later, howl. This was the final growl before the fierce beast died, but this growl was only heard in a small area before it vanished. The killer was Fang Yuan. He used his goo worms to prevent the sound from spreading. This was deep into the Xianxia octopus's cave. Not only was the black oil 7 to 8 inches thick, some fierce beasts were even living here in the crevices. These wild beasts mostly consisted of black stomach hounds. Black stomach hounds ate rotting meat and bones. The Xianxia octopus only consumed the fresh blood and meat of their prey. They did not eat the bones and rotting meat. These black stomach hounds would eat the leftovers from the Xianxia octopuses. The Xianxia octopuses were happy with this. They had a free cleaner to tidy up the cave. This was one of the wonders of nature. Living beings could coexist in harmony. When Fang Yuan found out the relationship between the black stomach hounds and the Xianxia octopuses, he turned into a black stomach hound and ventured in. It was a pity that these black stomach hounds divided their own territories and had a stronger territorial awareness than the Xianxia octopuses. Fang Yuan was fiercely attacked by the black stomach hounds. It would have been easier to just fight in his human form. If this cave was divided into two, the upper half and the lower half, then Fang Yuan's current position was already in the lower half, past the upper half. Even so, the clues to the inheritance had not appeared yet. At every interval, there would be a fork in the path. All of the Xianxia octopuses went to their homes through these paths. They were interconnected. In the ground, these countless holes formed widely connected and accessible paths. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He found some Xianxia octopuses that were guarding the cave. These octopuses were only desolate beasts. Fang Yuan could take them down if he used his real battle strength. But Fang Yuan got past them. He did not want to waste time in fighting with them. He could use mortal goo to conceal the traces when killing the black stomach hounds. But when dealing with desolate beasts, he needed a battlefield killer move to conceal the traces and commotion. He lured most of the Xianxia octopuses out, but there was still an ancient Xianxia octopus king and numerous desolate beast Xianxia octopuses. If the Xianxia octopus king was alerted, it would be terrible. Time continued to pass, but he still found no clues. Fang Yuan was getting more anxious. If he missed this chance, he would have to plan a lot for the next visit. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not use it in Dark Flow Giant City blatantly. The activation of fixed immortal travel caused quite a disturbance after all. Within the investigative range of goo immortals, it was not just some light effects. The aura of immortal goo was like a fire burning in the night sky, and at this time, Fang Yuan had to refine goo in Dark Flow Giant City, blazing heaven. Demoness would not let him leave her sights. Fixed immortal travel could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, many secrets would be exposed. The whole world would know that Fang Yuan was the person who toppled 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan did not know that the central continent goo immortals had already left by now. If there is no other way, I can only give up. Time is limited. Once the battle ends and the mouth earthworm is dissected, if Dragon Commander Xianxia and the others do not find me inside, I will not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan evaluated. Time was limited. He had about 15 minutes. Now, most of the time was already wasted, but he had no gains. Fang Yuan had to use his time well. He raised his speed. Eventually, he came to the deepest part of the cave. Here, there was a Xianxia octopus king resting. Its snores were loud as thunder. Evidently, it was sleeping. Immortal goo aura. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt the aura of a wild immortal goo in this Xianxia octopus king. As it turned out, this cave had existed for a long time, and this Xianxia octopus king was the oldest. As a long time passed, among the goo worms living in its body, one had emerged as a wild immortal goo. The joy in his heart vanished as Fang Yuan felt glad. Thankfully, he had not lured out this Xianxia octopus king earlier. If this Xianxia octopus king appeared, the immortal zombies would definitely go crazy and try to capture the wild immortal goo. They would enter a frenzy. But after finding this immortal goo, whether they succeeded or not, they would come to the cave and investigate. Perhaps this is how the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance found this inheritance in my previous life. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. After hesitating, Fang Yuan decided to take a gamble. He turned into a black stomach hound and carefully got close to the Xianxia octopus king. If this Xianxia octopus king's wild immortal goo could expose Fang Yuan's identity, that would be trouble. But this possibility was not big. Fang Yuan decided to risk it. The cave is huge with many tunnels, but this is the deepest part of the cave. It is most likely to be here. At this time, the Xianxia octopus king's tentacles, which were wrapped up, loosened. It opened its eyes as its topaz-like pupils looked at Fang Yuan, who has transformed into the black stomach hound. Fang Yuan did not sense anything. He got past the Xianxia octopus king and went behind it. as if it was normal. Behind the Yaksha Octopus King, there was a pile of white bones. There were some rotting meat left in them. The Octopus King shut its eyes, continuing to sleep. Fang Yuan's mind was energized. It is here. There are Dao marks exposed here. These are traces of a goo formation. Countless goo worms in his immortal aperture were activated. Immortal essence was expended rapidly as this goo formation was unraveled. Soon, Fang Yuan found that this space path giant goo formation only showed a trace of a flaw, because it had not been repaired for a long time. Very possibly, the treasure that I have been looking for is in this giant goo formation. But to unravel this goo formation, I have to activate goo worms. The disturbance is huge. I can only take a risk. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He picked up a piece of bone and left the Yaksha Octopus King. He quickly returned, and when he reached a certain place, he used his immortal goo and directly attacked a close-by desolate beast Yaksha Octopus. The intense battle erupted as the Yaksha Octopuses that were defending their homes charged over. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. When he reached the exit, he activated fixed immortal travel. In 3 breaths of time, he teleported to the deepest area of the cave. At this time, the Yaksha Octopus King was still at the exit of the cave. Fang Yuan fought against time as he unraveled this space path goo formation. After the Yaksha Octopuses fought for some time, they did not see any enemies and gradually calmed down, returning to the cave. They moved quickly in the cave. Fang Yuan's time was limited. The worst thing was, when he started unraveling it, Fang Yuan could feel the profoundness and complexity of this huge goo formation. To completely deduce it, he would need months to do so. Chapter 934, Sea of Immortal Material Remains. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Such an enormous goo formation required at least several months to be unraveled. It would require about a month just to pry an opening. Fang Yuan's hands moved very fast. Countless goo worms fluttered all around, unraveling the goo formation. At the same time, his ears quivered frequently as he activated his investigative methods to the limit. The Yaksha Octopus King was already on its way. Time waits for no man. Strive for every second. This is it. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as the air in front of him started emitting a hazy glow. Beyond the hazy glow, he saw a trace of the enormous goo formation. Although his sight was blurry, he could vaguely see the scenery inside the formation. The Yaksha Octopus King had already returned. Time was up. He had to retreat. In this short amount of time, being able to peep into the scenery inside the goo formation was already the limits of Fang Yuan's ability. If Fang Yuan did not reach Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, he would not have been able to do this. This was enough. Fang Yuan relaxed and immediately retreated. The ancient desolate beast Yaksha Octopus King was moving like an underground subway train in the cave. The surrounding slippery black oil from Earth Trench allowed it to move like a fish in water. Fang Yuan had almost bumped into it. This Yaksha Octopus King returned to its place and gazed around first of all. It felt there was something off. When Fang Yuan analyzed the goo formation, many different kinds of auras were left behind. The wild beast's intuition made the Yaksha Octopus King feel something wrong. It frowned deeply, and more than 10 of its enormous and tough tentacles carried it nimbly as it patrolled around the nest. However, it could not discover anything missing even after a while the previous unknown auras already had begun dissipating. The Yaksha Octopus King only then slowly calmed down, lying down on its nest again. It was just that it did not sleep. Its eyes were slightly closed, but a small crack was opened. From time to time, its ears would quiver from the slightest breeze in the cave as it tried to listen to any unknown sounds. Fang Yuan's worries finally dissipated. He cautiously retreated, even retreating to the upper half of the octopus nest. This Yaksha Octopus King seemed to have the highest status as it had stayed behind to guard the nest. If it felt any strong danger, who is to say it might not call back the other Yaksha octopuses fighting outside? At that time, not to mention whether the Northern Plains immortal zombies would feel suspicious and be attracted to the disturbance, Fang Yuan's movements in the octopus nest would be extremely restricted. This place should be okay. After a while, Fang Yuan carefully selected an inconspicuous corner among the several underground burrows. He hesitated for a moment, but still decided to activate fixed immortal travel. Although that enormous goo formation was arranged by some predecessor, when Fang Yuan deciphered it earlier, he found out that it had become an unmanned formation and had been unmanaged for many years. The risk of rashly going in was not high. To find a method of reviving from the immortal zombie state, this was a risk he needed to take. After all, as time passed, Fang Yuan's predicament would become more dangerous. Who could say if the matter of him wrecking 88 True Yang building would be exposed at the next moment? At that time, the whole world would hunt him down. He would definitely not be able to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Starform Blessed Land would be his only base. In such a situation, the earlier he got rid of his immortal zombie body, the more beneficial it would be. After all, a living immortal aperture world could be brought with him, more safe and convenient than Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. Moreover, living Gu immortal apertures could produce immortal essence in set intervals of time, which was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan's financial situation and battle strength. The immortal Gu was activated, green light blossomed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from his place, appearing inside the giant Gu formation. Just outside the Gu formation was the Xianxia Octopus King. But because of the isolation effect of the Gu formation, it was unaware of anything. "I am finally in here." Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. He quickly looked around him. This was indeed the place which he had inspected earlier. Rashly charging into a Gu formation was very dangerous, and it was normal to be attacked by the Gu formation. However, Fang Yuan did not suffer any attacks. This further proved that the Gu formation was not managed by anyone. He exhaled a breath of relief, but was still extremely vigilant. Unmanned Gu formations could still function. Perhaps the core of the Gu formation had the will left behind by the Gu Immortal. It could be like 88 True Yang building, where Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had left behind his will. This was in giant formation using mainly space path methods, thus creating a special space. This huge space had a yellow sky and a ground paved with purple sand. The purple sand seemed to be extremely fertile, as dense amounts of vegetation covered Fang Yuan's site, like a tropical rainforest. Scribe grass, nutrient peaches, immortal beans, blood-tide flowers. With just a brief glance, Fang Yuan could make out dozens of immortal materials. Even a person as stoic as him was shocked. Although most of these immortal materials were rank 6 level, along with a few of rank 7, their quantity was truly shocking. These immortal materials come from 5 regions and are not limited to Earth Trench and Northern Plains. What background did the great expert immortal zombie that created this place have? To gather such an enormous scale of immortal materials, how much manpower and material resources would it require? Moreover, immortal materials were not grass growing along the sides of a road. The gathering of immortal materials often resulted in bloodshed and was tied together with fighting. If the gatherer's strength was not up to par, they simply would not be able to get the materials. There was also the 5 regions' regional walls. The stronger one was, the higher the cultivation of the Gu Immortal, the more difficult it would be for them to pass through a regional wall. Could it be? Fang Yuan's thoughts churned as he made a guess. He had thought this was a great expert immortal zombie inheritance, but now it seemed such huge handiwork could not be possibly achieved by one person. It would at least require an organization. And this organization must be huge. Because a small-sized organization with 2 or 3 Gu Immortals simply could not have such large assets and energy to spare. Looking over it again, there were countless immortal materials everywhere he looked. Such a sight caused Fang Yuan's heart to thump in excitement. Such enormous wealth is simply unimaginable. It is enough for me to attempt refining immortal Gu dozens of times, even hundreds of times. Maybe in my previous life, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to rise up because of these enormous cultivation resources, even suppressing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. This was almost like a warehouse with so much immortal materials piled up. The total value was hard to estimate. Fang Yuan only knew this value was enormous, very enormous. If he had to accumulate this much with his current 2,000 immortal essence stones per month earnings, he might not be able to succeed even in 1,000 years. After all, he also had to calculate cultivation expenditures. As Gu Immortal's cultivation became higher, the calamities and tribulations would become more terrifying. But compared to these countless immortal materials, this enormous Gu formation has even higher value. Fang Yuan's eyes twinkled. He had a huge ambition and was very experienced. As he came back to awareness, he realized the preciousness of this enormous Gu formation. In this Gu formation, the countless immortal materials from the 5 regions were able to exist mutually without interfering with each other. Fortunately, I did not rashly take down this Gu formation. Otherwise, it would be too late for regret. With this Gu formation, I could plant countless types of immortal materials. It is easier to use than an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could not help but praise the great expert immortal zombie that arranged this. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture was already dead. This predecessor was able to arrange such a Gu formation which replaced the use of immortal apertures to a certain extent. However, this Gu formation has low defense and also can't be moved. It is far from being convenient and safe like immortal apertures. This purple sand seems to be rather strange. Fang Yuan bent down and grabbed a large amount of purple sand. The sand was extremely fine. Some flowed down the gaps in Fang Yuan's fingers and sprinkled down like fine grains of crystal. While falling down, they drifted haphazardly while emitting fluorescent light. But what I want to find is the method of reviving. Where is it? Fang Yuan threw away the purple sand as he thought of his main objective. He was not in a hurry to gather the immortal materials, and started to gently fly around, searching the area. Time gradually passed. The joyous look on Fang Yuan's face slowly disappeared as his feeling of unease intensified. Something is not right. He suddenly stopped and looked down at the endless immortal materials. After inspecting once more, he found what was wrong. It is too peaceful. There is not a trace of wind or sound. It is more quiet than even my dead aperture. There are also many other areas that feels fishy. Like the immortal beans, they grow in spring water, but are actually growing on the purple sand here. There are also the nutrient peaches, which are usually accompanied by snake-tail monkey groups. Every type of immortal material has a harsh, living environment. But here, there are only these immortal material plants, and there is not even an insect. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He landed on the ground and tried to pick up a strand of scribe grass. The next moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. When the scribe grass was on the purple sand, it was safe and sound, but the moment Fang Yuan picked it up, it withered and turned into fine purple sand. And the sand was the same as the purple sand below Fang Yuan's feet. What is going on? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and tried to pick other immortal materials. The result was the same. The moment the immortal materials left the sand, they turned into purple sand. All of these immortal materials had a problem. They were unusable. Strange. The reason immortal materials are called immortal materials is because they contain plenty of Dao marks on them. When these immortal materials wither and turn into purple sand, their Dao marks should have been destroyed, but there is not even a slight disturbance from this. A chill emerged from the depths of Fang Yuan's heart. The immortal materials were in such a state, as for an immortal zombie body which contained Dao marks. Could it be regarded as a type of immortal material? Would it also be absorbed into this enormous field of purple sand? Looking at this vast amount of immortal materials, flowers and trees, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at the remains of corpses. From another perspective, this was a sea of immortal material remains. The unease inside him kept on intensifying. Fang Yuan immediately flew to the sky, maintaining some distance with the purple sand. He gazed at the sky. There is definitely something strange about this goo formation. It is probably not enough to just maintain distance from the purple sand. This change in immortal materials should definitely be related to the whole goo formation. Before I know of what's going on, it is better to quickly find the method to revive from the immortal zombie state and leave as soon as possible. Chapter 935. Surprising Gains Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. As Atlas Studios swoosh, Fang Yuan was like an arrow as he flew in the air, creating huge air currents. Below him, there were countless immortal materials, but he did not even look at them. These dead immortal materials were worthless. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's gaze focused. On the flat ground below, he saw a desolate beast. This desolate beast was large like a small hill. It was sprawled on the ground and did not move. It was a hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan was not unfamiliar with this desolate beast. Not long ago, he had captured one inside a fragment world of Central Continent's starry sky grotto heaven. Lowering his flying speed, Fang Yuan's body turned as he flew towards the hidden essence turtle. When he got close, he realized this was a hidden essence turtle that had died long ago. It was sprawled on the ground, its head lowered. Half of it was buried into the soft purple sand. The hidden essence turtle's state was as if the spine below its neck was broken. Its four limbs were extremely relaxed and loose. But before it died, it had a calm expression. Or rather, a peaceful expression. Fang Yuan felt some suspicion. Among the countless dead immortal materials, there is a desolate beast corpse, huh? Fang Yuan tried to collect the hidden essence turtle's body. A moment later, his heart sank. He saw that a fragment of the hard turtle shell had turned into purple sand in his hands, scattering with the wind. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. After a few breaths' time, he left this place, exploring in the sky again. Soon, he saw a second desolate beast. This was an Earth Chief. It had a humanoid body and a snake tail. Its face resembled a bat, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and a black body covered in fleshy armor. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips, covering them entirely. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of victims and wreak havoc from inside the body. The Earth Chief corpse was well preserved. But when Fang Yuan tried to collect the corpse, the same thing happened again. Fang Yuan no longer felt surprised. He muttered, "Hidden essence turtles are a desolate beast from Central Continent, and Earth Chiefs mostly appear in northern plains." Leaving this place, he continued exploring. Fang Yuan quickly made a new discovery. Sandalwood sacred elephants, and 3 of them. Fang Yuan gasped. Sandalwood sacred elephants were much more valuable than hidden essence turtles and desolate beast Earth Chiefs. Because it was an ancient desolate beast, a mature sandalwood sacred elephant had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Long ago, during the auction held by Qin Bai Sheng that involved the whole of northern plains, someone bid a sandalwood sacred elephant egg and attracted a huge commotion. In the current 5 regions, sandalwood sacred elephants were very rare. They were barely seen. But now, in front of Fang Yuan, were 3 sandalwood sacred elephant corpses. Next, Fang Yuan found even more desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses. They were all lying on the ground, surrounded by red, purple, or green plant immortal materials. Moon howling heavenly wolf, star desolate hound, golden sand dark stallion, ice spike divine ape, white hoof ink horse, 9 palace crane, iron crown eagle, dragonfish, sharp tusk boar. Those that flew, those that ran, those that swam, all of them were present. It was like a creepy display of specimens. The more he flew towards the center, the more corpses he found. The numbers were stunning. Northern Plains coiling mountain goat king, southern borders phoenix feather lava crocodile, central continent's diamond bear, eastern seas grand smoke sea turtle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts from all 5 regions were all over the place. Eh? This is a ruin bat. Fang Yuan slowed his speed unknowingly. This ruin bat was a rare space-path desolate beast. It was inferior to the immemorial desolate beast ruin bat that Fang Yuan had seen back in Taichu. Half-moon Keelan. Fang Yuan's body froze. Right now in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, there was a living half-moon Keelan. It was raised like a treasure by the entire alliance. This ancient desolate beast, it seems to be remnant heavenly dog. Fang Yuan checked it over and over and obtained an answer. He had never seen a remnant heavenly dog personally. He had only read about its descriptions in records. This ancient desolate beast only existed in White Heaven. The more he saw, the more Fang Yuan became desensitized. His knowledge was very vast, but he did not recognize many of the ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts here. The space here is so vast. I've already flown for so long, yet even with my speed, I have not seen the edge of the Gu formation. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He had tried to deduce this huge Gu formation earlier, and realized that it was a giant space-path Gu formation. Fang Yuan had estimated the size of this place, but now it seems his initial estimation far underestimated the power of the Gu formation. It seems that my deductions and estimations did not reach the core of this Gu formation. Who is the person who made this? This is unheard of. So many immortal materials, this is truly an uncountable sum. Is it the work of an immortal venerable or demon venerable? Fang Yuan guessed internally. Even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have such power to create this single-handedly. Because the 5 regions' regional walls prevented most rank 8 Gu immortals from traveling to other regions. This was also why, even with the collapse of 88 True Yang building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects only sent rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals over. Of course, once a person is rank 9 and invincible in the world, the 5 regions' regional walls can no longer obstruct them. If it is not a rank 9 venerable, then this must be the work of a super-organization. This organization spans across all 5 regions. That is the only way they can collect the immortal materials. Even though there was treasure Yellow Heaven, and Gu immortals could use it to trade. At this scale, treasure Yellow Heaven could not possibly be the site of transaction. Because such transactions would have unprecedented scale, it would definitely be recorded down in history. But Fang Yuan knew that there were no such records. Even though he was deep into the Gu formation and had explored it for a long time, the longer he stayed, the more the mysteriousness around him thickened. Fang Yuan did not know much about this place. In his previous life, he had invaded Hu immortal blessed land, but he did not step into this place. This was only something he had heard of in his previous life. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance suddenly became strong, even surpassing the headquarters in Eastern Sea. The explanation that they gave was that there was an inheritance here in Earth Trench. They said that an immortal zombie great expert had left behind a revival method for immortal zombies. Because of this, many of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members turned back into humans, and countless lone cultivator immortal zombies came to join them, allowing Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to develop in size. But soon after, the good prospects did not last. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was destroyed by Ma Hongyun forcefully. Fang Yuan was unfamiliar with this place, but everything he saw made him extremely curious. The direction that I am going should be correct because the immortal materials that I am seeing are getting rarer. Who is the person who arranged this? It is simply terrifying. Perhaps even Heavenly Court would not be able to achieve this. Heavenly Court was an organization in Central Continent. It held control over Central Continent and had less power and forces in the other 4 regions. In the 500 years of his previous life, all sorts of monsters showed up. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Or rather, every superforce had its own way to develop. Heavenly Court's method was to grasp central continent and openly be the supreme force. If the one who arranged this is an organization, then this organization has to span across all 5 regions, while being hidden and mysterious. Eh? That place is... Fang Yuan saw a shade of purple in front of him. This was a desolate land. Soft purple sand was all around him. The sea of immortal materials was nowhere to be seen. This desolate landscape of sand was a giant circle. It was at least 2 square kilometers in area. There was no wind or sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan was shocked internally. This is the central part of the Gu formation. It seems that a terrifying explosion had occurred here. It was this explosion that created the 2 square kilometers of desolate land. There should have been a sea of immortal materials here originally, but now there was nothing left. As he gradually got close to the edge of the desolate land, a bright light in the sand attracted Fang Yuan's attention. Fang Yuan landed and saw that there were thin wings piercing into the sand. These were not the wings of birds. There were no feathers. They were half-transparent. They should be the wings of cicadas or dragonflies. And these cicada-like wings emitted an aura that made Fang Yuan gulp. An immemorial, desolate beast aura. Even though it was just the remains, it was the real deal. This was shocking. These cicada wings were extremely tattered, but they shone like a gem under light. From time to time, under sufficient lighting, they gave off a dark, golden glow. This light is that of Dao marks of metal path. These cicada wings should have belonged to something that had a terrifying foundation in Dao marks. Only with a Dao mark foundation that was at quasi-rank 9 would there be visible Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eyes. That is the light of Dao marks. Wait, maybe this is the wings of the tiger-striped honeybee. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He made a guess. This guess made his heart shudder. Tiger-striped honeybees were a living being recorded in... Each of these honeybees was the size of a leopard with patterns on their body resembling tiger stripes, golden with black stripes on top. They were extremely powerful. Verdant great sun could not even beat one of them. The honey wine that they create is sweet and delectable. It is extremely delicious and among the highest quality in the world. If the bees are at the size of leopards, the wings are at just the right size. Fang Yuan thought about this and smiled bitterly. He was uncertain. His past experiences and knowledge were very shallow when compared to what appeared in this place. He knew little. He tried to take out these bee wings, but something shocking happened. The bee wings left the purple sand and were undamaged. They did not turn into purple sand like the other immortal materials. At once, Fang Yuan was overjoyed and surprised. This was from the body of an immemorial desolate beast, a rank 8 Gu refinement immortal material. It could even give out Dao mark light. Chapter Nisin 936, Multi-Layered Gu Formation Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan held in his excitement. The immortal material in his hands was of very high quality. Even in his previous life, he had never owned such a specimen. Quasi-rank 9 immortal material. It had so many Dao marks that it shined with bright light, observable with the naked eye. Fang Yuan was not a grandmaster in refinement path, but he knew something. The reason why immortal materials could be used to refine immortal Gu was because the immortal materials themselves contain a lot of Dao marks. Man is the spirit of all beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu worms were the vessels of the great Dao. Why did they contain power? That was because the tiny Gu worm contained Dao marks. Dao marks were the traces of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Precisely because of this, activating Gu worms would result in many magical effects. The more Dao marks in a Gu worm, the higher their rank would be, and the more powerful and profound their abilities would be. Refining an immortal Gu was to gather the Dao marks in countless mortal Gu and immortal materials, using the ones needed for the refinement. Now, Fang Yuan's immortal material had many Dao marks. In theory, It could be used to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. In fact, he only needed to use a tiny fragment of it to refine a rank 6 immortal goo. The Dao marks in a rank 8 immortal goo were tens of thousands of times that of a rank 6 immortal goo. Of course, this bee-wing that resembles a tiger-striped honeybee mainly contains metal path Dao marks. If I'm trying to refine a metal path immortal goo, this would be very useful. Unfortunately, this has no use if I want to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan collected this precious immortal material properly. He could not use it now, but he might need it in the future. Even if he did not, this was such a precious immortal material. It would create a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There was no need to worry that it would not be sold. I finally had some gains after entering this goo formation. Fang Yuan's mind started to think deeply. He was not rushing towards the center. He was starting to explore this desolate land of purple sand. As expected, a moment later, he had another discovery while flying. In the purple sand there was a white veil that resembled a handkerchief that attracted his gaze. He quickly descended, feeling joy after inspecting it. The aura could not be fake. This was another rank 8 immortal material. But the quality was slightly lower than the bee-wing earlier. There was no light from Dao marks. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. The immortal material did not disintegrate after leaving the purple sand. It seems that immortal materials of this level are no longer affected by the power of the purple sand. Fang Yuan squeezed it. This immortal material was very soft. It could be molded into different forms. So this is not a veil, but a piece of cloud. Fang Yuan observed carefully, feeling surprised. This was like a fragment of a cloud, but it contained a huge amount of cloud path Dao marks. Is this? Fang Yuan's felt excitement. He activated his goo worms and spat out a mouthful of water vapor. When this immortal material was covered in water vapor, it became lighter and floated out of Fang Yuan's hands. It rose into the sky and turned into a tiny cloud in the form of a phoenix. The phoenix's wings moved slowly as the cloud danced in the air. Fang Yuan's body shook. He was overjoyed. As expected, this is a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud, Phoenix's body. Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. This cloud phoenix was not a life form from the 5 regions. It was a mystical creature that only existed in White Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. It was not born with a phoenix bloodline. Instead, it was an ancient cloud that would not face destruction even after 10,000 years in White Heaven. After having a phoenix's aura, or blood transmitted and spread through it, the cloud would slowly turn into a living being. Thus, its body was very special. It was neither made of flesh and blood, nor clouds. The cloud phoenix fragment that Fang Yuan obtained was less than a fraction of the cloud phoenix's true body. But the cloud path Dao marks inside could be used to refine a rank 6 immortal goo at least 10 times as the main material. The discovery of the cloud phoenix affirmed Fang Yuan's earlier guess. He continued exploring. Not long after, he circulated entirely around the purple desert. He had huge gains. Counting his gains, he had a total of 18 of such immortal materials. The Dao mark varieties covered the majority of goo paths, among which 3 materials had a lot of star path or wisdom path Dao marks. They were very helpful in refining star thought immortal goo. One could say that with these 3 immortal materials, Fang Yuan could forget about Blazing Heaven Demoness and refine the goo himself. Of course, because of the change in immortal materials, the recipe of star thought immortal goo would have to change as well. But Fang Yuan was not afraid of this. He could use the light of wisdom to easily do it. He was also a wisdom path grandmaster now. It was not difficult to deduce. Even though the immortal materials that I collected are incredibly precious, they are only a small part of the corpse's bodies. The goo immortal who created this place, they actually used so many precious immortal materials. Are they trying to refine a rank 9 immortal goo? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. In the process of collecting immortal materials, he started to realize something. This desolate land of purple sand once had an incredibly profound refinement path goo formation. Combined with these fragmented immortal materials, it was likely that the goo immortal had a grand ambition. They were trying to refine an immensely powerful immortal goo. But it was a pity. The goo refinement failed, and a huge explosion occurred. Not only was the refinement path goo formation destroyed, with only debris left, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were destroyed. Only these fragments remained. Regardless of who it is, or what organization it is, they are most likely dead from the explosion. If not for that, this goo formation would not be left unmaintained for such a long time. The immortal material fragments here would not be scattered everywhere without anyone taking them. Even though the immortal materials were just remnants after the explosion, they were very valuable. With rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials involved, even rank 8 goo immortals would be moved. If old ancestor Shui Hu knew that Fang Yuan had such a large number of precious immortal materials, he would forget about his face and come to find trouble with Fang Yuan in a hurry. In order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui Hu was already going bankrupt, trying to find the supplementary immortal materials, even though he had Ma Hongyun as the main material. If not for that, he would not thrown away his face as a rank 8 great expert and have gone to Zombie Alliance's graveyard to steal immortal zombie corpses in place of the materials. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's worry eased slightly. Since this mysterious and powerful goo immortal organization was gone, this trip was much less dangerous now. Fang Yuan looked around. He saw that there was something new in the desolate land of purple sand. Sigh. In the endless depths of history, who knows how many truths of the past has been buried, how many incredible people died inconspicuously without anyone knowing. The commotion stirred up by them fades eventually. Legends disappear. Getting rid of these thoughts, Fang Yuan came to the center of the desolate land of purple sand. This was the only area he had not explored yet in this entire desolate land. Even though he obtained many immortal materials, Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. In his previous life, rumors said that there was a way to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, but why has he not found it yet? Fang Yuan's intuition was, at the central area of this desolate land, it should be the center of the goo formation as well. If it was not here, then Fang Yuan would never find it elsewhere. Looking around, at the center of the desolate land there was only small fragmented purple sand. This was the center of the explosion. The purple sand was much finer than outside. There were no immortal materials. He looked around. There were nothing. But under Fang Yuan's investigative methods, he made a discovery of some remnants of the goo formation deep under the purple sand. This is indeed the central control area of the entire place. What an amazing person. This is actually a multi-layered goo formation, having such an incredible design. This must be the work of a formation path great grandmaster. Fang Yuan inspected as he felt shock internally. It turned out that the entire space was mainly focused on using the refinement path goo formation. But what originally built this space, including the space path formation, was only a supplementary formation outside the refinement path goo formation. Other than the space path goo formation, Fang Yuan also found many defensive goo formations, some food path goo formations, and some phantom path goo formations. Food path throughout history had never been widely spread. It was even rarer today. Fang Yuan did not understand much about it, but he had heard that food path was specialized in feeding goo worms. The food path supplementary goo formation here should be used to feed these goo worms. After all, a goo formation needs countless goo worms to work together in combination. There are still 2 or 3 food path goo formations in use here. It is hard to imagine that after the great explosion, the goo formation here is still working. Maybe that is the reason why the outermost space path goo formation is still functioning. This discovered unraveled one mystery for Fang Yuan. This is a phantom path goo formation? As he continued to observe, Fang Yuan made a new discovery. This phantom path goo formation was already destroyed, but there were 2 or 3 mortal goo left, buried deep in the purple sand. They are not moving and were barely alive, using the food path goo formation to maintain their lives. Fang Yuan had even less knowledge regarding phantom path. But during the Battle of Taichu, Dongfang Changfan had once used a ruined bat corpse to set up a huge phantom formation. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have recognized this goo formation immediately. The phantom formation turns the entire goo formation into a phantom and prevents outside attacks from destroying the goo formation. Maybe this is the reason why the goo formation survived the Great Explosion. Refinement path goo. Immortals with such attainment levels have their own refinement path goo formations, and also many supplementary goo formations on top of the refinement path goo formation. Using these goo formations, the refinement path goo worms will be twice as effective for half the effort. They would save a lot of time and energy. For example, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has an exquisite refinement path goo formation. It is known as the best formation for refinement path in Northern Plains demonic path. It is said that this goo formation is also a multi-layered goo formation, using a total of 12 different goo formations. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. He could set up some refinement path goo formations as well. But these goo formations were very superficial, after all. They had to do with his formation path attainment. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was very low. A person has limited energy, and even more limited time. Fang Yuan had some accomplishments in certain aspects. He naturally had areas where he was inferior to other people. Chapter 937. Life and Death. Immortal Aperture. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The goo formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. He was a rank 8 great expert, but he could not set up such a goo formation. To set up this goo formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally went to ask the number 1 formation path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu, for help. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path goo immortal. He had a firm personality and refused to cooperate. Old ancestor Shui Hu knew that he could not be forceful. He put down his status and asked him for help numerous times. After 7 invitations, in which old ancestor Shui Hu talked about Lady Wan Shou at the final time, Sun Ming Lu finally was convinced. Even though Sun Ming Lu was someone with extremely firm will, he treasured love and loyalty. Old ancestor Shui Hu was setting up the refinement path goo formation for his beloved wife. Their love touched him. Therefore he helped. This matter caused a huge commotion in the Northern Plains goo immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent goo immortals. He set up a goo formation that prevented the Central Continent goo immortals from advancing. Eventually, the goo formation was broken, and Sun Ming Lu died. After he died, someone made a biography of him. Inside, the matter about old ancestor Shui Hu's invitation was recorded clearly. According to my deduction using this goo formation's remains, it has at least 30 layers. The 12-layered goo formation that Sun Ming Lu made caused him to become the publicly recognized number 1 formation path goo immortal in Northern Plains. Then the goo immortal who made this arrangement here must be a great grandmaster. Or rather, they could even be a supreme grandmaster. Supreme grandmaster. The attainment level above great grandmaster, a transcendent realm. For example, the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path, long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kong Ju. All 3 of them were unprecedented and unique. They had achievements that could not be surpassed. Food path goo formation, phantom path goo formation, metal path goo formation, strength path goo formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. His gaze pierced past the purple sand and looked into all the traces of the goo formations. His heart gradually sank. He had not forgotten his original goal. Looking at the situation, there was little hope of obtaining a revival method. These goo formations were all near the brink of destruction, Mortal goo inside were barely alive. There were 0 immortal goo left. Maybe because the strong received the greatest burden, the explosion destroyed all of the immortal goo. Or maybe it was because the 2 or 3 food path goo formations could not feed the immortal goo, and as time passed, they all starved to death. Eventually, Fang Yuan found a wisdom path goo formation that was extremely tattered at the deepest level. This was the 7th wisdom path goo formation that he had discovered. The goo formation was so fragmented that Fang Yuan bore no hope. But he took a glance and realized that there was an unexpected gain in this goo formation. There were some thoughts left behind in this tattered goo formation. These thoughts were in a state of complete rest. It was probably the effect of this wisdom path goo formation. Since there were thoughts, they could interact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He mustered his strength and started to deduce this wisdom path goo formation. He was very careful. This wisdom path goo formation was like a building that was going to collapse. Fang Yuan needed to act very meticulously. Thankfully, he was a wisdom path grandmaster already. He had a high attainment level. A moment later, he deciphered this relatively simple wisdom path goo formation and successfully invaded it, controlling this delicate goo formation. Next, he sent out thoughts into the goo formation and started to interact with the thoughts that were at rest. After using up more than 80 years, this goo formation is finally complete. In the next few hundred years, or even thousands of years, I will be refining goo here. Heh, I became an immortal zombie. Even though I am not restricted by lifespan, my mind is no longer as agile. Thus, I asked Yellow to add in this small goo formation and store my thoughts so that they can help me think. This goo formation is too useful. Not only can it help me refine goo, it can also conceal us from the perception of heaven's will. Using only 200 years, I successfully refined 8 soul path immortal goo, among which 6 are rank 7 and 2 are rank 8. Every year they send me lots of immortal materials. I would never have imagined this day where I would not be able to use up my immortal materials. I have countless immortal materials. This is so blissful. I should start to attempt those incomplete immortal goo recipes. An unexpected surprise occurred today when refining goo. I tried to complete the immortal goo recipe of Devour Soul immortal goo, but in the end I refined an immortal goo with an unknown effect. Even though it is also a soul path immortal goo, I will let the others do the work of testing its effect. My goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive goo formations were destroyed. Even my main refinement path goo formation was damaged. That liar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that unscrupulous merchant. He dared to use a tampered immortal material to deceive me. I will tear out his tendons and pull out his skin to vent my hatred. That unscrupulous merchant was already punished. Azure is really amazing. These days, Yellow arrived and repaired all of the goo formations. I can refine goo again. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure has met with trouble. It turns out that the unscrupulous merchant Goo Immortal who deceived me was a pawn of Heavenly Court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not manage to destroy it thoroughly. It is the assistant of a cursed heaven. It will be destroyed one day. Azure's problem is getting more and more serious. Sacrificing any one of us 7 is a huge loss to all of us. Sigh, I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I can try that now. Before leaving, he took that soul path immortal goo, so that immortal goo's effect is like this. I hope it can help him out. Azure failed. His state is so pitiful, he is only 1 step from complete annihilation. Yellow barely managed to preserve his life, but his injuries cannot be healed. It can only be fixed through time. This would take at least hundreds or thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me realize something fully. Our previous methods will not work. We are all born with flaws. Heaven and earth will not tolerate our existence. As green, I must comprehend the profound meaning of life and death. Nobody is more suited for this mission than me. We can only restart if I can find a way to truly revive and obtain an immortal aperture that is full of vitality. At this point, Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, it seems that this is a strong and mysterious organization. The members refer to each other with code names, among which are yellow, green, purple, azure. If they have a total of 7 members, they probably use the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. I will call this organization 7 Rainbows for now. Fang Yuan paused in his speculations. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, interacting with the motionless thoughts inside the goo formation. The following thoughts were missing a huge chunk. They were no longer as closely connected as the previous ones. It seems that each thought was made after a long period of time. My attempt succeeded today. I found another revival method. But to me, what significance does such an ordinary revival method have? I do not need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was left behind by old immortal Kong Jue in Central Continent. He had researched deeply into the 10 extreme physiques. I have great gains from this. No, I have immense gains. Yellow and purple worked together and obtained an inheritance of limitless demon venerable. Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of limitless demon venerable. His achievements in rule path are unprecedented and might never be surpassed. Even I am vastly inferior. Limitless demon venerable is correct. There is life in death, and death in life. Life and death can be interchanged. Except that under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is a natural process. It flows smoothly. But to turn from death to life, it would be extremely difficult, like traveling upstream. Meanwhile, immortal zombies are stuck between life and death. They are the manifestation of the profound mysteries of life and death. Life has its advantages, death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture might be a dead aperture, but it is safe from calamities and tribulations. This is a huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this aspect. I am sure to make shocking achievements. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable was incredibly talented, actually. He was only some steps away from success. An immortal zombie's dead aperture is extremely precious. It has many uses. Heh heh heh. If this result is exposed, the entire immortal world would be shaken. Even I myself was shocked immensely. Next, Fang Yuan got more and more stunned as his eyes burst with shining light. His expression visibly changed. According to these thoughts, when a immortal cultivates, they should first turn into an immortal zombie and obtain a dead immortal aperture. Next, they would revive, obtaining a life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture has 2 layers. One layer is of life, and the other layer is of death. Life and death are able to coexist with each other and are interchangeable. It would be an immense help to the immortal in terms of cultivating or undergoing tribulations. Ordinary immortal who are alive were filled with vitality and cannot control death. Ordinary immortal zombies have death energy emanating in their dead apertures. They have death without life. They could only contain the mysteries of death. The former had too much vitality. With such immense fortune, heaven would seek balance. Thus, every once in a while, there would be heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities to create losses to the immortal. The latter was full of death energy and had no calamities or tribulations, but would slowly disintegrate and could not contain cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained when ascending had already disintegrated by more than half. In time, it would completely disappear. The entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have his mortal dead aperture left. But according to this cultivation method contained in the thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the process of revival, condensing them into one aperture and form the life and death immortal aperture, to control life and death to a certain degree. With this life and death immortal aperture, the power of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face from now on would be halved. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain would not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. Any Gu immortal would be moved. If this method really works, then it would truly shock the entire Gu immortal world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire world would go into chaos. Chapter 938. Successfully returning to the city. Translator, Atlas Studios. The editor, Atlas Studios. With a whooshing sound. At a nook of the Xianxia octopus's cave, a green light shined brightly as the surrounding darkness was repelled. As the jade-green light faded, a figure appeared at the place which was previously empty. It was Fang Yuan, having just come out of the space created by the Gu formation. He had used fixed immortal travel. Immortal Gu and this place had been specially arranged earlier, when he explored the Xianxia octopus's underground cave. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple and crude Gu formation. There was nothing that could be done about it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very low. He could only use Gu formations of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the disturbance, but fixed immortal travel was, after all, an immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan appeared, this mortal Gu formation immediately broke apart. Some aura leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly used his methods to get rid of these traces, but soon he heard the growling of desolate beasts as well as the movement of the Xianxia octopuses in the cave. The surrounding Xianxia octopuses are back already? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He took action rapidly, eliminating the immortal Gu aura before the Xianxia octopuses returned, and quickly left. The Xianxia octopuses felt the aura of the immortal Gu and were stirred up, but when they arrived, there were no traces remaining. The octopuses searched around and saw nothing. Their uncertainty gradually vanished. They turned around and left. If they were Gu immortals, they would not be so easy to fool. Desolate beasts lacked intelligence, thus Fang Yuan could easily deal with them. Before long, he returned to the battlefield with the mouth earthworm. It was a messy scene. Most of the Xianxia octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be found. A huge gorge, like a long scar along the earth trench, was displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this gorge was dug by the mouth earthworm. Mouth earthworms were creatures that primarily lived under the surface. They stayed there most of the time, only coming to the surface when hunting for food. After devouring the prey rapidly, they would dig back under the soil and stop moving. At the same time, their bodies would shrink at a shocking rate, turning from gigantic fat masses to being like bamboo poles. At this time, the thick meat in their bodies would squeeze together tightly. The unique apparatus in their flesh, countless sharp bony teeth, would rotate and grind the prey into flesh and blood. This mouth earthworm swallowed me, but I used fixed immortal travel inside its body to escape. It failed to hunt its prey. It would definitely rage and fight with the northern plains immortal zombies. The mouth earthworm is not their match. It does not have wisdom. It is bound to lose. But this wild beast has the instincts to escape, and it is very good at it. Once it is injured to an extent, it would dig into the soil and escape from the battle. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. If not for this, he would not have chosen to use the mouth earthworm to escape from the immortal zombies' sights. Previously in Dark Flow Giant City, he had obtained information about Dragon Commander Ye Cha and the others. He knew that they did not have an effective way to deal with the underground mouth earthworm. Their investigative methods could not bypass the abundant earth path dial marks on the mouth earthworm. Thus, Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel immortal Gu inside its body. Thus, even though there were many individuals among the northern plains immortal zombies, and they had great battle strength. They could not do anything to this mouth earthworm for a period of time, especially when the mouth earthworm did not want to fight and was using all its efforts to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui Hu with rank 8 cultivation level could fight against both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and force them to retreat. He had incredible battle strength. But to create the Gu formation, he still needed to ask Sun Ming Lu 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were like this. In the history of Gu immortals, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in Thieving Heaven, Demon Venerable had asked Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. There were all sorts of paths in Gu cultivation. That meant that specialists tackled their own fields. Even if a person cultivates a path to rank 9, they would still be lacking proficiency in other areas. After all, there was a limit to their energy, unless they had a lot of time, or a certain degree of fortuitous encounters. The mouth earthworm escaped, while the northern plains immortal zombies chased. The traces of battle extended along the way. During this journey, many things could be seen. Pits created from explosions, blood inside the gorges, most likely the mouth earthworm's blood. Other than that, there were also many pieces of the corpses of Earth Trench's creatures that were drawn into the chaos. In order to live, the mouth earthworm was going all out. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his traces to a large extent. One side chased, while the other escaped. This extended battlefield had been formed. Seeing the intense fighting along the way, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. In order to escape, the mouth earthworm must have panicked and led the northern plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Good. The more chaotic this scene is, the more advantageous for me. This is just like what I had calculated earlier. Next, Fang Yuan followed along the traces of battle and flew rapidly, his body submerging into the darkness. The northern plains. Immortal zombies were flying dejectedly. Their injuries were not light. They were in pathetic states, with ashen expressions. What can we do? Xianxia died. How can we explain this to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh, we did our best. Assaulting the mouth earthworm along the way, we went through the territories of 5 fierce beasts, among which 3 are ancient desolate beasts. Keep in mind, this is the Earth Trench. I have never acted so crazy before. Unfortunately, our efforts were in vain. This mouth earthworm fell into the acid bog. It had completely dissolved. Xianxia was not spared. There's no way we can sacrifice our lives for him, right? In my opinion, Xianxia was too careless. Acting so careless in Earth Trench, he was simply courting death. The immortal zombies spoke quietly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Ye Cha, was silent. He had the highest status among these people. He was the leader. He held the biggest responsibility towards Xianxia's demise. Thinking about Blazing Heaven Demoness, Dragon Commander Ye Cha's heart felt extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet again. Fang Yuan turned into Xianxia, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. Eh? At once, the northern plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xianxia? Dr. Yin Xuan called out. His gaze was full of joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu looked at Fang Yuan, feeling that it was very pleasing to see this old man. How did you escape? An immortal zombie asked. This question was in everyone's minds. Several gazes were all focused on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He gave his explanation. Alas, when I was trapped inside the mouth earthworm's stomach, the surrounding flesh squeezed me, and numerous teeth started rotating. In that dangerous state, I used my immortal goo for an immortal killer move, sealing myself into star ice. This is my strongest defensive move. It was able to block the teeth. But there was a drawback. I could not move at all. Not just my body, but my thoughts as well. Therefore, I could not think. The star ice would only exist for a short period of time, but I believed that everyone would save me. All I had to do was to wait until the star ice melted, and when I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under some rubble. So that's it, Dr. Yin Xuan realized. Xianxia must have fell out when we were chasing the mouth earthworm and fighting in the chaotic battle, creating wounds that tore its flesh open. So close, so close. Xianxia, you were really lucky. The immortal zombies did not have any suspicions. Dragon Commander Ye Cha heaved a sigh of relief. That is good. Do you still need to collect Star Knight mucus? Fang Yuan's face changed. He showed a hesitant expression, saying, Forget it. I was unlucky now. Let's go back and rest first. We will talk about it later. The immortal zombies glanced at each other, secretly laughing inside about Xianxia's timidness. But after such an intense battle, their bodies were in bad shape as well. Thus everyone agreed to return to Darkflow Giant City and rest. As for the remaining Star Knight mucus, that was a problem for later. A few days later, Darkflow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was shining with a dazzling light. The light shined on Fang Yuan's face, but now his mind was elsewhere. Possible, this is totally possible, Fang Yuan said internally. He was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials on the surface, but he was actually inside his dead aperture, controlling goo worms to do an experiment. He was very vigilant, even though he obtained a revival method in Earth Trench. It had a dubious origin. Fang Yuan had to experiment on it and test if it was usable. The results all proved that this revival method was usable. Fang Yuan was excited and deeply moved. Looking back over the past, Fang Yuan had been collecting revival methods ever since Imperial Court, Blessed Land, was destroyed, facing many difficulties. The first revival method he collected, of Time Path, that was to use man as before immortal goo with time anchor immortal goo to revive himself. But though this method might have great potential, it was only a conjecture. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and invest an immense amount of time and resources into it. Next, Fang Yuan found the possession method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. Using this, he could achieve the target of getting rid of his immortal zombie state. But if he used this method, not only would there be questions on whether the body would suit his soul and the aptitude of the body, but the second aperture that Fang Yuan had put in so much effort to obtain would be gone for good. Following that, Fang Yuan obtained a method of using a 10 extreme physique, immortal ascension, to get rid of the immortal zombie state from Feng Jin Huang at the Refinement Path Convention. This method was even less plausible. It was suited for mortal goo masters. Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie. He would need to use his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension. He did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques either. He had insufficient aptitude. Even though he had blood skull goo, he already had Dao marks in his body. He could not use mortal goo to raise his aptitude. Finally, in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World, Feng Jin Huang told Fang Yuan another revival method. Using theory involving transformation path, in combination with everlasting goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. That was the same as revival. But what was the way to refine everlasting goo? Fang Yuan did not know. If someone else had everlasting immortal goo, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan did not excel greatly in transformation path either. These methods, even though they could succeed, they all had drawbacks and could not be achieved easily. But as the saying goes, one determined to work hard would not be disappointed. After so much turmoil and difficulties, Fang Yuan finally found the best and most suitable method for himself inside Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, Chapter 9, 939, Dual 10, Extreme Physique, Rank 9, Demon Venerable, Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Since the creator had yet to name the method, Fang Yuan gave it a tentative name, Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival Method. The true value of this method was absolutely priceless. If it were to be leaked out to the public, the whole cultivation world would be shaken and the current situation of the world would change. Countless goo immortals, even the secluded rank 8s, would start researching it immediately with their full efforts and attempt to use the method. Once a large portion of Gu immortals obtain this method, from then on, the number of Gu immortals in all the 5 regions would start to increase explosively and in unprecedented fashion. Because the life and death immortal aperture contained the mysteries of both life and death, it could reduce the might of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. And the extent of that reduction was as high as an entire 50%. What did that imply? The cultivation journeys of Gu immortals had 2 difficulties that they had to pass. One was that a limited lifespan, and the other was the presence of calamities and tribulations. Increasing cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Thus, Gu immortals could only seek out other methods to prolong their lifespans by all means possible. Ignoring that for the time being. Right now, calamities and tribulations were to be emphasized. Gu immortal would face calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were like blades of an executioner hanging over the heads of Gu immortals. During times of peace, most Gu immortals would die as a result of calamities and tribulations. Countless records within history and practical examples and experiences in real life serve to remind Gu immortals time and time again about how terrifying and fatal these threats were. Calamities and tribulations were unpredictable, and their power was not equal. Instead, the difficulty increased gradually. Gu immortals needed to work hard in their cultivation and raise their strength continuously to have a chance of passing the tribulations. And cultivation was not simply a theoretical matter. Resources for cultivation were required, like immortal materials, immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. An immortal aperture was the best place to cultivate and harvest immortal materials. Because the environment of the immortal aperture was special, it had many Dao marks and could grow relevant immortal materials that were suitable for the Gu immortal, in accordance with their situation. Moreover, time flowed much faster in the immortal aperture when compared to the 5 regions. Thus, the immortal materials could be harvested more frequently and provide higher gains overall. There was another reason as well. Nurturing cultivation resources in the immortal aperture could be done much more safely, and they could be carried around with the person conveniently. It was quite dangerous to place immortal materials outside. Not only could they be easily seized by others, there could also be overbearing experts like Blazing Heaven Demoness, who would even attempt to destroy them if they were unable to obtain them. However, the problem was that every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would result in heavy negative repercussions on the immortal aperture. It was already not a simple matter for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. To prevent damage to the entirety of their immortal aperture was nearly impossible. The cultivation resources that were stored in the immortal aperture would often be destroyed to a large extent. Gu immortals would have to once again accumulate the cultivation resources to continue their cultivation. There were even some who might have to start all over from scratch. If that happened, a vicious cycle would be formed. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations. Reaccumulating resources, cultivating, increasing in strength slowly, passing even tougher tribulations. The calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger, while their resources would need to be accumulated all over again each time, greatly delaying the growth of the strength of the Gu immortal. The strength of many Gu immortals might be insufficient for keeping up with the required speed. Their growth might even sometimes be stagnant. So how could they cope with the even more terrifying calamities and tribulations? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost everything to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities and perished. Hu immortal was a typical example. She had passed 4 earthly calamities, but at the 5th calamity, she encountered a blue charm lightning shadow and died due to it. Her obsession turned into the land spirit of Hu immortal blessed land, which was finally obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was a method to reduce the threat. That was to move out the cultivation resources in advance. Previously, Fang Yuan had done this, but in fact, very few Gu immortals would do such a thing. They were obviously not foolish. So, what was the reason? The reason was because of the targeting natures of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. For instance, a woodpath Gu immortal who moved out all their woodpath resources before facing a calamity or tribulation may instead end up attracting a firepath calamity or tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected, gaining many firepath Dao marks, which would cause changes in the environment and temperature. When the woodpath Gu immortal brings back all the previously moved-out cultivation resources, many of those resources would not be suitable to be cultivated in this completely new environment. On the contrary, if the woodpath resources were kept in the blessed land and attracted a woodpath tribulation, the immortal aperture's woodpath Dao marks would increase. Although there would be losses, the environment of the immortal aperture would become even more ideal. Countless examples of success and failure, countless summaries of the experiences of predecessors proved one thing clearly. Keeping the resources when facing a tribulation was wiser than moving them away, and was even more beneficial for the Gu Immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan had previously moved out his resources, which led to a bloodpath calamity that was essentially unsuitable for the growth of the previous resources. However, Hu Immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path, so this was not a big problem. Later on, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng faced the calamity in his immortal aperture, he chose to keep his resources even when aware of how severe the loss could be. It was because the immortal aperture that was undergoing an earthly calamity was his most essential foundation. Only after understanding this kind of information could one truly realize the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture method. Although Gu immortals were high and mighty above the masses, calamities and tribulations hung above their head. They had to cultivate endlessly and make huge progress at every phase of their cultivation, and had to keep on making more progress. Only then could they continue to service. But if they had a life and death immortal aperture, everything would be different. It directly reduced the power of calamities and tribulations by 50%. With the sharp decrease in the power of calamities and tribulations, the loss of their cultivation resources would be less. While there would be no drop in the number of Dao marks gained, this was enough to benefit the cycle for the Gu Immortal's cultivation. Accumulating cultivation resources, cultivating, increasing in strength, passing tribulations. On top the original foundation, one can continue to accumulate resources, cultivating even quicker, experiencing a greater increase in strength, and passing a slightly stronger tribulation. With just a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would keep on growing stronger. Gu immortals could barely endure them as it was, and as their cultivation increased, it would be even more difficult for them to advance. And if they only had a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to crumble. Resources could not be accumulated quickly and there was no hope of progress. It was simply a doomed ending. However, a life and death immortal aperture created a cycle that allowed the Gu immortal's strength to snowball and accumulate, and have increasingly greater assurance in passing future tribulations. Undoubtedly, this was an accomplishment that surpassed the current era. It could change the whole Gu immortal world. The entire world would be revolutionized. The history of Gu masters would be changed henceforth. It might seem to be simply a revival method, but it contained such monstrous power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer just a simple revival method, it was a method of cultivation. This technique that had improved upon the foundation a limitless demon venerable's concept was, without doubt, much more superior than the methods of cultivation that had been passed down for countless years. Such a grand feat in the context of Earth's history was like the invention of steam engine, electricity, and calculator. They had incredibly significant importance. The traditional Gu master cultivation methods were passed down from Ren Zhu's era, and there were almost no changes done to it since. If the life and death immortal aperture method was publicized, it would be akin to the theory of general relativity of Einstein, which overthrew Newton's first law. If it were other Gu immortals, they might find it hard to accept this for a period of time. Even thinking that this was an unrealistic fantasy, it might even be considered sacrilegious. After all, immortal zombies had low status, while this method placed much importance on their dead immortal apertures and instead held them in high regard. But Fang Yuan's own soul was from Earth. He had an open mind. The authority of the traditional way of Gu cultivation had not been deeply ingrained into his mind. At this moment, his mind was filled with exclamations of praise. The methods of humans continue to progress over time. History continues to be written. Gu cultivation can fully be regarded as another form of science. It continues to advance and develop with time. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless wise and capable geniuses who had glorious and brilliant accomplishments. But those of future generations stand on these shoulders of their predecessors, using their foundations. They are able to have even more brilliant and splendid accomplishments. Like this mysterious great expert immortal zombie who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they had stood on old immortal Kong Ju's shoulders. They used limitless demon venerables' accomplishments in rule path and combined them with their own talents before they were finally able to create this improved cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the profundity and brilliance of this revival method. During this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only scratch the surface of this brilliant technique, but he could not comprehend the essence and origin of this brilliance. He knew that following this method was the right course and the result would also be ideal for him. But he did not know what principles were involved in this method. The explanation for the life and death immortal aperture could be said to be simple, but the principles involved in it were something Fang Yuan could still not understand. The contents of the life and death immortal aperture revival method were not simple, they were very complex. Because it subdivided every Gu cultivation path into different revival methods, different Gu worms needed to be refined accordingly. For instance, Fang Yuan cultivated strength path. He needed a large amount of exert strength Gu, countless disappointment Gu, and many other types of supplementary Gu worms to finally create a multi-layered Gu formation. Fang Yuan carefully thought over these ideas, feeling that they were rather interesting. When mortals started cultivating, Hope Gu was needed to awaken their aperture. This method, however, required disappointment Gu and exert strength. Gu. Without hope, how could there be disappointment? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope. These two concepts stood as opposites to each other, but they coexisted together. It was just like the concept of life and death. If one was gone, the other also lacked the significance for a concept of it to be formed. Fang Yuan planned inwardly. Disappointment Gu and exert strength. Gu are merely mortal Gu, so they are not difficult to gather. There are also corresponding Gu recipes here. I can order the hairy men to refine them day in and day out. Even if the amount required is large, I can complete it within 3 months. Once completed, I can immediately start my revival and obtain a life and death immortal aperture, except that the life and death immortal aperture that would be obtained in this way was somewhat unsatisfactory, because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was already mostly disintegrated. Using just the remaining dead immortal aperture as the base, the newly formed life and death immortal aperture would naturally be inferior. Be it the size, the environment, or its foundation, they would all be lacking. When Fang Yuan had been forced to ascend in northern plains, the foundation for his immortal aperture was not high in the first place. Its size was 3,500 square kilometers, and the rate of time was 16 times that of the outside world. A low-grade blessed land has a size of 2,000 square kilometers at the maximum. It can draw in a small tributary of the river of time and create over 10 beads of immortal essence, while being a land of few resources. A medium-grade blessed land can have a size of 2,700 square kilometers to 4,000 square kilometers. Draw in a slightly bigger tributary of the river of time. Create over 20 beads of immortal essence and have plentiful resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path, Immortal Aperture, was only a medium-grade blessed land. Now, if he used his currently shrunken blessed land to revive, it will definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and it was very likely for it to be low-grade, even among low grades. Without doubt, this would be unfavorable to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. However, there was a segment of content about the life and death Immortal Aperture revival method, which excited Fang Yuan greatly. During the refinement process, he could use other strength path immortal zombies' corpses as immortal materials and refine them in a goo formation. This would increase the grade of the life and death Immortal Aperture created. His low-grade blessed land could return to medium grade, and as long as there were sufficient strength path immortal zombies, he might even be able to raise his blessed land to high grade. When immortal zombies die, their aperture would completely dissipate, and the Dao marks in the aperture would stay in the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies were rich with Dao marks, and were special kinds of immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui Hu would not have shamelessly sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal the corpses. At the final part of this segment, it was clearly recorded. If one could obtain a great strength, true martial physique immortal zombie body and used it during the revival process, the life and death Immortal Aperture created would surpass that of a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie revives, they would possess the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lu Lan had advanced into an immortal with the great strength true martial physique and possessed a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan understood many things regarding it. A super-grade blessed lands has a vast space of over 6,700 square kilometers. Every year, the amount of immortal essence it produces would surpass 50 beads. The rate of time is even faster. Thus, precious resources can be obtained in extremely short intervals. Furthermore, the great strength. True martial physique can increase my battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. From this point, one could also discern that the life and death Immortal Aperture method was an excellent method to raise a Gu Immortal's aptitude. The 10 extreme physiques. They had extremely great power, but their flaws were even bigger. Because time flowed faster, calamities and tribulations came quicker and more frequently, their might becoming increasingly terrifying. For the cultivation of Gu Immortals, this was a big taboo. One could find out from history that none of the 10 Supreme Venerables had one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was extremely rare for someone to possess one of the 10 extreme physiques. In short, a person with one of the 10 extreme physiques could be unrivaled among those of the same rank and could even fight against those that exceeded their rank. But they did not have the potential to grow, and simply could not live for long under the barrage of calamities and tribulations. However, this huge flaw did not exist to Fang Yuan. There was only one reason for that. He possessed the Life and Death Immortal Aperture revival method, and a Life and Death Immortal Aperture reduced the might of calamities and tribulations by half. This lowered the danger to a completely acceptable level and formed a much more beneficial cycle. I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land by gathering ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies. But if I can gather the body of an immortal zombie of one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can possess the great strength true martial physique and own a super-grade blessed land. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations would have their might reduced by half. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I would have a chance at vying for that supreme throne of rank 9. Fang Yuan's eyes burned with the flames of passion. Rank 9 venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly recognized fact. If since ancient times there has not been a 10 extreme physique venerable, did that imply that they would be the strongest even among the rank 9 venerables? In this world, the greatest in strength in all of history? I also have my first mortal aperture. If my revival goes smoothly, I can use this method again to cultivate time path and change my first mortal aperture to a super-grade blessed land. At that time, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the desolate ancient moon physique, dual 10, extreme physique, and with time, a dual 10 extreme physique venerable. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life and in this life, he had wandered from place to place, enduring many hardships and taking risks amidst life and death. Finally, now, at this moment, he found a hopeful path that could lead him to the grand ambition of immortality. Eternal life seemed to be an illusory goal, but if one did not have sufficient strength, then it was a target that was impossible to pursue to begin with. Strength path immortal zombies are already few in numbers. Since I have joined Zombie Alliance, I am unable to target the Alliance members. Great strength, true martial physique, immortal zombie. Where can I find one? Right now, there is only one optimal target. He Lu Lan. At that instant, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a ferocious light. Although I cooperated with you to escape from Imperial Court blessed land and have obtained many benefits later on, having a rather pleasant experience for the ambition that I seek, you have to be sacrificed. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Ruthless, callous. Chapter 9, 140. Fang Yuan's plans. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Since he obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make as much use of it as he could. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or now, cultivation aptitude was always a big regret for Fang Yuan. Now that he could fix this, Fang Yuan was extremely happy to do so. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture revival method for the 10 extreme physiques was too enticing. The advantage it gave towards cultivating was too great. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were very rarely seen. Even if they appeared, they could not cultivate easily. There were even fewer of those with the great strength true martial physique that cultivated to goo immortal level. And on this basis, those who turned into immortal zombies and still had their bodies intact might simply be non-existent. Fang Yuan checked historical records and his memories, but there were no clues. Thus, He Lu Lan was his easiest target and also the most appropriate and realistic one. Or rather, she was his only target. But the problems in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lu Lan herself was a formidable person. She had both brains and brawn. In his previous life, she left her own mark in history. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her fight and battle all out while also scheming deeply. She could not be messed with casually. Secondly, He Lu Lan was not alone. She had the rank 7 Fairy Li Shan supporting her. They had a close relationship. They would not turn on each other. To deal with He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan would also have to deal with Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Fang Yuan had an alliance agreement. Finally, and what was also Fang Yuan's biggest problem, He Lu Lan knew the truth of Imperial Court-blessed land. If he did not handle it appropriately, she would tell this truth to the world. By then, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by all the goo immortals in the world. The allure of Giant Sun. Immortal Venerable's inheritance would be so great that countless greedy goo immortals would charge at him like a tsunami, completely drowning him. All in all, He Lu Lan was like a porcupine. If he was rash in dealing with her, not only might she be left unharmed, but he would also end up suffering major backlash. He Lu Lan, oh, He Lu Lan, if not for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique which helps my cultivation, I would not want to target you. Fang Yuan sighed internally. In the following days, Fang Yuan started his preparations on two aspects. On one hand, he needed to think about an appropriate way to harm He Lu Lan, On the other hand, he was refining star-thought immortal goo, while using letters to communicate with Fairy Li Shan on how to breach a contract. But days went by. He was making very slow progress in all of them. Ever since Hailu Lan realized her flaws, she made up her mind and focused on managing her blessed land. Since she could not hide inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land anymore, she hid outside and went missing. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, he took action to again go to Earth Trench and collect Star Night Mucus. After that, he used the Star Night Mucus to refine Star-Thought Immortal Goo, but he failed again. Fairy Li Shan had cultivated Earth Path in the past. She later cultivated Information Path mainly alongside Wood Path. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than that of Fang Yuan. Earlier she had gone against the agreement to deal with Dongfang tribe, but she was still alive and well now. This showed that not only was she skilled at making agreements, she was also able to break them. Information Path specialized in agreements. To make a comparison, they were like locks that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. She was skilled at making locks. She was certain to be good at opening them. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and Hailu Lan, even though they had an agreement, the deadline was approaching. Thus, this agreement was not trouble. The reason Fang Yuan gave Fairy Li Shan was, he needed to deal with the agreement for joining Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance in Eastern Sea. He was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot get Hailu Lan, I can only lower my expectations and collect a large number of Strength Path Immortal Zombies. If that happens, I will need to break the Zombie Alliance agreement so that I can steal bodies inside the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The careful Fang Yuan would naturally not put all of his eggs in one basket. He would make all kinds of preparations. Therefore, these last days, Fang Yuan had been asking for information path methods from Fairy Li Shan often. The results were minimal. On one hand, Fairy Li Shan was guarding against Fang Yuan. He had developed too rapidly. It already made this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land feel threatened. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she used the excuse of having to find immortal materials to reject him. Secondly, Fang Yuan had little understanding in regards to Information Path. With such low attainment, it was hard for him to learn something in this short period of time. Thirdly, was Zombie Alliance's agreement so easily broken? It was wishful thinking to expect Fang Yuan to be able to break it in such a short time. Even though he did not make any progress in Information Path, after interacting with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, using his own knowledge from being inside Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance's base, Blazing Heaven, Demoness's tactic was very smart. These last days, she led the immortal zombies to attack the demonic Path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land continuously. Many of the demonic Path Goo immortals had low luck to begin with. It was hard to collect immortal materials. But now, with the immortal zombies wreaking havoc, they faced even more problems. Their gains were affected. Old Ancestor Xuehu was helpless. The reason was simple. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was just one person. Blazing Heaven. Demoness had 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully attacked Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Xuehu's battle strength, it was uncertain who would win. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided that. She made use of Old Ancestor Xuehu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Xuehu's life much more difficult. If he attacked, he would not be around to guard Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The defending Goo Immortals only had rank 7 cultivation level at the highest. Second leader Lady Wan Shou was skilled in Refinement Path, while third leader Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path. They both did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Xuehu went out to attack and was held up by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was ransacked by the other rank 8 immortal zombies, then that would turn him into the biggest laughingstock in Northern Plains. especially that blazing heaven demoness. She did not have limits to her conduct. Back then, she even burned a 9 heavens fragment world, making it a lose-lose situation for everyone. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a blessed land that was pieced together. It had lower defense than normal blessed lands. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had to guard against her. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui Hu had incredible battle strength against Zombie Alliance, he was at a disadvantage. He could not turn the situation around. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness experience scheming made Old Ancestor Shui Hu suffer heavy losses, but he could not fight back effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice but to be patient and focus his attention on refining exert strength, gu, and disappointment gu. The Fang Yuan stone nests that he built were already at quite the sizes. Large numbers of hairy man-slaves were working non-stop. The number of exert strength gu and disappointment gu grew, but they were still far from the desired quantity. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those precious rank 8 immortal materials, he did not sell them yet. He kept them for now. Blazing Heaven Demoness was funding him in refining Star Thought immortal gu. Every month, Fang Yuan's profits were used for refining gu worms, feeding immortal gu, as well as developing star form blessed land. He purchased large amounts of cloud soil, ordering star form land spirit to arrange them. He wanted to build a giant 3-dimensional river system, using the ample space to cultivate star fragment grass. This had huge prospects. If it succeeded, the profits would not be lower than Guts Gu, but the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only develop it one step at a time. He wanted to deal with He Lu Lan, but that might expose his crimes. It was too easy for He Lu Lan to expose the truth, even though there was an alliance. She had Fairy Li Shan's help if she wanted to breach the contract. She had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been feeling anxious. The investigation of the Central Continent Gu Immortals could not be making zero progress. Perhaps tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would come and attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no way he could defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's only place to retreat to. As the saying goes, a sly rabbit makes 3 dens, not to mention the old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the refinement path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. Inside his dead aperture, moving perspective Cup Gu activated, bringing a letter from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan felt this was strange. This letter was actually Fairy Li Shan approaching him. Opening it, it was a letter requesting for help. As it turned out, Fairy Li Shan found traces of He Cheng. He Cheng was the father of He Lu Lan. She wanted to take revenge for her mother. He was someone she had to kill. Fairy Li Shan's letter asked Fang Yuan to come along and kill He Cheng. He Cheng's circumstances were not good. As a person who held power in the Superforce He tribe, he went missing for a long time, the 100 Days battle. And by the time he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, being hunted down secretly by He tribe itself. In fact, in order to save his life, He Cheng sacrificed the rank 6 immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of strength in He tribe. It was also their trump card. He actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had great authority in this situation, he would still be punished according to the rules of the tribe. The immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core immortal Gu that made up the immortal Gu House came from the 4 supreme elders of He tribe. After the Central Continent Gu Immortals divided up Dark Prison, they brought the immortal Gu back to their sects. One of the immortal Gu had already been forcefully refined by a Central Continent Gu Immortal. Thus, the He tribe supreme elders learned about it. He Cheng had committed a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng did not want to hand himself over. Before he participated in Shadow Sect's activities, he had made an agreement with them. He could not expose any details regarding Shadow Sect. This alliance agreement had a strong restriction. He Cheng could not explain the matter to his tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was unwilling to let him go. The immortal goo house was extremely important. It affected their deterrence capability and strength. It had to be taken back. And He Chung was the clue. Thus, He tribe sent goo immortals to capture He Chung. After both sides fought several times, He Chung narrowly escaped. As the commotion got larger, Fairy Li Shan learned about it. She and He Lu Lan discussed it. They felt that now was the best time to take revenge, after He Chung had been abandoned by his tribe. They needed to have greater numbers as assurance in killing a goo immortal. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. Before the alliance expired, they now had an excellent chance to make use of him. While it was true that the compensation that Fairy Li Shan gave was very profitable, Fang Yuan also had his own motives. This was a good opportunity. He Lu Lan had been staying hidden all this time. Only during a chaotic battle could Fang Yuan find a chance to take action. Chapter 9. 141. Third Battle. With He Chung. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Escape. 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 A shadowy figure moved rapidly in the tall grass like a flying snake. A moment later the shadow vanished with a soft sound, and the flying stopped. He Chung crashed into the grass nearby. A clear stream was flowing right beside him. He Chung breathed roughly. He was sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to turn his body over. His current condition was terrible. His entire body was covered in wounds. Some were deep until bones could be seen. Some were still bleeding. Intense pain was assaulting him, but He Chung was already used to it. These injuries were all created when he fought intensely with the pursuers from He tribe. If He tribe was not trying to capture He Chung alive, with his current ability, there was no way he could have escaped so many times. I am already at my limits, huh? He Chung felt grim internally. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up. Seeing his reflection in the water, he smiled bitterly at himself. Originally he was handsome and charming, having a gentlemanly disposition. But now his face was pale and his lips were green. His body was covered in blood while he escaped for his life. Suddenly, He Chung's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in size as he curled up his body like a venomous snake that felt threatened. "Who is it?" He Chung's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted at a nearby bush. At the next moment, with a loud bang, air currents burst out as the grass was uprooted. A large pathway was created. He Lu Lan wore a mask as she stepped forward. Her eerie and dark eyes were burning with flames of hatred that had been etched into her. "It is you." He Chung was shocked. He tried to stand up, but his head was dizzy. His body shook intensely as he fell down helplessly. Thankfully, he did not collapse entirely. He managed to regain his balance, but he was half squatting with tightened muscles. His expression was ruthless, but he could not conceal the anxiety inside him. If he was captured by the He tribe goo immortals, he might still be able to live, even though that was unlikely. But if he ended up in the hands of He Lu Lan, He Chung would be dead meat. His fate would be unthinkably miserable. "He Chung, to think that you would end up like this." He Lu Lan walked towards him. Her body was straight like a spear, across a small river. She looked down at him arrogantly. Fate was unpredictable. Who would have thought that He Chung would end up in such a state? He Lu Lan had never expected this. Thus, when the perfect opportunity for revenge was right in front of her, other than hatred and anger deep inside her, she also felt a trace of pity. The father and daughter stared at each other. Hatred, grudges, all of their emotions were present. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. "Don't look at me with that gaze," He Chung screamed. He struggled to get up. He could accept He Lu Lan's anger and hatred, but he could not stand that trace of pity in her eyes. "I, the great He Chung, do not need anyone's pity." Whoosh! A strong wind blew. The dark clouds in the sky moved as the surrounding grass swayed. Ripples appeared in the stream, as Fairy Li Shan's voice was heard in the wind. "Nice wind, nice scenery. This nameless location is a good place for you to die, He Chung." He Chung sneered. He could feel the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He turned his head around with difficulty, looking at the surroundings. A tiger without power gets bullied by dogs. Isn't there someone else? Why are you not coming out? Fang Yuan quietly concealed himself nearby. He did not move and leaked no aura, as if he could not hear He Cheng's words. You, a tiger. You are just a dog who is struggling to survive on the verge of death. Thieving dog, prepare to lose your life. He Lulan no longer concealed the anger inside her. She took a big step and sent out a punch. In an instant, there was an explosion in the air as the air currents created from her punch burst out. Fang Yuan's mood was stirred. He felt a strong desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but with the amplification of the great strength true martial physique strength path Dao marks, its power could actually reach such a level. Before this punch landed on He Cheng, the latter already felt an intense feeling of stiflement. An immeasurable sense of danger filled him. If this punch landed, He Cheng would die on the spot. Escape! He Cheng gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a dark, shadowy snake again, escaping towards the left side. He Lulan's punch missed. She quickly chased him. But He Cheng was very fast. In a few breaths of time, He Lulan was already dozens of meters behind. In fact, even though He Cheng lost the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, he still had Immortal Goo Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, in order to raise He Cheng's strength, Shadow Sect designed a set of Immortal Killer moves for him. This set of Immortal Killer moves used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. Right now, the dark snake that He Cheng had transformed into to escape was one of these Immortal Killer moves. He Cheng, stay here. Fairy Li Shan took action. The surrounding grass grew wildly as flowers grew out of nowhere. Battlefield killer move. Pear orchard. He Cheng's body froze, but he immediately broke out of the pear orchard and moved west to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms emerged from the tall grass, blocking He Cheng. Fang Yuan had not exposed the identity of Xianxia to He Lo Lan, or Fairy Li Shan. Right now he was using his strength path, battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used his wisdom path techniques and deduced 3 possible escape paths. He quietly assigned his strength path phantoms to those areas in order to ambush him. While escaping, He Cheng accidentally went towards one of them and was stalled by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. Even so, He Lulan was still a distance from He Cheng. Seeing that He Cheng was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan transmitted to Fang Yuan anxiously. Quickly stop him. Fang Yuan immediately showed his true form, using the true solid bat wings on his back to fly towards He Cheng. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. She could tell, with Fang Yuan's speed, he could not obstruct He Cheng. In truth, Fang Yuan was not planning to stop He Cheng either. Earlier he had fought with He Cheng, but times were different now. He Cheng was He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he would be able to use He Cheng in order to scheme against He Lula. Fang Yuan had originally wanted to use this chance to see if he could capture He Lula. But after seeing He Cheng's severe injuries, he knew the chances were close to 0. If it were possible, Fang Yuan would rather let He Cheng go and let him escape. But because of the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Cheng got rid of the obstacles. He gave Fang Yuan a look as he sneered. You finally came out? It is a pity you cannot catch me. Saying so, he was about to use his immortal killer move to escape from this place. But right at this moment, the cry of an eagle resounded and almost tore his eardrums. A giant iron crown eagle phantom appeared behind Fang Yuan. His iron crown eagle strength activated. As Fang Yuan's speed rose, he flew at lightning speed, closing the gap between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to slow down. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, it was still a rank 5 mortal goo now. Fang Yuan's iron crown eagle strength was obtained from an immortal goo. It could only be triggered with certain probabilities. In the previous battles, it had never been triggered, but today, when he did not want it to activate, it did. It seems that it was inappropriate to use time assist luck right before this to raise my luck. If I had known that Hai Chung would be in such a condition, I would have realized that it was impossible to execute my plan. Fang Yuan sighed. His body was like an eagle, pouncing at Hai Chung. Hai Cheng was slippery as a snake. He moved around in the grass as a dark snake, changing many directions. Even though Fang Yuan attacked many times, he narrowly escaped each time. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan were no longer anxious. They were excited. With Fang Yuan's interference, Hai Chung could no longer escape. In a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan got close to them. Eventually, the three of them encircled Hai Chung. Hai Chung's expression was dark and ominous. He screamed with messy hair all over his face. "You want me dead? Don't think you will leave unscathed." An intense battle erupted. Rumble. Thunderous sounds exploded. Darkness shot out. Flowers were flying. Strength Ki rampaged. The soil on the ground was sent flying. Without any doubt, Hai Chung was heavily suppressed. Fang Yuan's group held the advantage. It is a pity that I can only hold back on 10 to 20% of my strength. That is the limit. If I hold back any more, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would realize it. They would be suspicious towards me and lose trust. Seeing that this excellent pawn in Hai Chung was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought against Hai Chung 3 times. Fang Yuan and the others did not have much of an increase in battle strength compared to the previous time. But Hai Chung's condition was too terrible. He had experienced the 100 Days battle, and the immortal essence that he accumulated over all his life was expended. These last days, he had been escaping and fighting intensely with Hai tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, Hai Chung suffered another severe injury. He spat out blood and was about to lose. "Stop!" Suddenly, an angry shout could be heard in the sky. A blinding green light filled the entire battlefield. Space tore open as a green hand grabbed at Hai Chung imposingly. Fang Yuan and the others reacted quickly, but the green hand could affect time. It grabbed Hai Chung before anyone could react. "Green City Rampage!" Hai Chung could not move. He screamed while being captured. He Lu Lan and the others rapidly retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. At that time, it was ranked at 3rd in the world, only lower than Golden Heavenly Saint and Heavenly Giant Solar. The fact that Hai tribe was in control of Green City Rampage was known to everyone in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. At this moment, with the appearance of Green City Rampage, it meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of the Superforce Hai tribe had arrived together. "We of Hai tribe will deal with our own Hai tribe members. How can we allow you to kill him casually?" "He Lu Lan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed us and went to the demonic path. You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Surrender now." At the next moment, a green giant tore through space, standing on the ground. A mysterious light shot out of its forehead towards Hai Lu Lan. At that moment, He Lu Lan was unable to move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan rapidly retreated as he used his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With an intense collision, Strength Path Giant Hand collided with the green hand, and the Strength Path Giant Hand disintegrated immediately. "Pitiful trick," the green giant laughed coldly. But at the next moment, a firebird crashed into the green giant's chest out of nowhere. Boom! With an intense explosion, the green giant was sent back, almost falling onto the ground. "Blazing Heaven Demoness!" The 4 supreme elders of Hai tribe shouted with shock and anger on their faces inside the green giant. Angry Bird, this was a signature killer move of Blazing Heaven Demoness. It was widely known among Gu immortals of Northern Plains. At this time and place, why was Blazing Heaven Demoness here? Be it the Hai tribe Gu immortals or Fang Yuan, they were asking the same question. Chapter 942. Little Ant, Elder. Ant Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Her rank 8 aura was unconcealed, emanating freely. Blazing Heaven. Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood arrogantly in the air. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted loudly, "High Tribe Elders, this ancient battle formation, Green City rampage of yours is so incomplete, you have the face to use it. 100 years ago, in order to use this battle formation, you were forced to stay together at a distance of no more than 3 meters between each other. This time you came here together. Who is guarding the blessed land that is your main camp?" The Green Giant gazed at Blazing Heaven Demoness. An elderly voice came out of the Green Giant's body. "Blazing Heaven Demoness, since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its power rivals that of rank 8s. He Lo Lan and He Cheng are members of He Tribe. This is an internal family matter of ours. As an outsider, you should not interfere. Don't forget that Zombie Alliance is in the righteous path. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have significant responsibilities. Do be careful." Immediately after, another voice said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, aren't you going to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu? Why are you here to join in the chaos?" "Join in the chaos? Ha 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 ha." Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fairy Li Shan spoke at this moment. She continued, "Old ancestor Shui Hu's matter is none of your concern, elders of He Tribe. Furthermore, you said this is your family matter. Don't tell me it isn't our own family matter." "What do you mean?" Inside the Green Giant's body, the 4 elders of He Tribe asked with shocked voices. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt an intense feeling that something was not right. "Big sister!" Fairy Li Shan called out. There was tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to communicate too much in words. Blazing Heaven Demoness stopped. Laughed. Her gaze was like lightning as she flew towards the Green Giant. On the Green Giant's body, a lump of fire burned out of nowhere. In an instant, it turned into a blazing flame and engulfed the entire Green Giant. Soon, the hill-like Green Giant became an orange pillar of fire. Immortal killer move. Fire prison. In the burning flames, the Green Giant could barely move. It was as if it had fallen into a puddle of sticky black oil. The 4 elders who assembled the Green Giant were shocked. "When did we get hit by it? This killer move's power is so immense, even our Green City rampage cannot break free for the time being. Most importantly, there were no hints of it being used. We cannot defend against it." But the 4 elders had rich battle experience. They were only shocked for a few breaths of time before they understood. They remembered the attack earlier. Angry Bird had crashed into the Green Giant's chest. Meanwhile, fire prison started burning at the Green Giant's chest. This was a combo immortal killer move. So-called combo immortal killer moves were the usage of 2 or more immortal killer moves one after another. They would have stronger power, having synergy between them. Angry Bird, fire prison. These 2 immortal killer moves formed a combo immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness first used Angry Bird to attack the Green Giant. She next used Fire Prison to trap Green City Rampage with an incredibly powerful effect. If a long time had passed, or if she had activated Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to spend time in activating the move. During that period, the 4 elders of He Tribe would be able to dodge. Fire Prison's power would not be as great as now. The reason was very simple. It was due to Dao marks. Immortal killer moves used immortal goo as the core to activate powerful methods. The power was great because they formed temporary Dao marks. When Angry Bird crashed into the Green Giant's chest, temporary Firepath Dao marks were left behind. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these Firepath Dao marks as the basis to unleash Fire Prison, elevating its power and temporarily trapping the Green Giant. To be able to design a combo immortal killer move, her attainment level must be Great Grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Firepath attainment level has already reached such a level. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking. Firepath Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary goo immortals could reach. Roar. The Green Giant roared loudly. Large amounts of green fog spewed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, fire was put out. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move blazing heaven. Demoness's combo immortal killer move did not even last for 10 breaths of time before it completely disintegrated, but they still lost some precious time. During this period, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing. She used her trump card. Battlefield Immortal Killer Move. Orchard Garden in Mountain. The earth rumbled intensely. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, waves of terrifying tremors erupted deep underground. The surface started to rise. The terrain changed swiftly. The flat grassland had turned into a mound. Soon, this mound rose rapidly, becoming taller. On the two sides of the mountain, there were evident ridges forming. Eventually, the mountain stopped rising. A chain of mountains encircled the green giant in all directions. The tremors of the earth finally stopped. The terrain of over 1,000 li had completely changed because of Fairy Li Shan's battlefield immortal killer move. Achieving such incredible effects, it was truly breathtaking. A chain of mountains surrounded the green giant in the center. It was like a giant bowl or a prison, blocking their escape route. At this moment, the green giant was like trapped prey. Fang Yuan's heart pounded, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. Seeing this effect, he still felt some surprise. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, the power was not as great. Why did it become so powerful now? Don't tell me it is because of minuscule mountain. Fang Yuan had a guess. That should be it. Fairy Li Shan's orchard garden in mountain is like myriad star fireflies. It has incredible power when used, but the price should be equally big. Each time it is used, Dao marks in the Gu Immortal will be expended permanently. Thus, in records of history, Fairy Li Shan did not use this battlefield immortal killer move very often. Or in other words, this was a last resort technique, a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's own foundation and cultivation level would fall drastically. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded in Xi. The mountain itself had a large number of Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it inside her own immortal aperture. The Dao marks of Minuscule Mountain became her own foundation. She could use and expend them. Thus, Orchard Garden in Mountain's power became so terrifying, far beyond Fang Yuan's knowledge based on his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu Immortals. The ancient battle formation Green City Rampage that they created was ranked at 3rd in the world. But using Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan used Orchard Garden in Mountain and temporarily trapped the rank 8 level Green Giant, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan and the others were floating in the air, looking down. The Green Giant was huge, but the mountains surrounding it were taller. Fairy Li Shan had stopped her activation. She no longer controlled it. But the transformation of Orchard Garden in Mountain still continued. In the valley of the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees grew. The branches were like vines entangling with each other, extending rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed. They floated in the air, slowly descending like snow. Behind the Green Giant, a pair of thick and huge green wings appeared. One of the 4 He tribe elders was skilled in transformation path. Thus, the Green Giant could have such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was created, the methods would be fixed. But ancient battle formations had different abilities according to the Gu Immortals using it, as well as their various methods in fighting. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage, but countless vines were coiled onto the legs of the Green Giant. The Green Giant snorted. The color of its body changed. It was as if fire was burning deep inside its body. Its green color, like that of moss, had turned into a dark red color. Dark Path and Fire Path. Dual immortal killer move. Dark Ember. Boom! An intense explosion resounded. It could cause eardrums to vibrate. A dark red translucent shockwave burst out of the Green Giant's body, spreading rapidly. Everywhere the shock wave went, the entangled vines burned like paper, becoming ash. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 shock waves emitted by the green giant, obstacles were swept away. At once, dust rose like clouds, the earth trembled, countless rocks fell. The powerful and terrifying aura made Fairy Li Shan take a small step back in reflex. He Lu Lan was seemingly unaware of this. Her eyes were staring at one of the green giant's hands. Inside this hand, her father, He Chung, was held inside. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He was starting to understand the situation. Evidently, Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today, this situation was created by them to kill He Chung, but at the same time, they were targeting Fang Yuan. I was scheming against He Lu Lan, but to think they would move against me first. Fang Yuan looked towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before today, he had not expected the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to be so closely related to He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and gave him a look that was seemingly smiling. Fang Yuan snorted internally. He turned his gaze away. He was in grave danger now. If he wanted to escape, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan would only bring him disturbance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness was a barrier that he could not pass. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness surely knew about it. But now is not the time to act rashly. Since they have not attacked me yet, we can still talk it out. Even if I escape, it is pointless. I have joined Zombie Alliance, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. It was laughable that previously, Fang Yuan was asking Fairy Li Shan for the method to leave Zombie Alliance. This means that my identity as Xianxia has already been exposed. He Lu Lan is astute. Since she knows I have star path cultivation, she would also know that I have already obtained star form Blessed Land. He Lu Lan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought this was just an affectionate term. For example, little brother. To think that with a little ant she also had an elder ant, and to think that He Lu Lan's elder ant was such a formidable person. Chapter 943, Afraid of Death. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios Blazing Heaven. Demoness was actually He Lu Lan's elder ant. Fang Yuan did not expect this. Fang Yuan's battle strength was rank 7 at best. Against He Lu Lan, he had an advantage, but the other party had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be wary of her last resort attack. Against Fairy Li Shan, he was at most only evenly matched. Fang Yuan would be in a disadvantage the moment she used her battlefield immortal killer move. He could not give her enough time to use it. As for Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was extremely pitiful in comparison. It was despair-inducing. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, with his bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level, there was no way he could fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not match a rank 8 Gu immortal. Feng Zhuge was an exception. In the last 1,000 years of Central Continent's history, he was the only one. It was virtually impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The other party was simply too powerful. Fang Yuan was at a weaker position with an absolute disadvantage. Right now, the only thing that I can rely on is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan previously. Allies are not allowed to kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. Earlier, he was finding this agreement restricting to his actions, but now he had to rely on it to survive. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. This agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness can completely suppress me using battle strength, but she has not struck yet. If Fairy Li Shan wants to kill me, she would not create this situation either. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my true identity. Why did she help me in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu? This means that they are not going after my life. They have other objectives. As for what their objectives were, Fang Yuan had a vague idea. The conclusion was, right now, Fang Yuan was not in any mortal danger. This was also the reason why he was continuing to watch and not trying to escape. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking over his own safety, the green giant that was trapped by Orchard Garden and Mountain roared as it raised its head. After several uses of the killer move Dark Ember, most of the pear trees in the valley were burned to ashes, but they continued to grow from the ground, extending towards the green giant even though it would take some time to trap it again. Using this chance, 2 more pairs of giant green wings appeared on the green giant's back again. At the same time, the green giant's appearance underwent a change. Its large head turned into that of an eagle's. Its entire body became slimmer and longer. Its arms and legs turned into sharp 5-fingered claws. Whoosh! Its 3 pairs of wings flapped together. At the same time, the green giant's knees bent slightly. It jumped and burst into the sky. The ground trembled. A huge crater was formed from the impact. Dust clouds rose and mixed with the huge amounts of ashes. This time, the green giant was not restricted by the vines. But the moment it flew into the sky, the 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force. It was pulling onto the giant, preventing the green giant from flying far away from it. This is... The 4 elders of He tribe showed stunned expressions one after another. Every several meters the green giant rose into the sky. The strength of the huge pulling force increased by 10 times as much. Gradually the green giant was unable to resist it anymore. No matter how much the 3 wings flapped, the giant's speed became slower and slower. Eventually, it slowed to a crawl, resembling a snail. After reaching its limits, it was only 30 meters away from the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, the green giant crashed into the ground. The 4 elders of He tribe were silent. There was no need to say anything. Anyone could guess the result. Their faces were completely ashen now. This was the true power of Orchard Garden and Mountain. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Information Path mainly, and secondarily, in Wood Path and Earth Path. Orchard Garden and Mountain was a battlefield killer move that was formed by combining Earth Path and Wood Path. The pear blossoms were like snow, the vines coiled around the target. These were just Wood Path techniques. The force of gravity that pulled it down was the aspect of Earth Path. Of course, this was also due to Fairy Li Shan using the power of minuscule mountain inside her. Otherwise, if she used the original version of Orchard Garden and Mountain that was based on her own strength, the green giant might have broken out of it already. This was an ancient battle formation, Green City Rampage. Even though it was incomplete, there were 4 rank 7 Gu immortals inside the battle formation. They could fight against a rank 8 when unified. The green giant could not break out. It landed on the ground. In the valley, countless vines coiled around it again like tough snakes. The green giant was restricted again. At this time, there was a sharp sound of wind as explosions occurred in the air. The sound was so loud, eardrums could almost burst. 3 angry birds fused in the air, turning into a fire phoenix that was neither big nor small. The phoenix sang loudly. Its wings flapped. It was extremely fast. It drew a beautiful rainbow arc in the sky, crashing into the green giant's arm and vanishing completely. The green giant displayed an incredibly powerful defense. Merely a deep hole was created from the explosion on its arm. Next, waves of green fog circulated around it. As the deep hole closed up, it was like liquid metal rapidly mending. But Blazing Heaven Demoness's attacks did not stop for even a moment. She stood arrogantly in the air. She slowly pointed her arm towards the green giant that was below her. Her arm made a slashing motion from up to down. Fire Path Killer Move. Phoenix Feather. Triple Wing Blade. 3 waves of flames formed instantly. They resembled the feathers of the phoenix. They were curved but extremely sharp like sickles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fire blades tore through the air, burning intensely as huge winds started blowing as a result of the movement. 3 blades launched one after another, hitting the same place consecutively. Together with the angry bird earlier, this achieved another combo move effect. The green giant's arm was chopped off by these 3 blades. The 4 elders of He tribe growled furiously, but it was too late for them to stop her. The green giant's body was formed from the ancient battle formation. After the arm was detached from the body, it was as if the goo formation itself had lost a portion of itself. Losing the immortal essence supply from the 4 elders, the arm quickly vanished into nothingness, as countless goo worm flew out rapidly towards the green giant. He Chung, who was captured earlier, lost his restraint. He quickly fell. The green giant tried to grab him, but Blazing Heaven Demoness stopped it. He Chung tried to escape, but times were different now. He was inside Orchard Garden and Mountain almost immediately. Countless vines and roots tied him up tightly, sending him out into the hands of Fairy Li Shan. "Let him go!" The 4 elders of He tribe flew into a rage. Countless Dark Ember killer moves were used consecutively. Marks of dragons appeared on the green giant's chest and back. It was like they were emerging from a body of water. They turned into green dragons and flew around the area. This was the signature killer move of He tribe's first Supreme Elder, 9 Dragon Body Protection. It could both attack and defend, under the amplification of the ancient battle formation. It displayed incredibly terrifying power. At once, 9 dragons flew around. They were unstoppable. Mountain ridges collapsed, pear blossoms wilted, plants and trees were sent flying. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. "Hurry up, I cannot hold on much longer." The green giant unleashed its full battle strength. It was already very difficult for Orchard Garden and Mountain to trap it until now. "Go!" Blazing Heaven Demoness moved without hesitation. She shot out a long chain of fire, grabbing onto Fairy Li Shan, He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan, and He Cheng. Soon after, she used her killer move, turning into a rainbow, dragging everyone into the air along with her. At the moment where he was trapped by the chain of fire, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he held in that instinct eventually. Blazing Heaven. Demoness's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished with everyone into the horizon. 10 breaths of time later, Orchard Garden and Mountain was completely destroyed. The terrifying collapse of mountains ravaged the battlefield. The green giant successfully flew into the air. It roared and caused tremors in the sky and earth. Blazing Heaven. Demoness movement killer move was extremely fast. It would take a lot of effort for the 4 elders of He tribe to catch up to her. Even if they caught up, it would be hard to decide a winner among them. But it was too late now. The 4 elders of He tribe had to chase her. He Chung had been the representative of the 4 supreme elders. He had settled He tribe's affairs for so many years, he knew a lot of secrets. Furthermore, as a superforce, their own Gu Immortal was kidnapped by others. The 4 elders of He tribe had lost all of their face. If they did not stop Blazing Heaven Demoness, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of the other superforces, or even any of the Righteous Path or Demonic Path forces. He tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison was lost, and He Chung got captured. He tribe's reputation was going to plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. With He tribe being so weak now, all the other forces would try to suppress them. They would also be forced to give up a lot of the cultivation resources that they were holding on to in northern plains. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. The 4 supreme elders of He tribe had no lack of movement killer moves. Once they activated their moves together, their speed would be several times that of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the green giant was about to chase her, a ladder for emergency support appeared beside the 4 elders of He tribe. "What? Our blessed land base has been infiltrated by someone secretly, and most of our resources were stolen. We have suffered great losses. The He tribe Gu Immortals guarding the place are all heavily injured. The invader is extremely powerful. They have undeniable rank 8 aura." The 4 elders of He tribe were shocked and furious. This was most definitely a plot. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it. Our base cannot be lost. The defense of a blessed land assembled with bits and pieces is not enough. We have all fallen into Blazing Heaven Demoness' scheme. Go. We have to go back and defend it. The green giant roared loudly. Both of its arms raised up and pulled, causing a gigantic dark hole to appear in the space in front of it. The green giant flew into the dark hole and vanished, leaving behind only the ravaged battlefield, which was completely in ruins. High Tribe did not pursue us. We are safe now. Blazing Heaven. Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. The chain of fire that restricted everyone was collected by her. Next, she waved her hand casually, and the surrounding 10 li were covered by a layer of dark red barriers. The battle was now over, but Fang Yuan was more alert than before. He moved his shoulders and arms, saying calmly to Fairy Li Shan, "So you are all family. You have truly kept me in the dark." "The same goes for you." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning. It was obvious that she had already known that Fang Yuan obtained star form Blessed Land and disguised himself as Xianxia. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to become your subordinate. I am willing to serve you faithfully. It will be better for you if you keep me alive." He Chung struggled to get up. His face was filled with anxiety as he shouted continuously. Blazing Heaven. Demoness had taken away the parts of the chain of fire restricting everyone else, but Hai Chung alone was still bound up tightly. Not only did the situation develop beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, it was also completely out of Hai Chung's expectations. Fairy Li Shan stared with furious eyes as she pointed at Hai Chung and scolded, "Dog thief, my little sister loved you so much, yet you took her life away. But that was not enough for you. You even wanted to lay your hands on your own daughter." Hai Chung directly knelt on the ground. He raised his head and begged, "I am willing to be your dog or horse. I am willing to tell you all of the secrets of Hai Tribe, including the time path inheritance of our rank 8 ancestor Hai Fan. Didn't Su Xian get close to me because of this inheritance? Don't you all want this inheritance? I will tell you everything that I know. I will not conceal any secrets." But Fairy Li Shan was completely unmoved, as Hai Chung turned towards Blazing Heaven Demoness. "I did not have any intentions to offend you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian, I would not have taken her life. This is all a misunderstanding. This is all just a misunderstanding. Hai Tribe was a super force. They have an inheritance from long ago. Their ancestor was obviously very powerful. During the generation when Hai Fan was the one in power, Hai Tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal. They were one of the stronger super forces in Northern Plains, but his lifespan was limited after Hai Fan died. Hai Tribe slowly became weaker, while some of the other super forces rose up. This was normal in the world of Gu immortals. The saying goes, upturns and downturns were just like the ebb and flow of tides. If one falls, another rises. Hai Chung continued to beg unceasingly. He knew that this was the only way he could possibly survive facing the rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness and Hai Lo Lan, who bore a deep and unresolvable hatred towards him. He could not threaten them using Hai Tribe itself. Thankfully, Hai Fan had an inheritance, and Hai Tribe was unable to inherit it. The inheritance of a rank 8 Gu immortal was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal out there. But Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered. She looked at Hai Lu Lan and spoke with a gentle tone. "Your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not. Only Little Lan can decide. Little Lan, go ahead. I have already restricted Hai Cheng. He is now as fragile as a mortal." Little Lan, listen to me." Hai Chung knelt on the ground. He rubbed his knees against the ground as he crawled towards Hai Lu Lan in a frenzy. "You are my daughter. I am your father. You have the blood of Hai Tribe flowing in you. You have a huge advantage in inheriting Hai Fan's inheritance. If your mother was alive, she would not want to see you and I in such conflict, right? If your mother was here, she would definitely be extremely happy to see you inherit Hai Fan's inheritance. Also, You have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jiang Yu to protect your life. That is an undeniable fact. Hai Lu Lan looked at He Cheng. Seeing his frightened and panicking face, she frowned, showing an expression of deep disgust and hatred. Next, she kicked Hai Cheng away ruthlessly. I will only ask you one question. Hai Lu Lan's expression was cold as ice. Ask, please ask. I will tell you everything that I know. He Cheng could almost see a chance of survival. Hai Lu Lan breathed in deeply. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Mother loved you so much. She trusted you completely. Actually, she knew that you were going to harm her long ago, but she believed that you would realize your mistake and stop your actions because of love. Facing someone who loved you so deeply, how could you have the heart to end her life? He Cheng was stunned. He was originally tied up tightly on the ground and was using his arm to prop his body, trying hard to sit up. But he was completely stumped by Hai Lu Lan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew. He Cheng's messy and muddy hair was blown up. His eyes were red as the loving memories of him and Su Xian'er surfaced in his mind. Regret, pain, sadness, all sorts of emotions filled his heart. He started choking before wailing. Of course I knew that your mother loved me. But I was afraid of dying. I was afraid of dying, sob. After answering her question, He Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body. He collapsed on the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotting prawn. His body was curled up as he wept in the dirty mud. His mucus and tears were mixed together, flowing down his face. His silk robe was tattered beyond repair. His body was covered in blood. His handsome face in former glory was like a dried-up mask made of mud. When facing the prospects of death, this mask disintegrated and vanished. Hai Lu Lan and the others fell into deep silence. The scene was completely quiet, except for the wind that was blowing and He Cheng's continuous soft weeping. He Cheng's display made everyone around feel a deep sensation. Death was truly a terrifying thing. Facing death, even an invincible rank 9 venerable was fragile beyond belief. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew. From ancient times until the present, nobody had reached such a stage. Let him go. At this moment, a lump of emotion came out of Hai Lu Lan's body, turning into a translucent figure of a female immortal's body. Su Xian'er, the mother of Hai Lu Lan. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. In the past, before Su Xian'er died, she had given Hai Lu Lan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial emotion. It was because of the familial emotion and immortal essence that Hai Lu Lan could activate immortal goo while she was still immortal. Little sister. Seeing this familial emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but have tears fall from her eyes. Blazing heaven. Demoness eyes were turning red. She showed an extremely guilty expression full of regret. Hai Lu Lan lowered her head. She looked at He Cheng calmly, seemingly in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated towards Hai Lu Lan. She stretched out her hand behind Hai Lu Lan, hugging her beloved daughter as she consoled her gently. Let him go. You see how pitiful he is now. After killing me, he was already living a life of misery and regret. Is he really happy to be alive now? No, he is barely scraping through life. He lives in terror. He lives in guilt. He is drifting without purpose, only living due to his fear. Even though he is alive, he had already died long ago. Let him go. That is also the same as letting yourself off. Little Lan, do not live in a world of hatred. Do not live in the past. You need to lead your own life. Don't bear the sin of killing your own father. It is a very heavy burden. Trust me, revenge will not lead you to salvation, but destruction instead. I want you to live a better life. Mother, I know that you are saying that for my sake. Hai Lu Lan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Suddenly, she raised her leg, and she stomped. Like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Cheng was currently as fragile as a mortal. So under Hai Lu Lan's feet, his head was like a watermelon that burst. Blood matter, blood, his skull, and teeth were all mixed together in a pile. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a generation's hero, had died. Su Xian'er's familial emotion was dazed. Next, she saw that He Lu Lan turned around, facing her. "There is nothing I cannot bear, mother. It is like in the past, when you knew the situation but still let him have his way. I have my own resolution as well. Will this lead me on the path of destruction? I am not so fragile." "Little Lan." Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lu Lan's hand with much worry. "Little Lan?" Blazing Heaven. Demoness muttered softly. She wanted to take a step towards Hai Lu Lan, but she did not do so eventually. "So it's like this. I think I understand now." Fang Yuan had been observing all of their expressions this entire time. Chapter 944. The Greatest Fear is Fear Itself. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Central Continent Spirit Affinity House. Mountains stood tall. Fog was thick. In a deep area, B of the bamboo forest, a waterfall resembled a clear veil as it hung in the air and fell downwards. Feng Jin Huang sat silently on the branch of a pine tree. She quietly looked at the waterfall as her tears fell. During this period of time, the Central Continent Gu immortals who were sent to investigate northern plains had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Ju Ge. From Feng Jin Huang's perspective, her father was missing without a trace in another region. It was likely that he had already died. These last days, Feng Jin Huang did not have the appetite to eat or mood to cultivate. Her face was drenched in tears as she became thinner. Life and death. These were heavy words. They attacked Feng Jin Huang's fragile heart at an unexpected timing. It was not that Feng Jin Huang had never seen someone die, but when it came to her own family, facing this situation, she lost all of the composure and calmness that she had. But she was still hanging on staunchly. The nightmare did not defeat her. She only cried secretly at a place without any other person. On the surface, she was still cultivating as usual, but she had no idea what the content of her cultivation for the last few days was. A figure appeared behind Feng Jin Huang silently, out of thin air. "Daughter." She heard a familiar voice. Feng Jin Huang turned around. The person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother!" Feng Jin Huang could not hold it in anymore. She went into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace as she cried her lungs out. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a long time before Feng Jin Huang stopped crying. "Mother, Father is so powerful, he must be all right now. Am I right?" Feng Jin Huang raised her head as she looked at her mother with a hopeful expression. But Fairy Bai Qing did not directly console her in this matter. She shook her head. "Even the invincible rank 9 Gu immortals die one day, not to mention your father. People must die eventually. Huang stop crying. Let mother tell you a story." This was a story in... Legend says that Ren Zhu tried to rely on the capabilities of the Feathermen to save his daughter, who was still stuck inside ordinary abyss. However, the Feathermen wanted freedom. They did not want to be restricted. Ren Zhu thought of a scheme, but he failed. The Feathermen would rather die than compromise their freedom. Ren Zhu fell into deep perplexity. He could not find a better way to save his children. The same situation applied to his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and also his daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. At this time, Self-Gu spoke in Ren Zhu's heart. "O human, you want to save your son, Verdant Great Son. I have a method." Ren Zhu thought that he had to save at least one of them. He quickly asked, "Oh, what method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in this world will die. This is because Fate Gu entered the door of life and death and left a trace behind when searching for Fairness Gu." O human, you can enter the door of life and death and walk on the road of life and death. As long as you do not walk on the traces of fate, you will step on a road that belongs to you solely. When you walk into the door of life and death and leave again, you will form a brand new road. That would be partway to success. Next, as long as you bring verdant great sun onto the path that you walked on and leave the door of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world where the sun shines. Your son, verdant great sun, will be able to escape death and revive. Renzu heard the method of self-gu and was very hesitant, but there was no better solution available. Thus he decided to let boundless forest samsara stay inside ordinary abyss for a while longer, while he used the method taught by self-gu to save his eldest son, verdant great sun. Renzu set off towards the door of life and death. As he walked one day, he met with a beastman. This beastman was very muscular. His muscles were like rocks. The fangs in his mouth were sharper than blades. He took huge steps, sprinting in the wilderness as he shouted, "Don't get any closer. Don't come here. I am afraid." Renzu was very curious. He asked, "Oh, beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It keeps following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so afraid that I can only run around in all directions. I am tired, hungry, and thirsty. I am going to die." Renzu felt that this was funny. "Oh, beastman, you have such a powerful body, yet you are afraid of a harmless shadow. Do you have a cowardly heart? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart. It laughed at Renzu. "O human, do not speak so shamelessly. You do not feel afraid because you have not encountered me, Fear Gu." He. Fear Gu? Renzu took a step back. His expression changed. Once Fear Gu appeared, fear started to well up in Renzu's heart. He was afraid. Fear Gu laughed even more arrogantly now. It said to the beastman, "I will let you off now, little beastman. You pitiful worm." The beastman was free now. It fell to the ground, weeping in extreme joy. Fear Gu turned around, facing Renzu. "O human, you dared to look down on me, Fear Gu. Now I will torture you with endless fear." Saying this, Fear Gu flew into Renzu's heart with a whooshing sound. Renzu felt immense fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear Gu made him scared of the wind. Every time the wind blew, Renzu screamed in horror. Fear Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night and often lost his way. During daytime, he would enter caves or hide inside thick bushes. Fear Gu also made Renzu afraid of tree leaves. Thus Renzu ran away from the forests. Every tree he saw made him shriek. Fear Gu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu even stopped using the grass ropes that he made himself. After that, Fear Gu made Renzu scared of rain. Whenever it rained, Renzu would shrivel up and look at the sky that was raining continuously, feeling extreme fear. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being struck by Fear Gu, he could not move much. He could not make any progress. When Fear Gu understood Renzu's motive, it made Renzu scared of death. Renzu no longer dared to walk towards the door of life and death, because once he entered the door of life and death, he would be walking from life towards death. Renzu was afraid that he would die. He could only stay in place. Self-Gu sighed. "Oh, human, actually death is not scary. The real scary thing is the fear in your heart." "That is right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "The only thing worth being afraid of is fear." Fairy Bai Qing spoke this story as Feng Jin Huang was silent in her arms. "Fairy." Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly. She said again, "Huang, no matter what, you have to become stronger and face death head-on. Death is not scary. Everybody dies. Not even a rank 9 venerable is spared from it. Your father might be dead or alive, but one day I will certainly die, and so will you. Never be defeated by the fear in your heart." Feng Jinhuang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, freeing herself from her mother's warm hug. Tears were still flickering in her eyes, but she showed determination and fortitude. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, gritting her teeth. "Mother, I understand. I will go cultivate now. There will be no fear in my heart. No matter how Father is right now, I will not be fearful. I will face it directly and face any possible outcome. I am Feng Jinhuang. How can I make Father and Mother lose face?" "Heh heh heh. You are really a good child." Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes. Her face was filled with a smile. Actually, she was frantic internally. Feng Zhuge's disappearance hugely influenced matters. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Zhuge, allowing them to be at the lead of the 10 ancient sects in this generation. The other 9 sects faced some suppression in one way or another. These were the characteristics of a society where one person could cultivate to have great strength. The influence of one person was expanded hugely. Right now, Feng Zhuge was not around. Spirit Affinity House's authority fell drastically. The other 9 sects were ready to make trouble. Central Continent had deep undercurrents that could create huge tremors and drastic changes. It was like this outside of the sect. But within her own sect, Fairy Bai Qing also was not having an easy time. Places with people will have competition for benefits. Where there are sects, there is internal strife. Feng Zhuge's disappearance made the ones who had been suppressed to the lowest level able to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Zhuge was too powerful, to the extent that Fairy Bai Qing had almost forgotten that there were many people in the sect who was against them. These last days, those people had been gathering strength and ostracizing Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Zhuge deeply. She wanted to go to Northern Plains and help him. But she had been controlling herself, holding down this impulse. She had a daughter to care for. Feng Zhuge was so powerful, but he still went missing. She could not move carelessly. If even she was gone, what would Feng Jinhuang do? She is just a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's thoughts. From the viewpoint of every parent, their children were always children. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still in the mud. His soul was wailing, but he could not escape from He Lulan's hands. He Lulan killed He Cheng and stomped on her father's head, but it was not enough. Now, He Cheng's soul had also been captured. He was surely going to be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground and used an immortal killer move. A small hand of flames appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's stomach. The small fire hand easily fused into He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out while holding on to a pearl. "This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I have temporarily retrieved it. Little Lan, take it. It can only last for 7 days and 7 nights. Once the time limit is up, my immortal killer move will stop, and the immortal aperture will fuse with the outside world to form a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be them mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed," Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she passed the fire pearl into Hai Lu Lan's hands. Hai Lu Lan received it silently. Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan were inwardly shocked by Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed. "Don't look at me with such expressions. Heh heh heh. This method of taking an immortal aperture is not a skill devised originally by me. I obtained an inheritance of immortal Kong Jue in Eastern Sea. I learned his method of retrieving apertures and created this fire path immortal killer move, Blazing Heaven." Demoness was an extremely rare great grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was easy to understand capabilities of other paths using their own as a foundation. Her methods were very comprehensive in all aspects. "All right, now, we will talk about your matter, Fang Yuan." Fairy Li Shan looked towards Fang Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Chapter 9, 145. Ceasefire Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. "All right, now we will talk about your matter, Fang Yuan." Fairy Li Shan looked towards Fang Yuan with a coldly smiling expression. Fang Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "No need to rush. I am still waiting for someone." "Oh, who is it?" Fairy Li Shan asked in surprise. "It is me." A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the new arrival. This person had immense capability. If he did not speak, none of them would have realized that he was so close to them. But when they saw his appearance, everyone felt that such capability was to be expected. "Old Ancestor Shui Hu," He Lu Lan growled out. Leader." Fairy Li Shan's voice was hoarse and surprised. The person's elderly face was very energetic. His snow-white beard was very thick. It extended to his toes. Right now, all of his aura was concealed. Not a trace of his might was felt. He looked like an ordinary old farmer. But everyone was at full alertness. Because he was the #1 demonic path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, in control of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. After the Battle of Rank 8s, some crowned him as the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Facing Old Ancestor Shui Hu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness was calm and seemingly at ease. "Shui Hu, how was your harvest just now?" Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded, replying slowly. "Even though He tribe has gotten weaker over the years, it is still a super force. It has a deep foundation. This infiltration into Iron Eagle Blessed Land gave me great gains." As it turned out, the 4 elders of He tribe directed the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Chung, causing their base to be relatively unguarded. In order to obtain more Gu refinement materials, Old Ancestor Shui Hu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land and looted it. When the 4 elders of He tribe returned, he had already left with the profits. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are in a heated battle with constant conflicts. But just now, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui Hu teamed up together to deal with He tribe. Fang Yuan squinted. He couldn't help but raise his opinion of Blazing Heaven Demoness, seeing her in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was strong and overbearing, but what was truly fearsome were her wits. If she did not ask Old Ancestor Shui Hu to take action, the 4 elders of He tribe would not have left. Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have been able to leave so easily. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, who had the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, the reason for this was that Blazing Heaven Demoness aimed at Old Ancestor Shui Hu's weakness. He needed lots of immortal material for Gu refinement. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do such a thing. "All right, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombies. Even though I used several of them, most are still around. I will return them to you." Old Ancestor Shui Hu waved his hand. Dozens of immortal zombie bodies appeared on the ground. One of them was still sleeping. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie. Old Ancestor Shui Hu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique, Immortal Zombie, with a regretful gaze. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Zombie had some immortal goo, but these last days, even though he tried, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had many methods. He used an unknown immortal killer move and fell asleep. If Old Ancestor Shui Hu did something overboard, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie would start self-detonating, and the immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness collected and put away these immortal zombies as she said seriously, "Old Ancestor Shui Hu, you truly keep your words. Then according to the agreement, Zombie Alliance will stop targeting Snowy Mountain. Our battle will cease." Old Ancestor Shui Hu's eyes shined with light. He looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness as he said, "Blazing Heaven Demoness, it seems that you made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased tremendously. But the time path injury still plagues you, now that the 4 elders of He tribe are back in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. After this, they would not move out easily anymore. If you want to obtain Heifan's time path inheritance and settle your injury, it will be difficult. When you attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land in the future, I can lend a hand. Blazing Heaven. Demoness laughed heartily. She clapped. Good. I am also looking forward to working together with you again. Old Ancestor Shui Hu nodded. His figure slowly faded. In a few breaths' time, he vanished into thin air, like fog that dispersed under sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had not taken a glance at He Cheng's headless corpse. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shui Hu had engaged in fierce combat, but now they were actually talking about future cooperation. Having the power and capability to do anything they want, that was the power of rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was known as the strongest Gu immortal in Northern Plains. His battle strength exceeded Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he actually gave in this time and handed over the immortal zombie captives and bodies. He disregarded the reputation of the #1 expert entirely. But Fang Yuan felt no surprise. Reputation was very much a secondary concern in reality. Only one thing could move almost everybody in this world. That was benefit. Gu immortals were humans too. They looked at benefits. In fact, it was very common for Gu immortals to work together. Having cultivated to this stage, not at all an easy matter, what was the point of fighting to the death? If there was no special reason, no Gu immortals would do that. All Gu immortals want to develop themselves properly, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. This blade would descend once in a while, cutting at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they survived it, they would still suffer a huge loss. This blade naturally was calamities and tribulations. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations get, with greater difficulty in surviving. Hope was bleak. People like Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Blazing Heaven Demoness, these rank 8 experts, were extremely cautious. They faced great danger. If they were careless, they would die under the tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were all very vigilant. Earlier Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu, but did they use all of their trump cards in full strength? No. Both sides were only probing each other. In the end, Old Ancestor Shui Hu displayed methods that were superior to what they were willing to use. That caused Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat, because if they continued, the fight would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. The fight between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was very heated, but there were few losses. They were making a huge commotion, but there were barely any consequences. Because be it Old Ancestor Shui Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. Just now, both sides cooperated. It might seem abrupt, but that was not true. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or Old Ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. She completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance and successfully defended its reputation. The latter gave in, but he plundered the base of He Tribe. His gains were greater than the immortal zombies he lost. The only party who had losses was the super force He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were immense, but who cared? One could say that He Tribe was the innocent party, suffering due to the conflict between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But whose fault was it that the 4 elders of He Tribe were schemed against? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, it did not matter who was innocent. The only thing that mattered was who had greater strength and methods. The strong prey on the weak, this was such a cruel and beautiful rule. After confirming that Old Ancestor Shui Hu had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan at long last. Now, we need to have a chat, Fang Yuan. She smiled lightly. She called him Fang Yuan instead of Xianxia. Subconsciously, the pressure Fang Yuan felt internally intensified, but Fang Yuan smiled confidently. What do you have to say? I am listening. Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but frown. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan had planned secretly for a long time to set up this situation. Not only did they want He Lu Lan to fulfill her vengeance and kill He Cheng, they also schemed against He tribe and settled the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. In addition, they also wanted to force Fang Yuan to relent so that they could get their way. But now it seemed that Fang Yuan felt indifferent towards such force. He was like an eel, slipping out of their control. Blazing heaven. Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said in a heavy tone, "Fang Yuan, I admire you as a person, but please take a look at your situation. We can determine whether you live or die today." "So what?" Fang Yuan shrugged. He looked at Fairy Li Shan mockingly. "It's only death at worst. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, would fear death?" The air seemed frozen. The scene became still. Ever since Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan's relationship was exposed, Fang Yuan had been full of doubts. What did they want to do with him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew the true identity of Xianxia, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine star-thought immortal goo? Using her rank 8 battle strength, it was not hard for her to kill this bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie. Why did she have to create this situation? Next, Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. With his rich life experience, he could see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan. On the surface, these three seemed like a united family, very close to each other. But in truth, their relationship was quite peculiar. They were not united. When Fang Yuan realized this, many questions that he had were answered at once. Thus, he had some confidence just now to adopt a strong stance, negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness fearlessly. Of course, he had split a portion of his focus on Spring Autumn Cicada at all times. If this situation turned bad, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. But each time he used Spring Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Fang Yuan would not use it unless he had no other options. The current situation was not so severe that he needed to use Spring Autumn Cicada. While remaining silent, Blazing Heaven Demoness's frown became tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude gave her a problem. She understood that Fang Yuan had already realized her true motive. That was self-strength, immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was someone without limits back then when she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly destroyed it, resulting in nobody gaining anything. She was afraid of Fang Yuan being just like that and destroying self-strength, immortal goo. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan. He could destroy it with a single thought. Immortal goo were hard to take away. If it were not for that, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not have created this situation, using a great deal of effort. Chapter 9, 146. Past Grudges and Hatred. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the past. Blazing Heaven. Demoness suffered from time path injuries, thus she had placed hope in He Fan's time path inheritance. Thereupon, Blazing Heaven Demoness began to make arrangements. She took charge of Su tribe, changed her third sister's name to Su Xian, and intentionally made her approach He Cheng to enter He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian were both in love with each other, becoming a goo immortal couple, and Su Xian's night elopement thus became a famous story. Su Xian did not forget her task and tried to find out information of He Fan's inheritance, but she gradually exposed her traces in the process. He tribe began investigating and got knowledge of Fairy Li Shan, making them think this was Snowy Mountain's plot. Su Xian, however, was truly in love with He Cheng, so she did not leave He tribe. Afterwards, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian and prolonged his life. After learning of their younger sister's sacrifice, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan felt incomparable grief. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness and believed she was the reason for their sister's death. Later on, Fairy Li Shan completely fell out with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing heaven. Demoness felt ashamed and guilty, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She had also taken position as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She could not act independently easily and could only go far away towards Eastern Sea. When she passed the regional wall, it was a nearly fatal experience. In Eastern Sea, she gradually had some fortuitous encounters from the clues she had gathered at Northern Plains. For instance, an inheritance left behind by old immortal Kong Ju allowed Blazing Heaven Demoness to have a method of seizing another person's immortal aperture. These fortuitous encounters provided great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness and partially alleviated her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan took in He Lu Lan, instructed and helped her cultivate, and saw her growth, Fairy Li Shan gradually began to let go of her hatred. She hoped He Lu Lan could receive better help and support. Recently, Fairy Li Shan had completely calmed down and began to use information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. Both sides started to communicate with each other. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xianxia's identity and began to scheme. Because Fang Yuan just happened to need star-thought immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to smoothly set an agreement with Fang Yuan. When she made use of Zombie Alliance's power to return to Northern Plains, she wanted to resolve her countless years of shame and guilt to He Lu Lan. She wanted to use all her strength to make it up to He Lu Lan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she made in the past. She viewed things through He Lu Lan's perspective and thought of ways to support her, what was most important to He Lu Lan. Without doubt, it was self-strength immortal goo. First of all, He Lu Lan possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path, self-strength. Immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo and was perfect for He Lu Lan. Second, self-strength. Immortal goo was an inheritance given to He Lu Lan by Su Xian. As far as He Lu Lan was concerned, it was not just a rank 6 immortal goo, it was an extremely important keepsake of her mother. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness thought of every way possible to take self-strength immortal goo back for He Lu Lan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness got an understanding of Fang Yuan. She was startled and wary of Fang Yuan's craftiness, and also saw her own image in him. On one hand, Fang Yuan was very proficient in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan could take life-threatening risks and was not afraid of death. In pleasant words, it was bravery. In ugly words, it was thuggish and unscrupulous behavior. If I can't get benefits, you also can stop dreaming about them. If you want to fight, then come. It is just death at worst. This attitude was like that of Blazing Heaven Demoness, destroying a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. As a result, Blazing Heaven Demoness had agreed to help Fang Yuan refine an immortal goo and set an agreement with him. Blazing Heaven Demoness would help fund Fang Yuan with immortal materials, but Fang Yuan would be in debt to her. Whether he succeeded or not in refining the immortal goo, he would need to pay her back later. The longer he dragged this on, the more interest Blazing Heaven Demoness would receive. If Fang Yuan successfully refines the immortal goo but fails to return her the sum in 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would be allowed to take any one immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. Any one immortal goo was the key. Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting the self-strength immortal goo that Fang Yuan possessed. Right now, as she saw Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows and spoke frankly. Right, I want self-strength immortal goo. Return the immortal goo to Little Lan. It was hers after all. If she could directly take it, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have already done so, and absolutely would not have gone through such trouble. But even if she was a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not forcibly take immortal goo. The immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan, and could be destroyed instantly with just a thought from him. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, who had extremely strong attainment in Ice Path, but had no way to take the mysterious immortal goo inside the blazing glory. Lightning brilliance immortal zombie, unless they were a wisdom path goo. Immortal who suppressed Fang Yuan and made sure he could not take action in thinking, or someone who had great accomplishment in theft path. Theft path was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. His signature immortal killer move formless hand was feared by countless goo immortals. Blazing heaven. Demoness Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods, and theft path was not a mainstream path, despite it being created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Besides him, other cultivators of theft path were generally not able to achieve anything significant. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had theft path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo from Fang Yuan's aperture. Given they had set this up, the possibility of this was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment, Blazing Heaven Demoness felt even more cautious regarding taking action. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly demanded self-strength. Immortal Gui, Fang Yuan remained silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness's reason was not very justifiable. Fang Yuan had obtained self-strength. Immortal Gu fair and square. If he had not saved Hai Lu Lan, she would have already lost her life in the dream realm. It could be said that Fang Yuan was Hai Lu Lan's benefactor. However, Fang Yuan did not want to speak of this. Such words were useless. Why would there be discussion about benevolence with those of fierce character? Moreover, back then when Fang Yuan helped Hai Lu Lan, he also did not hold any good intentions. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others would instead look down on him. A bigger fist is the best and the strongest reason. If I were stronger, I would not need to fear Blazing Heaven Demoness extortion. Unfortunately, I cannot even escape right now. My cultivation is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan was self-aware. He knew it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, like meat on the chopping block. But it was not that he did not have any cards in his hands. Firstly, there is the previous agreement. The agreement states allies cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. She had openly violated the agreement when we invaded Dongfang tribe's blessed land. The value of this is rather small. Secondly, immortal goo are not easy to plunder. It is because of this that Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others had to make arrangements to trap me. But the value of this can only be at a middling level. I cannot overestimate its use. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If she put aside all considerations and decided to do so, wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie that fell into old ancestor Shui Hu's hands? Thirdly, there is Purple Mountain True Monarch. He Lu Lan and others don't know this is only a lie. Earlier I used this lie to deceive Tai Bai Yun Sheng, but who could have thought it would instead become my greatest trump card at this moment? Fang Yuan was not wrong. After Blazing Heaven Demoness knew of Purple Mountain True Monarch, she treated such information with great importance. She was quite wary of this mysterious Purple Mountain True Monarch. If Purple Mountain True Monarch was a rank 8 goo immortal, and she captured his beloved disciple, the trouble stirred up in the future would not be small. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just approached old ancestor Shui Hu and sought to trouble him. She naturally did not want herself to fall into the same situation. Even if Purple Mountain True Monarch was only rank 7, he still had many disciples. Fang Yuan claimed he was only a junior disciple and had senior disciples above him. Especially when this Purple Mountain True Monarch was extremely resourceful, he could arrange his disciple to enter Immortal Crane sect. But did Purple Mountain True Monarch really exist? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were completely in the dark, and Blazing Heaven Demoness, who obtained information from them, also was deceived by this. Fang Yuan's silence made Blazing Heaven Demoness slightly impatient as she urged, "Fang Yuan, what requests do you have? Say them. We can talk." Fang Yuan let out a breath. He had already planned it all inwardly. But he did not reply to Blazing a Heaven Demoness' question, instead asking, "Those goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine star thought immortal goo, did you tamper with them?" Blazing a Heaven Demoness smiled. Of course. She actually admitted it. Moreover, she did not have even a trace of embarrassment on her face. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, I had suspected this, but every time I refined goo, I inspected the immortal materials carefully. Why was I not able to find anything amiss? Blazing Heaven Demoness replied. That is because your fire path attainment has not reached Great Grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on each fire path immortal material. The increase is very small, but it accumulates with every immortal material used and takes substantial effect during the refinement process, ruining the goo refinement. Blazing Heaven. Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded in refining, how could she coerce Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not nag about this issue. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have some conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan's hopes were raised. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise and clapped. Now I can somewhat understand why little sister wanted to suppress you. Speak. What are your requests? First of all, I want to form a new agreement. This agreement was the assurance for his safety. Although Fairy Li Shan was an information path goo immortal and could have unknown methods to break the agreement, she would need to make preparations before doing so. At least during that period, Fang Yuan could escape safely. This is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued. Secondly, my debt of the immortal materials you lent to me before will be cleared. As long as you return self-strength immortal goo, this won't be a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness replied straightforwardly. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and get rid of the alliance agreement with them. Okay. Finally, I want Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses. You need to promise me that you will do your utmost to get me as many Strength Path Immortal Zombie Corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly.